Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Once upon a time there was an engineer. Choo-choo Charlie was his name, we hear. He had an engine and he sure had fun. He used good and plenty candy to make his train run.
Charlie says, love my good and plenty. Charlie says, really rings the bell. Charlie says, love my good and plenty. Don't know any other candy that I love so well.
Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you the true and exciting story of a 3-year search for criminals conducted by a one-man posse. Our star is one of America's favorite actors, Wallace Beery. A third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. They have the pride of craftsmen in their name, Hallmark, Hallmark. That's why Hallmark cards are the kind of cards you can be proud to send, proud to receive. So when you want to send the very finest, look on the back for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those 3 words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. To be doubly sure, always look in the back of the card you choose for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Now to preside over our program this evening, here's our regular master of ceremonies, the young Broadway actor and producer, Richard Calmer.
Thank you, Tom Shirley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The most popular yarn in America is the Western Manhunt, the armed posse and the villain. Tonight, we have a twist on it that makes one of the greatest true stories you ever heard. And, of course, the makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you the one man to play it, that battle-scarred, two-fisted veteran of much action and few words, Wallace Beery.
Thank you, Dick. That introduction, I guess, saves me from saying anything.
Oh, on the contrary, you talk now and shoot later, Wally.
Not on this show. Anything I could say, a Hallmark greeting card could say it better. I'll say one thing, I do like this story. I like any story that shows what a red-blooded American can do against a bunch of slick crooks.
Oh, so do I. You know, Wally, everybody who's seen a movie knows you, but few people know all the things that you've done besides movies. Is it true you once tended elephants in a circus?
Tended, I was head man. Bull man, they call me. I got mighty fond of those elephants, too.
Was it tough?
Not exactly tough, no. I read something in the Reader's Digest a while ago that just about described it. It said a man is as big as the things that annoy him. Those elephants made me a pretty big guy, huh?
And you still are, Wally. Now the makers of Hallmark greeting cards present, on the Reader's Digest radio edition, Wallace Beery in One Man Posse. They were sitting in the lobby of a large hotel in Dallas, Texas. And even though you didn't know them, you could tell they'd been married for years. Frank was a big, leathery sort of a man whose moderate success as a ranch owner was apparent from the tip of his spotless, broad-brimmed hat to the heels of his low-polished boots. His wife, Mattie, was his counterpart, a thin, neat woman who somehow managed to look frail and rugged at the same time.
Taking Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins, please.
Frank, we hadn't ought to sit here in the lobby all the time.
Oh, gosh sakes, why not?
Well, it don't look nice, just sitting here staring at people like we was never in a hotel before.
Oh, don't be silly, Ma. I like staring at people when I come to town. It's a change from looking at the cattle all the time.
Oh, I know, Frank, but we stick out so. I bet everybody in the hotel knows we don't get in much. We look like hicks.
Well, what are we?
Hicks.
Well, then let's enjoy ourselves.
Oh, for gosh sakes, Frank, you dropped your wallet.
Where?
Right down there at your feet. Can't you see it?
Oh, yeah. Yo, wait. Oh, gosh, that ain't my wallet, Mattie.
No?
No. Here it belongs to a gent named Stetson. H.A. Stetson.
Oh.
Must be $200 or $300 in this here wallet.
Well,
huh?
now, don't count it, Frank. Just give it back.
To who?
That Stetson man. Didn't you say that's what his name is?
Yeah, but how am I going to find him? According to this card here, he don't live in Dallas.
Well, he probably has a room here at the hotel. Why don't you... Frank, what are you doing?
Oh, gosh, I'm just looking at a couple of these cards. Doggone it. Hey, Matty, this here Stetson fellow's real big potatoes.
What?
Member of the United Brokers, the Feed Exchange, the 200 Club, and he's bonded for $100,000.
Frank, will you stop being such a nosy body?
Oh, well, for Pete's sake, he's a lodge brother of mine.
Now, give me that wallet.
Wait a minute, Mavis. I'll take it back.
You'll take it back right now. Oh, Mr. Bell, Captain.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a H.A. Stetson living here at this hotel?
Yes, ma'am. Room 704.
Well, what are you waiting for, Frank? Go on upstairs and give that man his wallet back.
Oh, I'm going, Ma.
And Frank,
Yeah.
take the matchstick out of your mouth.
Yeah?
Hello, Stetson. This is Curly. I'm calling from downstairs the lobby.
Yeah, what's the story, Curly?
So far, so good. You fell for that wallet gag, hook, line, and sinker. But I don't know if you'll go for the rest of it. He looks too honest.
That's the way I like him. Where is he now?
He's on his way up to your room. Now, you better play him careful, Stetson. If this guy is right, we can take him for plenty.
Leave it to me. I'll have a meeting out of my hand. Yes, sir. I'm simply bowled over by your honesty, Mr. Norfleet.
Oh, it was nothing, Mr. Stetson.
Oh, but it was. You realize how hard it is to find an honest man these days? Why, 99 people out of 100 would have kept this wallet and never said another word about it.
Oh, shucks. I couldn't take nothing that didn't belong to me.
Well, of course, I feel the same way, but how many people are there like us?
Well, everybody must be like that.
Oh, very few. I'll tell you that right now. I've been in business a good many years, my friend, and you'd be surprised how... Yes?
Excuse me, sir, but New York is waiting for your order on Allied Gold and Oil.
Oh, yes. Buy 1,000 shares at the market, Henry.
Yes, sir. And, Mr. Peabody is on the phone from Chicago.
Well, I can't talk to anybody now. Tell him I'll call him back in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, before I forget it, will you take this little gift as a reward for returning my wallet? It isn't very much, but $100 can come in mighty handy once in a while.
Oh, I couldn't take any money from you, Mr. Stetson.
Oh, please, now, don't be foolish. I want you to have it.
Oh, heck no. I don't need any money. I ain't the richest man in the world, but I got 10,000 acres of mighty fine ranch land. My cattle is as good as any that you'll find in Texas.
Well, if you won't take the money, I'll have to show my appreciation some other way. You ever bought any stock, Mr. Norfleet?
I always buy the best cattle in Texas.
No, I mean corporation stock, the kind you buy and sell on the market. You see, I'm a member of a private exchange, and I think that I can cut you in on a little deal that'll net you a nice profit.
Well,
Of course, you wouldn't have to put up any money. I'll pay for the stock, and if it goes up, we'll just split the winnings. What do you say?
Oh, I couldn't ask you to do...
Nonsense. Why deprive me of the pleasure of repaying a kindness? I've done this sort of thing lots of times.
Well, doggone it, Mr. Stetson. This is the first time it's ever happened to me.
Hello, Norfleet. This is Stetson.
Well, howdy, Mr. Stetson. I wasn't expecting
Great
to hear...
news, Norfleet. I've got great news for you. Allied Gold and Oil went up 4 points at the opening.
Is that good?
I'll say it's good. You've got a profit of nearly $20,000.
What? $20,000 in American money?
Of course.
Well, gosh almighty, I didn't know you was going to make that much for me. Honest, Mr. Stetson, I can't let
Don't
you...
be silly. It's all done. I just called up to find out if you wanted to sell the stock now and cash in. How about it? You want to take your profit?
Well, sure, if they'll give it to me.
Oh, they'll give it to you all right. You come on up to my room and we'll go down to the broker's office together.
You bet, Mr. Stetson. I'll be right up with you in 2 minutes. Hey, Ma, we struck it rich. That man I was telling you about, Mr. Stetson?
Yes?
He just made us $20,000.
Goodness sake.
All on account of my giving him back his wallet. You see, Ma, honesty is the best policy.
I'm terribly sorry we can't let you have the money just yet, Mr. Norfleet. You see, this is a private exchange. And if you were a member of it...
Well, confound it, Stevens, what difference does it make whether he's a member or not? I'm a member.
But, Mr. Stetson, you bought the stock in Mr. Norfleet's name.
Well, I guess that means I ain't entitled to the money, huh?
Well, no, sir. You're entitled to it, all right, Mr. Norfleet. As long as you show us proof that you could have paid your losses if the stock had gone down instead of up.
How?
By bringing us $20,000 in cash.
Why, this is an outrage. $20,000 in cash.
Oh, now, don't get all riled up about it, Mr. Stetson.
Well, it's the principle of the thing. Mr. Stetson, please. We'll do this for the protection of our members. After all, Mr. Norfleet is an utter stranger to me.
Sure I am. I understand. Gosh, I ain't got no complaints.
Well, if you think you can raise the money...
Oh, I reckon I can raise it all right. I'll call up down home and get my bank to transfer my deposit up to a bank here. The only thing is now, it might take a couple of hours to get it straightened out.
That's perfectly all right, Mr. Norfleet. We'll be ready for you whenever you have the money.
17, 18, 19, 20. There you are, Mr. Stetson. $20,000.
Well, I just think it's a shame that you had to go to all this trouble, Mr. Norfleet. And believe me, when I get back to New York, I'm going to raise the dickens about it.
Oh, no. You don't have to do that. Calling up a bank wasn't no trouble. Heck, I'm going to make a lot more out of this deal than I deserve anyway.
Oh, nonsense.
You know, Mr. Stetson, this will be the first time I ever earned a nickel without lifting a finger to do it. Here, look at my hand.
What do you mean?
Well, look at it. You see them calluses and lines and cuts all around?
Huh?
Well, that's the way I had to make my money before I met you. Now I'm going to get $20,000 just for being your friend, Guy.
Well, I like doing things for people, Norfleet. Especially somebody like you.
Mr. Stetson.
Yes, good heavens, Henry, what is it?
Allied Gold and Oil has gone up another 5 points, sir.
5 points? Norfleet, you know what this means? You've made yourself another $25,000.
Jumping Jehoshaphat, 25... Is that a fact?
You bet it's a fact you're cleaning up. But the only trouble is you may have to raise another $25,000 in cash.
Huh?
Well, you see, I mean, if you don't, that fool Stevens won't let you have your money.
Well, I'll get the cash, Mr. Stetson. I'll raise it if I have to borrow it from all my friends.
You think you can?
Oh, for a couple of days I can, sure. But you know, if you make any more money from me, Mr. Stetson, I'm going to go broke.
It ain't right, Frank. It ain't right to go around borrowing money from your friends just so you can make a big killing in stocks and bonds.
No, now I got to borrow it. If I don't, why, I'll lose all that extra money.
Well, why don't you quit where you are instead of going into debt?
Oh, you don't understand finances, Mo.
Maybe not, but I understand people. Ed Mowbray's worked hard for his money, just as hard as you. So has Lem Battle. And it ain't fair to take it from him.
But I ain't taking it, Mo. I'm giving it right back the same day, with something extra to boot.
Well, maybe that's all right then.
Of course it is. Don't you see, Matty? Mr. Stetson, he's a friend of mine. I can't tell him I don't want his money after he's been so nice to me. Things like this don't only happen once in a lifetime.
All right. Do what you think is best, Frank. But I'll be mighty glad when it's all over.
$25,000. That's exactly right, Mr. Norfleet. Now, you just wait right here in your room, and I'll be back in half an hour with double your money. Gosh sakes, Ma, we better find out what happened to him. He's been gone for 3 hours.
Maybe he's been killed or something. You sure he ain't in his room?
No, ma'am. Mr. Stetson isn't registered in this hotel anymore. He checked out over an hour ago.
You had any luck, officer?
Oh, not a trace of him.
Well, what about that place they said was the broker's office?
Nobody there. I'm afraid it's the old story, Mr. Norfleet. The old con game. The whole thing was a frame-up to take your money.
Well, I just can't believe it. It don't seem possible. Why, he had such a friendly way of looking at you and making you feel good just to be around him.
I know. That's the way they all look.
Gosh, $45,000. Almost half of it belongs to someone else.
Well, we may get some of it back for him, Mr. Norfleet, if we ever catch up with him.
If? Doggone it, Ma. Oh, don't look at me like that. I ain't going to cry.
Don't feel so bad, Frank. We all make mistakes sometimes.
Yeah, it ain't only the money, Matty. It's in here where my pride is. Well, I thought he was my best friend.
Well, now, you keep mum about the whole thing, and we'll...
Mum, I'm going to tell everybody I know about this. I'm going to shout it out so the whole world will hear it.
But it'll be easier to catch them if you don't say a word.
That ain't the way that I see it, officer. I'm going to warn people against fellows like him. I want to tell them there ain't no way to get rich quick that's really on the level. And what's more, I want them crooks to know how riled up I am. Because it'll worry them to know that I'm going to get them.
You're going to get them?
Yes, you bet I'm going after them. I'll run them down if I have to chase them halfway around the world. Every one of them thieving bandits is going to go to jail if I have to catch them and put them in there myself. What do you say, Ma?
Go get him, Frank. Go get him.
Wallace Beery will be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's drama, presented by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. Now, here's Dick Calmer.
Long ago in New England, there lived a cabinet maker of unusual skill. One day, a friend entered his shop as he was finishing a beautiful highboy. Its hand-rubbed finish had a deep, rich glow, and the delicate carving was truly the work of a master. The friend, lost in admiration, finally spoke. "Jonathan, you put so much into this piece, a man would swear it had a soul." Jonathan blew a speck of dust from a drawer front. "That's the only way I could make it," he answered. "You see, it carries my name." Well, that's the way the folks who make Hallmark greeting cards feel about the name Hallmark. They're not just making cards. They're making Hallmark cards to express cheer and happiness as thoughtfully and sincerely as you would greet a friend yourself. That's why Hallmark cards say what you want to say, the way you want to say it.
For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. That's why discriminating folks look in the back of the cards they send and receive for the three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. Now back to Wallace Beery and One Man Posse.
National press report. Frank Norfleet organizes one-man posse to apprehend confidence men who swindled him out of $45,000. Swindlers used fake brokerage office and phony stock deal to con Norfleet, who has already begun nationwide search. Description of the four criminals is as follows.
What makes you think we'll find him in California, Frank?
Well, I don't know, Ma. something that skinny little secretary Stetson said once about having a place out there?
Oh?
Stetson looked at him awfully funny, and he shut right up like a clam.
Well, he didn't say where in California, did he?
No.
Well, California's a pretty big state.
I know, Ma, but we got to start looking for him someplace. So we might as well start there. Heck, they got the whole world to hide in it.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking. You remember what they looked like, Frank?
I remember what that Stetson looked like. I'll never forget his face.
But I mean, could you describe him to anybody? Just so as we could tell people who we were looking for.
You bet. I could draw a picture of that Stetson fella, but I don't know how I'd make out with the others.
Well, now, let's see. The secretary was kind of thin and mousy looking.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the man at the broker's office was sort of short and chubby.
That's right, Ma. And the fourth fella was, the only thing I can remember about him was his curly hair.
Curly, chubby, and mousy. Not much to go on, is it, Frank?
Well, don't worry, Matty. We'll find them. We'll run down them clues just like them detectives do.
But you're not a detective, Frank. You won't know which clue to follow.
Well, so much the better. If I don't know which clue to follow, I'll just have to follow them all.
Curly,
chubby,
mousy,
and a fellow that looks like Uncle Sam without a beard.
Dark wavy hair,
short and fat,
skinny,
and a friendly-looking man with a mole right here.
Wavy hair,
short and fat,
skinny,
and a friendly-looking man with a mole right here. You see, Sheriff, we're looking for a skinny, mousy-looking fellow that he might pass for somebody's secretary.
Yeah, we got a tip that him and the curly-headed one was working the swindle alone now.
Skinny and curly. Who told you I had them locked up here?
Locked up where?
Right here in this jail. At least I think they're the ones. They try to pull the same stunt on a prospect here in town. Only the prospect read that story of yours in the papers and reported them.
Doggone, that story did some good after all. Where are they now, Sheriff?
In the bullpen. Go on, I'll show them to you.
Come on, Matty.
If you can identify these two birds, it'll be just that much easier to get them convicted.
Awfully.
There they are.
No. Look, don't give us away. We'll help you if you don't.
That's one of them, Sheriff.
And there's the other.
No, not me. I never saw you before.
That's him, all right. If he tries tonight, I'll go in there.
No, don't let him in here.
That's enough. You don't have to do any more, Mr. Norfleet. Just identifying them is enough.
All right, Sheriff. Anything you say. Pal, this makes 2 down and 2 to go. He's in Florida, Matty. Them crooks said he was. And if Stetson's in Florida, I'm going to find him before he goes anyplace else.
Frank, we've looked at every hotel lobby, beach house, and orangeade stand from Key West to St. Petersburg. How are we ever going to catch that man?
I got an idea, Ma. He found me once because I looked like a sucker.
Yeah?
Now, if I was to look like a sucker again, maybe I'd find him, huh? You bet I'm interested in a quick way to make $1. My name is Appleby, mister. I've got $50,000 to invest in any kind of a proposition that's safe and sound.
Well, come with me, Mr. Appleby. I know just the man who can take care of you. Got a chump for you, Stetson. He's waiting in the next room.
Yes? What'd you tell him?
Real estate. You're the biggest broker in Florida this time, and the guy's got $50,000 to buy up property.
What's his name?
Appleby. Judd Appleby. The biggest chump you ever saw.
Big?
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this bird.
Sure, come on. He's right outside in the office. See him? He's looking at that map on the wall.
Confound it, Fulton. That's not Appleby. That's Norfleet. I'm getting out of here the back way.
Hey, Stetson! Stetson!
You calling me, Mr.
No,
Appleby?
you sawed-off little runt. Where's that man you were talking to? Where'd he go?
I wasn't talking to anybody. The fellow I wanted you to meet isn't in today.
Don't you lie to me. That was Stetson.
You must be mistaken, sir. The man I wanted you to...
He must have slipped out the back way and dropped into one of those cars. I'll never catch up with him now.
Frank. Frank, what happened? Did you find him?
Yeah, I found him all right, but doggone it, he got away. Well, it's a shame, Ma, a crying shame. I can't think of anything worse than having to come home and sell off this cattle, but I reckon it's got to be done.
Yeah, I reckon so, Frank. The only way we can pay up our debts and get things back in shape again. We've been away from home too long.
Yeah. Seems like we've been away forever. Gosh, Matty, just think of the money that we've spent hightailing all over this country after them there crooks.
Well, maybe we won't have to spend any more now that the police has caught up with another one of them swindlers.
Yeah, but I swore I was going to get that Mr. Stinson. And I ain't giving up till I do.
Why, Frank, why don't you take it easy for a while and let the police go after Stetson?
Because he don't bother the police like he bothers me. I know they'll find him sooner or later, but all the time he's free, I got him sticking right here in my craw.
Oh, Frank, don't let's go away from home anymore.
I gotta go, Ma. I'd go plumb loco just sitting here knowing that he's still laughing up his sleeve at me.
But it ain't fair to waste your whole life on a man that ain't worth dirt. Suppose you never catch him.
Then I'll never stop looking.
Oh, Frank, it's so darn nice to have you home again. Can't you forget about him and stay a while?
You stay, Ma. I gotta keep moving.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll have to let you go. Only
what?
I'm going with you.
Gosh, you tired, Ma?
Oh, yes. I feel like I'd walked all over the state of Florida twice.
Well, let's step off here and grab a bite to eat before we look some more. I'm hungry enough to eat a side of beef.
You look it.
Come on. We can get a great big meal in here for 65 cents.
Oh, how do you know so much about it?
Well, I was in here yesterday when you was... That's him, Ma. There he is, sitting right at that table. Stetson!
Careful, Frank.
Stetson, you ain't going to get away from me this time.
What?
Stay where you are. I'll break every bone in your body.
Help! Police! This man is trying to hold me up.
Stop that noise, Stetson.
He's a bandit, a gunman. Grab him, quick.
I got him. Yeah, let go of me. Let go, you crazy galoot. You let him get away. Stetson, come here.
He won't go very far. Stop where you are, Mr. Stetson.
Good Lord, a gun.
You bet it's a gun. And if you don't get your hands up, I'll start shooting.
No, don't shoot.
Don't worry, Mr. Stetson. She won't have to now. Well, you better call up the police, Ma. Then we'll be going home. There ain't nothing sticking in my craw anymore. Gosh, it's fun sitting in the lobby of a hotel again, ain't it, Ma?
Sure is, Frank. Only I hope you don't find no more wallets around.
Gosh, no. Catching up with that rascal cost us pretty near 3 years of our lives. You know it was worth it, Ma, every bit.
Yeah, I reckon it was, in a way. Still, I don't understand why you had to catch him yourself, Frank.
Heck, the government shouldn't have to do everything for a man. Besides, some things are private matters.
Thank you, Wallace Berry. That was a wonderful performance. Remember, when you want to greet a friend, send a Hallmark card. For whatever the occasion, a Hallmark card will say what you want to say the way you want to say it. So always look in the back of the card you choose for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Like the word sterling on silver, those 3 words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best.
You're cordially invited to be with us again next week at the same time for another fine dramatic program brought to you by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards. If you enjoyed tonight's show, won't you please tell your friends about it and ask them also to tune in for next week's program sponsored by Hallmark greeting cards. At that time, you will hear a story of intrigue and danger. The true story of a young American agent at Casablanca, and our guest will be the young American actor, Robert Mitchum. Appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Yearling, and the new murder mystery, Lady in the Lake. One Man Posse was dramatized by Robert Sloan from the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. The Hallmark program was directed by Mark Slope, with music especially composed by Jack Miller. This is Tom Shirley speaking for the makers of Hallmark greeting cards and for your friendly Hallmark dealer. You will find a wide selection of Hallmark cards at America's finest shops and stores. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building.
Welcome, William Bendix.
Nobody can act up to par with a nasty cold. I check my cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
4-way's the fast way to relieve those cold miseries. Then you feel better quickly.
4-way cold tablets, only 29 and 59 cents.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The Damon Runyon Theater. Everyone knows Broadway is in New York. The Broadway, that is. It has a dozen aliases. But whether it's called the Big Drag, the Gay White Way, or just the Street, it means that bustling stretch of midtown Manhattan that is at once garish or beautiful, hard-hearted or soft-hearted, cynical or naive, depending on how you look at it or feel about it. To some people, it can be all those at the same time. One of those people was Damon Runyon. Damon Runyon, one of America's greatest storytellers, knew people and loved them. And because he did, people loved him. Damon Runyon told his stories through the eyes and mouth of a character who seems to have no name. We call him Broadway because Broadway seems to be his only home. And he is satisfied with it and happy. He knows all the guys and dolls, and they know him. How Broadway makes a living is a mystery, and one we'd rather not solve. We accept him, and because we do, we accept his stories as truth. Anyway, here is Broadway.
Thanks. One night, I am sitting in Mindy's restaurant on Broadway, partaking heartily of some Hungarian goulash, which comes very nice in Mindy's, when in pops a guy who is a stranger to me and sits down at my table. In short, I do not know this guy. But it turns out later that we are all calling him Tobias the Terrible. And how that comes about is quite a story, which I will tell in a minute.
And now back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Tobias the Terrible.
As I am saying, I am partaking of Mindy's Hungarian goulash when in pops a guy who is a stranger to me and sits down at my table. I do not pay any attention to the guy, as I am busy looking over the next day's entries at Laurel. But I hear him tell the waiter to bring him some goulash, too. By and by, I hear the guy making a strange noise. I look over my paper and see that he is crying. He is a very little guy, maybe a shade over 5 feet tall, weighing maybe as much as a dime's worth of liver, and he has pale blonde hair and a very sad look in his eyes. And from his looks, I can see that this guy does not belong in these parts. Well, I watch him cry for a spell, and naturally I am very curious as to why he is crying. So I ask, you will pardon me, but why are you crying? Perhaps it is because you have a tough day at the track?
No.
You do not look like a horse player.
I'm not.
You do not look like a person from these parts.
No, I'm not.
Then if you are crying about the goulash, you better dry your tears before the chef sees you, because the chef is very sensitive and may take your tears as criticism.
The goulash is wonderful.
You need not be enthusiastic. It is just good.
If I am bothering you, I will move away.
You are not bothering me. But why you are crying is...
Are you ever in love?
I have never. And barring a bad break, I never expect to be.
If you were acquainted with Miss Deborah Weems, you wouldn't speak that way.
I am not acquainted with Miss Deborah Weems, probably because I do not know her. With that, the little guy goes back to crying. And it touches my heart, because I am convinced he is leveling with the tears. Now, I have a naturally sympathetic heart for anybody, as long as it does not extend to a touch for a fin, or even a less amount. So I get this little guy to tell me his name, which is Tobias Tweeny. This is an odd name, but it belongs to an odd character, so I lets it pass. He tells me the whole story, which is as follows.
My home is in Erasmus, Pennsylvania. Do you know where that is?
If it is not within a stone's throw from where we are, I do not.
Well, I am in love with Deborah Weems, who was in love with me until she changed her mind.
What occasions this chill?
What?
Why is she not in love with you anymore?
She thinks I'm not tough enough.
Why does she not see this at first? You do not look like you are ever dangerous.
I'm not. That's the trouble, Mr.
You may call me Broadway.
Well, Mr. Broadway, Deborah goes to the movies, and she has seen tough guys, and she has made up her mind that they are her ideals. To make things worse, there is a Joe Trivet in Erasmus who claims he once shook hands with a gangster.
That is dangerous work.
I don't believe him. I told him so.
And what happens? Look, why don't you go back to Erasmus and punch this Joe Trivet?
That is what happened.
You punches him?
No.
No?
The reason I don't is because he has the idea first and punched me. That is when Deborah called off our wedding. She called me a rabbit.
Personally, I can see that this Miss Deborah Weems has got a point, but I do not mention it to Tobias. I wait for him to stop crying, and he goes on as follows.
So I left town. I drew $200 out of the Erasmus bank and came here.
Why?
Oh, I figure that if I can meet up with some real underworld characters, I can go back to Erasmus and make Joe Trivet look sick. Do you know any underworld characters?
I do not know any such characters. And if I do, I am not going to talk about them.
I have not yet met any tough characters, and until I do, I can't go back to Erasmus. If I could just go to a tough joint and see some characters, I could go back to Erasmus. Do you know a place you can take me?
Well, your story touches me. I will take you to such a place. Well, it is maybe a couple of minutes later that Tobias Tweeny and I are in a taxi cab going up Broadway. Tobias is all eyes, which makes him look like quite a large rabbit by now. He turns to me and says as follows.
Golly, Mr. Broadway, this is nice of you. If I hadn't met you, I would never meet any underworld characters.
Look, Tobias, if, I say if, we should run into some citizens who are, who are not exactly your idea of a Boy Scout, I want you should not mention it.
You mean they might kill us?
I am crossing my fingers against such a happening.
Gee, look at all the lights.
Do you not have lights in Erasmus?
We turn them out at 10 o'clock.
Well, how does one find one's way around the town?
It's not a very large town. It is not large enough for me and Joe Trivet.
I see.
Well, maybe you will point out some of the sights for me as we go along. I see most of them by day, but I do not recognize them.
Tobias, you have nothing on me. I do not recognize them in the day either.
Gee, I can hardly wait until I tell Deborah that I am out with a character.
So I take Tobias Tweedy to Good Time Charlie's place, which is not a joint, but I figure Tobias will not know the difference. But the moment we go through the door, I am sorry, because who is present but a dozen citizens from different parts of the city, and none of these are a bargain at any time. But I take Tobias around and introduce him. Tobias, meet Harry the horse.
Gee.
You ain't growled much, have you?
and this is Angie the ox.
Where did you get this, Broadway?
Angie the ox?
You don't like the name, Tobias?
Well, it's wonderful.
And this is little Mitzi.
Hiya, Tobias.
So I introduced Tobias all around, and his eyes are growing like saucers. I tell his story, and when I do, Tobias starts crying again. And it affects little Mitzi, who is just tossed around himself more than somewhat by a doll. Little Mitzi says to Tobias,
I never hear of such an outrage in my life. If I have time, I will go back to the town with you and make this Joe Trivet hard to catch. Furthermore, I will give this Deborah Weems a piece of my mind.
Say, Broadway.
Yeah, Angie?
You say you bring him here to meet some underworld characters?
Well, yes, that is what I say.
Are you expecting to find them here?
Well,
I wonder if we can get in touch with anyone who knows such characters and can arrange to have Mr. Tweeny meet them. Although, personally, I loathe and despise characters of this nature. Hey, you guys, we got to talk this over. Come on. Yeah, we got to help this.
Now, all this is very odd, especially since little Mitzi himself is a character who the police dislike intensely. In fact, so much so that they are willing to give him a vacation on citizens' money. It is likewise with Harry the horse, Angie the ox, and the others. But I say nothing, which is very smart, not only now, but at any time. Anyway, they are talking this over. And while they are, I see that Tobias Tweeny is asleep. It being after 3 a.m. in the morning, he is done in. He is still asleep in a chair when Good Time Charlie comes hurrying in.
Hey, you guys. Harrigan's outside.
Harrigan?
Harrigan?
Yeah, I believe that is his name, and he is still a lieutenant in the police force, and he is in company with others of his ilk.
A raid. And I am carrying a rod, which is awkward, because it'll be tough on anybody who owes the state some time. And I seem to remember owing some.
The police are back and front.
Can you hold them off, Charlie?
I will stall, Mitzi, but Harrigan is a very determined man.
You will stall until we can get rid of our guns.
Yeah, all right. But you will please make it very fast, or Lieutenant Harrigan will take nothing to coming through the door without opening it first. You will make it snappy, boys.
Yeah, where was it? Under the rug.
I am uncomfortable, naturally. But the rest are even more so, especially since being caught with a Roscoe means large portions of grief. But there is no place to chuck the irons, there being an even dozen of said weapons. And then Angie looks up and points to Tobias and says,
Him, that Tobias character.
What about him, Angie?
Harry, now I ask you, does he look like a hardened character?
He looks like nothing. But I do not see the reasons for this discussion at the present time.
Look, we put our guns on him.
Angie, you are a genius.
Yeah. Mitzi, I thank you. All right, load him up with rods.
I put my rod in his pocket.
Stick this in his waistband.
Well, they all stows their guns on Tobias, who is so sleepy he just mumbles as they tuck the irons on his frame and in his clothes. When they finish, Angie looks at him and says,
There, Harrigan will never find him. Who would think of looking for a gun on him?
Shh. Listen.
That, I believe, is Harrigan and his gendarmes.
We will sit down and look innocent. Shh.
Well. Good morning, boys. What a nice gathering we have here.
What, if I may be so bold, brings you out on such a night, Lieutenant Harrigan?
I am restless at night, Harry, and I'm looking for company. Who's that?
That is a friend of mine, Lieutenant Harrigan. By name, he is Tobias Tweeny.
That an alias, Broadway?
It is his given name.
Where is he from? He doesn't look like a local character.
He is from Erasmus, Pennsylvania.
What is he doing here?
I bring him here.
What for?
For a cup of coffee?
I see. It didn't keep him awake.
He is not used to late hours.
Okay. All right, the rest of you, line up for a frisk.
A frisk? You are going to search us? Why?
I am playing Roscoe, who's got the Roscoe. And if I find one, I will be very happy to recommend a sentence. I think I will find one.
You mean you think we are carrying concealed weapons?
Just line up. Not you, Broadway. I know you're clear. Okay, let's take you first, Angie. Hold 'em high, way up, like a good boy.
Well, anything to oblige, Lieutenant.
The rest of you face the wall and keep your noses against it.
Well, how's that, Lieutenant?
Well, you're clean, but I don't get it. All right, Harry, you're next. Hold 'em higher.
I am troubled with a sore shoulder, which prevents me from obliging you to the limit
Skip
of
it.
my...
Uh-huh.
You, are unable to find anything, Lieutenant?
Don't you feel undressed without that Roscoe, Harry?
It is a comfortable feeling.
Mitzi.
I am ready for this indignity.
Yeah.
You are a very suspicious man, Lieutenant Harrigan. You should learn to trust your fellow men.
My fellow men I do trust. You're not in that class. Okay, you're clear.
That I could have informed you of before proceedings began.
I don't like the smell of this.
You, could leave.
Shut up. Okay, the rest of you.
Well, Harrigan and his men make the frisk, but good. But there is nothing. Not a single rod, no place. And not once do Harrigan and his gendarmes look at Tobias Tweeny, who is still deep in dreams. Then Harrigan finishes, and the look on his face is very odd when he says as follows.
I find this very curious, very peculiar.
It could be that you are given a bum steer, Lieutenant.
That could be, Angie, and it's lucky for you it is a bum one.
I am going to see my alderman. I am a citizen, and I got rights as such.
Harry, you are not a good citizen.
But I got no gun.
That is correct, and I'm puzzled. All right, boys, let's go.
Harrigan and his boys are just about to the door, and one and all are breathing again when...
Wait a minute, what the... Holy mackerel.
For a minute, there is no sound, because nobody is able to make one. We are all looking at Tobias Tweeny, who falls off his chair and lands on the floor, the 12-gun sliding every which way on the floor. Harrigan's eyes are popping a foot when he gets back his voice and yells,
Grab that guy, boys. Grab him before he gets his hands on one of those rods. I've seen a 2, even a 3-gun man before. But so help me, this is the first time I ever see a 12-gun character. Hey, you, wake up. Wake up, hear me?
Deborah. Deborah, is that you?
And now back to the second act of the Damon Runyon Theater in our story, Tobias the Terrible.
So, that is that. Tobias Tweeny is picked up off the floor with 10 gendarmes grabbing parts of him. The next day, the newspapers are full of the capture of a guy they call 12-Gun Tweeny. The papers give it a big play, and Harrigan gives out a statement that says 12-Gun Tweeny is a bloodthirsty guy because he says nothing whatsoever, but only glares at them with a steely glint in his eyes. Although, of course, the reason Tobias stares at him is because he is too dumbfounded to think of anything to say. Well, I naturally expect that when Tobias figures this out, he will spill the whole business. And all the parties who are in Good Time Charlie's when he is arrested think the same way and go into retirement for a time. But it seems that when Tobias finally realizes what is the score, he is getting so much attention that it swells him all up, and he decides to go on being 12-gun Tweeny as long as he can, which is a nice break for all other parties concerned. So I sneak down to Judge Raskover's court the day Tobias is arraigned. The courtroom is packed with citizens eager to see this desperate character. The citizens are milling and pushing around, and there is much talk, which I hear as I push to the front.
Well, Bugsy had on him. He's probably responsible for several revolutions. Think of meeting him when he was in a bad youth.
Lieutenant Harrigan took a chance in nailing this character.
This guy'll get 20 years, maybe 50. They say he's a big guy, maybe close to 7 feet tall.
Well, I listen to all this and wonder what is going to happen when said citizens get a look at Tobias Tweeny. Then he is brought in.
There he comes. Don't stand too close.
Maybe he's still got a couple of guns they didn't find.
A dead hush falls when they see Tobias. Tobias is smaller than usual. He is some heads under the shortest citizen in the courtroom, and his rabbit face is quivering. But he stands there as proceedings go on as follows.
You will please rise.
In comes Judge Raskover, who takes his place on the bench.
Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
The judge adjusts his glasses and looks down and says,
Where is the prisoner?
This is Tobias Tweeny, Your Honor.
Where, Lieutenant Harrigan?
Here, Your Honor.
That is the prisoner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just a moment. I think my glasses are steamed up. And now, did you bring in the right prisoner?
This is Tobias Tweeny, Your Honor.
You mean to tell this court that this half portion is the desperate 12-gun Tweeny?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tweeny, are you Tobias Tweeny?
I'm 12-gun Tweeny.
Just a moment. Lieutenant Harrigan, come up here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you sure you found 12 guns on this man?
I did, sir.
Are the guns in this courtroom?
On the table, Your Honor.
Good. I wish to see just how he was carrying them. Please put them on him.
Yes, Your Honor. Mulligan, Schwartz, give me a hand.
Well, Harrigan and his boys puts the guns on Tweeny. In his side pockets, one in each hip pocket, one in his waistband, one in each pants pocket, and so forth, until finally Harrigan says to the judge,
That's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Tweeny.
Yes, Your Honor.
Step closer to the bench. I wish to see for myself just what kind of a villain you are.
Well, go on, Tweeny, step up. Tweeny, His Honor said step up.
Well, we stand there and watch Tweeny. He does not move. It is like he is rooted to the spot. And I figured that now he is scared and wishes he is back in Erasmus. And then, while we watch, he takes a step, and it is like he is pulling his foot out of a puddle of tar. And then... Now I see what happens. Tobias does not fall off the chair in Good Time Charlie's place. He is just naturally top-heavy from all the guns. And it is the same here. He is not able to walk under the load, and he topples forward on his face. While everybody is trying to get a look, a young doll rushes out of the crowd, and the scene is as follows.
Tobias, my darling.
Deborah.
Toby, darling, I love you. I did not realize this until we saw the New York papers in Erasmus.
Deborah, you love me.
Oh, Toby, you are wonderful. Kiss me, Toby.
Order! There will be order in this court, or I will clear it. Young lady, who are you?
I am his sweetheart. I love him.
So I see.
You may sentence him to prison, but I will be waiting for him when he gets out, even though it may be 6 months.
You live in Erasmus, young lady?
All my life.
And Mr. Tweeny, have you known him all your life?
Since we were children.
Mr. Tweeny.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long have you been in New York?
4 days.
4 days? All this trouble in only 4 days?
Yes, sir.
Young lady,
What does Mr. Tweeny do for a living in Erasmus?
He is a very good shoe salesman.
Quiet! Order in the court! I see. Mr. Tweeny, young lady, I should like to see both of you in my chambers immediately. And Lieutenant Harrigan?
Yes, Your Honor.
It would be very nice if you came along. We can then discuss the case of 12-gun Tweeny at some length.
Yes, sir.
Court's adjourned.
Well, Judge Rascover, being quite a slick codger, he has it all figured out. And it is figured out along the right lines, which makes Lieutenant Harrigan uncomfortable. And also some other characters whose names you know. They are forced to stay undercover. Well, Tobias Tweeny and Deborah Weems go back to Erasmus. And it is not until a month later that I hear the payoff, which I will tell you in a minute. Comes one night when I am sitting in Mindy's, partaking of a light snack, and Harry the horse and little Mitzi come in and sit alongside me, which makes me uncomfortable. Harry the horse looks at me for a minute and then speaks as follows.
Hello, Broadway.
Hello, Harry.
Hello, Broadway.
Hello, little Mitzi.
Broadway, we ought to be mad at you.
Harry is right, Broadway. Very mad.
Well, why?
It is like this. You bring that Tobias Tweeny around, and we are all in trouble when the thing is over.
It is not me who puts the guns on him.
No. But we are not mad at you.
I am happy about that, Mitzi.
You see, Broadway, we were at Good Time Charlie's that night having a peace meeting with Angie the Ox and his boys.
And we learned something very interesting.
Yeah.
Such as what?
Such as the fact that Angie the Ox and his boys are carrying guns which we agree not to carry, since this is a peace meeting.
Yes.
Well, I see, but your guns...
That is besides the point.
Yes.
Broadway, we now know who our friends are. It seems we cannot trust Angie the Ox and his boys.
Also, we are very mad at Tobias Tweeny, who is your friend.
I renounce him as such, starting now.
He is an ingrate. We make it possible for him to marry this doll Deborah, which he does.
We make it possible for him to have such a tough reputation that he is elected constable of Erasmus. We make it possible for him as constable to run Joe Trivett from the town.
So, we think maybe we are able to hide out in Erasmus until this blows over.
But he is an ingrate. We go to see him, and you know what happens?
Oh, no, I do not know. What?
He fines us $50 apiece for carrying concealed weapons.
And so ends the saga of Tobias the Terrible, another famous Damon Runyon story. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theater. The Damon Runyon Theater, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the stories are adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood.
You worked too hard, you ate too much, the cheesecake made you greedy. Let your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Ah, those Speedy Alka-Seltzer bubbles burst into action to relieve your upset stomach and aching head fast. Use only as directed. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick.
Whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will give no deadly drug to any, though it be asked.
The Story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. And now, for the first time, this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, a nerve center of medical progress where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Good morning, Dr. Kildare. Oh, my, you look tired.
Morning, Parker. I am tired. Dr. Gillespie in yet?
He's down in the clinic. Oh, that man.
Bad mood?
Bad? Oh, horrible.
Fine. Let's see now. Dr. Kildare speaks.
Hello. Is this Dr. James Kildare?
Yes? Who's this, please?
Jimmy, this is Angela. Angela Kester.
Angela Kester. Well, I didn't know you were in New York. When'd you get in?
Last night, flew in from Chicago. Jimmy, I must see you right away. It's important.
Well, I won't be off duty until
Jimmy,
tonight.
it's an emergency. I've got to see you now.
Hey, you do sound worried. What's the trouble?
Stephen, my husband. Jimmy, something terrible's going to happen. It's mine. He's sick.
Well, who's your doctor, Angela?
I haven't any doctor. Not anymore. Oh, please.
But, Angela, my work here at the hospital, I can't
Please,
possibly...
Jimmy. 612 East 73rd. Believe me, I'm afraid. I'm terribly afraid.
I don't understand, Angela. You're afraid of what?
He wants to kill me. I know it. Stephen wants to kill me.
Wait a minute,
You've
Angela.
got to believe me. Oh, please, hurry.
612 East 73rd. Is that right?
Yes, Jimmy.
All right, Angela. I'll be right out.
Kildare, what's the big hurry? You're not an intern anymore.
Rush call, Dr. Gillespie.
Rush call? Where?
East 73rd, old friends of mine. Lots of trouble.
Well, which is it? Not enough love or not enough money?
Might be either. She's afraid her husband's going to kill her.
So that's enough to keep a woman's mind off her housework.
Dr. Kildare.
Well, nosy Parker. Why do you keep on busting in here all the time?
Oh, Dr. Kildare.
Parker, if anyone wants me, I'll be at the home of Mrs. Angela Kester.
Oh, all right, Doctor, but just a moment.
Parker, I'm in a hurry.
But there's a man. He just came into the reception room. He wants to see you.
I'm sorry, Parker,
He
but
says his name is Kester, Stephen Kester.
That's the way it's been going with her, Doctor. Every week she gets a little worse.
I see.
5 years ago, Angela Kester is one of the finest concert pianists in this country. Today, she's nothing.
When did all this begin, Steve? I mean, when did she start blowing up in the middle of concerts?
Close to 5 years ago. A few months after we were married.
Did Angela show any abnormal behavior just before that first breakdown?
Oh, she was working awfully hard, practicing 16 hours a day sometimes. It was kind of strange, like something was pushing it, as though her success was a matter of life and death. It was almost as if she was possessed.
And it's still the same. The harder she works at her music, the more the obsession grows.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you said before there was a particular composition that she keeps on playing.
Yes. A Revolutionary Etude by Chopin. Every time she sits down to play. Sometimes she can go on for, half an hour without breaking. Beethoven, Liszt, Brahms. And she goes back to it.
Does that piece have any particular significance to Angela?
None that I know of. It was one of her father's favorites. He's dead now. He had great ideas about Angela's career.
I see. Now about this latest fixation of hers, this fear that you are going to murder.
It's the first time I've heard that one.
It was the first thing she told me on the phone.
She's really getting bad.
Yes. I think I'd better drop out to your place and see Angela for a few minutes. Come on, we'd better hurry.
Yeah, we can watch her here from behind these glass doors.
Is the nurse with her constantly?
Yes. I don't dare leave her alone.
She still plays beautifully.
Yes, I know. But wait. Wait, you'll see.
Steve, the doctors that have been handling Angela's case, what kind of treatments have they been giving her?
Oh, I think she's been through about all of them. 2 courses of insulin shock, 2 courses of electric shock. I don't know what else.
When did she have her last shock treatment?
Oh, about 6 months ago. They helped for a while, then she slips back into the same old condition. Listen. You hear? She's breaking up now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I see what you mean. It's almost as if something had taken hold of her, pushing her, twisting her body, some strange force.
Why can't I? Let me. They won't.
Steve, stay here. I'm going in.
All right.
Why can't I? Hands! They won't let me. I've got to. It must come out. Hands! Oh, stop, hands! Stop!
Angela.
Oh, Jimmy.
All right, Angela. It's all right. Nurse, I'm Dr. Kildare, Blair General.
Oh, yes, sir.
Are there any sedatives in the house?
Yes, doctor.
Grain and a half a second, all, please.
Yes, sir.
Jimmy, what's happening to me? My hand. Can anybody help me?
Yes, Angela. I'm going to help you. Don't be afraid.
Jimmy, my hands. And they won't let me. They're trapped. These notes on this paper, they've trapped my hands. My hands.
Then we'll set them free, Angela. Now, don't be afraid. I'm going to help you.
You?
Yes, Dr. Gillespie.
Ah, sit down, Jimmy. Sit down. Here, sit down. Cigarette?
Thanks, I could use one.
Yeah. I think it's high time somebody told you this.
What?
You've been going too hard. Ever since you got back to the hospital from the army.
Oh, now, let's not go over all that again.
And yes, we will too. Just because they appointed you a resident physician, that doesn't mean that you have to do all the work.
You know how short-handed we've been, how many patients we have.
Yeah, and you go on out and take on more. Look, Jimmy, you've just got so much energy to spend in one day, and that's all.
Now you're going to tell me I need a vacation.
That's exactly what you do need. Listen, Jimmy, you've been a doctor long enough to know you can't save all the lives in the world.
Sorry, Dr. Gillespie. I can't take the time off. Besides, I've got the research work on leukemia to do, and that paper for the medical institute.
And besides that, you'd hate to be away from that beautiful nurse, Mary Lamont. Huh? Go on, admit it.
Oh, your spies are working overtime.
They're always working overtime. You haven't dated Mary Lamont for 3 weeks. Now, that's a late bulletin. Why haven't you?
Oh, the Angela Kester thing, I guess. Takes a lot of time.
Well, why did you take the case in the first place? You don't have enough to do here, huh? You have to go out looking for work.
Doctor, until her mind got sick, Angela Kester was on her way to becoming one of the greatest concert pianists in the world. I'm convinced she can still be one of the greatest pianists in the world.
Yeah, well, that's How do you go about curing her?
I'm not sure yet.
What's your diagnosis?
She's suffering from a neurosis, obsessive compulsive, superimposed paranoid tendencies.
Well, I have to give you credit, Kildare. When you pick a bad one, you pick the worst. What are the symptoms?
Deep-seated compulsive complex is the first thing I noticed. See, Angela had one of those fathers who wants great things for his children, whether they want it or not. He was a second-rate pianist himself, but he was determined Angela would reach the top. I guess he impressed her with that as soon as she was old enough to understand.
Stupid parents.
Her father was a widower. He didn't have much money, but he spent every spare dollar he could get on piano lessons for Angela. Evidently, he made her realize how much he was sacrificing to make her a great artist.
It grew out of all proportion in her mind.
Right. And by the time she was 10 years old, she was afraid to be a failure. She had to make it. There was no other way out for her.
When did it first show on the surface?
5 years ago. Angela was about 22 at the time. The night before she was to sail for Europe for a concert tour, she had a recital at Carnegie Hall. She went to pieces.
Oh, too bad. You spotted the neurosis, all right. Obsessive compulsive. What about the paranoid tendencies?
They've just started showing up lately. She's developing all kinds of persecution complexes. And thinks the public's against her, thinks her husband's going to kill her.
Too bad. Dratted phone. Hello, Dr. Gillespie talking. Huh? Who? Yeah. Just a minute. Still there. You.
Hello? Yes. When? I'll be right over. That was Stephen Kester, Angela's husband.
Well?
Angela just shot herself.
The story of Dr. Kildare will continue in just a moment. The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, good afternoon. Children's Clinic, thank you. Blair General Hospital, good afternoon. Who? The New York Times. Well, I'm sorry. Mrs. Kester is still in surgery. No, sir, no report. Blair General Hospital, good afternoon. Dr. Gillespie's office? Thank you.
Dr. Gillespie's office, Nurse Parker. Mr. Willingham. Mr. Willingham. Oh.
Parker, what's that infernal babbling going on out there?
Oh, Mr. Willingham, call me back later.
I want my medical journal. Where have you hidden it?
It's right smack in the middle of your desk.
Then why didn't you say so? Always hiding things.
Oh.
By the way, what about those reprints I asked for? The ones on prefrontal lobotomy?
They're sending them up from the research library.
Well, tell them to hurry. Patient's dying.
Doctor, you don't have a patient.
Keep your nose out of my business. Now go on. Stop.
Dr. Gillespie's office.
Parker, this is Dr. Kildare. Just finished surgery.
Yes, Doctor.
Here's the report on Angela Kester that Dr. Gillespie asked for.
All right, Doctor, I'll take it.
Self-inflicted bullet wound on left side of chest. Bullet penetrated the chest cage. Small pneumothorax. No serious damage. Bullet lodged just beneath the skin under the left shoulder blade. Easily removed. Patient resting comfortably. Got it?
Yes, Doctor, thank you.
Now tell Dr. Gillespie I'm going over to Sullivan's for a bite to eat.
All right, Doctor. Your trap, Jimmy.
I heard every word.
Mary, where'd you come from?
Been following you for days.
How about coffee?
Wonderful. Let's go.
Sorry about the last few weeks, Mary. I hope you understand.
I'm getting used to it. But really, Jimmy, I've been talking to Dr. Gillespie. You've got to cut down on your work.
All right. I concede. Just as soon as Angela Kester gets well, I take a vacation.
Wonderful. She ought to be up and around in 10 days. Then you start your vacation?
Well, I don't mean the bullet wound. Her mind. She's suffering terribly.
Do you really think there's a chance of curing her?
I think there is, Mary. One chance.
But I thought they tried everything.
Everything but an operation.
I don't understand.
A prefrontal lobotomy. It's her only chance.
But it's so risky, isn't it, Jimmy? Are you sure it's her only chance?
It's the last resort, I know. That's all that's left for Angela now.
And if the operation fails?
It can't fail, Mary. I wish I could believe that. Come on, let's get that coffee.
Kildare, you're mad. A prefrontal lobotomy? You're just stark-staring mad.
Dr. Gillespie, you've been doing research on prefrontal lobotomies for the past 4 days. Now admit it.
You're getting worse than Nosy Parker.
So, what's your real opinion?
Oh, Jimmy, I don't know. It seems pretty risky to me, trying it on a girl like Angela Kester.
Actually, the prefrontal lobotomy has been successful with patients of Angela's type.
Sure. I know that. What are the odds?
You've always said a doctor makes his own odds.
That's the way I like to hear you talk.
Dr. Kildare.
Well, Nosy, don't save those precious words for posterity. Spit them out.
Oh, Dr. Kildare, Mr. Stephen Kester to see you.
Send him in, Parker.
The Kester girl's husband?
Yes. Steve, good to see you. Good to see you, Jim. How is she? Physically, good shape. A little restless, that's all. Oh, Dr. Gillespie, Stephen Kester.
How are you, Doctor? Jimmy, about this operation you mentioned on the phone.
Yes, that's why I called you down here, Steve. I think it'll cure Angela. But we've got to have your permission before we go ahead.
Well, I don't know. What's it going to involve?
I'll try to make it as brief as I can. Angela's mental trouble, her obsessions, her fears are centered in this part of the brain here, see? Just inside the upper part of the forehead. The frontal lobes, we call them.
But how could an operation cure that part of the brain?
It wouldn't. Our only concern now is to cure the whole brain by permanently isolating those frontal lobes from the rest of the brain.
How is that possible, Doctor?
Well, it's comparatively a simple operation, Kester. An opening is made in the skull just above the frontal lobes. We insert into the brain an instrument called a leucotome.
Mm-hmm.
With that instrument, we sever the white tissue which connects the frontal lobes to the rest of the brain. That's what we call a prefrontal lobotomy.
What are the risks? I mean, what could happen?
4 alternatives, Steve. It could make Angela a little better, or it could make her a little worse. It could cure her completely, or it could kill her.
Jimmy, what would happen to her if she didn't have the operation?
We couldn't try any more shock treatments. She's already had the maximum. Her system wouldn't take it.
And without treatment, Kester, more suicide attempts, deterioration, until she's hopelessly insane. The operation's a last resort. You'll have to make the decision.
You recommend it, Jimmy?
I recommend it.
Kildare?
Jimmy, operate.
You ready now, Jimmy?
Yes. Say a prayer, will you, Doctor?
Scared?
Yep.
So am I. Let's go.
Dr. Long, is the patient ready?
She's anesthetized. I've given her sodium pentothal.
Is it all right to proceed?
Yes, Doctor.
All right, Jimmy.
Scalpel. Sponge. Hemostats. Silver clips.
How's that wound, Kildare?
Bleeding's controlled. Wound's dry. Nurse,
Yes, Doctor.
retractor. Periosteal elevator. Dr. Long,
Yes, Doctor.
ready to proceed with the osteotomy. Her condition still good?
Blood pressure down, 90/68. Pulse, 88. Respiration, 24.
Miss Lamont,
Yes, Doctor.
Trephine. Have the water syringe ready. Forceps.
Good work, Jimmy.
Nurse, careful with the skull disc. Keep it moist.
Yes, Doctor.
Scalpel for dural incision. Eyes. Quickly.
Yes, Doctor.
Dr. Long, how's her condition?
Blood pressure was down, 90/68. Supplementing saline solution with blood. Pulse, 90. Respiration, 26. Blood pressure rising.
Ready to proceed with the lobotomy.
All right to proceed, Doctor.
Nurse,
Yes, Doctor.
the leucotome. Ready with the Lipiodol syringe.
Ready, Doctor.
Localized perfectly. Easy. Got to go slow. Sponge.
Yes, Doctor.
Very little bleeding. Fine work, Jimmy.
Fine instrument. Nurse ready to close the wound. Number 60 silk for the dura. Skull disc. Good. Well moistened. Skin sutures.
Yes, Doctor.
Sterile dressings. Everything all right, Dr. Long?
Condition's good.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Good work, Kildare.
Jimmy, you've done yourself proud.
You better wait and see, Dr. Gillespie.
Jimmy, how long will it be before we know?
Oh, I estimate about 3 days in Angela's case. Might know definitely by then.
You mean if she's cured or if...
If she isn't cured, Mary. If she has to live out the rest of her life a hopeless lunatic. I might be pushing things, Steve. Might be too soon to tell definitely.
Jimmy, I've got to know. One way or the other.
It's only been 3 days, Steve. In a case like Angela's, it could be months before we know, for sure. It could be complications.
Jimmy, I've got to know now. I've got to.
All right, Steve. Here we are. You all set?
Yeah, I'm all set.
You just woke up. Now go over to the bed, Steve. Let her see you.
All right. Angela.
Who is it? Don't touch me.
Hmm?
Get away. Get away from me.
Angela.
Don't. Get away.
Angela, it's Stephen, your husband. Stephen.
Steve?
Angela, look at me.
Stephen. Stephen.
Angela. You're all right. Angela, you're cured. Jimmy, she is cured.
She'll tell you, Steve.
Look, my hands. My hands. They're free, Steve. My hands are free.
Jimmy?
That's right, Steve. Patient cured. Case closed.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare.
Story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Actually, it was quite soon to have the permanent results of the lobotomy operation. Some cases take a good deal longer.
Kildare, this shop talk's boring me. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go over and heckle Dr. Carew. I think he's trying to impress something.
It's lucky Angela decided to make this party formal. First time I've ever seen Dr. Gillespie in a tuxedo.
Probably the last. Oh, look, Angela's sitting down at the piano.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Jimmy.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yes, Jimmy. You made it that way.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Dr. Kildare is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of East Side, West Side, starring Barbara Stanwyck, James Mason, Van Heflin, and Ava Gardner. The program was written by James Edward Moser and directed by William P. Russo. Original music composed and conducted by Walter Schumann.
Yes, sir. Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties.
It's good to know that champions are made, not born. Gives us all a chance. For instance, let's go back to 1943 and listen to the story of champion Mickey Mantle of the New York Yankees. Mickey worked hard to learn the game. As he got on his way to fame, he practiced batting, learned to throw. And Mickey knew what champions know. Wheaties for breakfast, away you go. No wonder Mickey's got all that steam. Mantle and Wheaties, they're still a team. Why, Mickey Mantle grew up on Wheaties, been eating them since he was 12. So good for a guy. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Come on, Mickey, belt that ball.
He's on his way, on his way. He's on his way, on his way. Get on your way with Wheaties. 'Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties. Breakfast of champions.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
My name is Romance. I'm the dream you carry in the heart of your youth. I'm all the stories told down the ages in the name of love. I'm one with each of you, part of the lover in all of you. I am Romance. Tonight I bring you the story of Mrs. Moonlight, Sarah Moonlight, a strange and lovely lady who is portrayed for us tonight by the distinguished Broadway star, Miss Julie Hayden. Men don't often understand this, but sometimes a woman is afraid to grow old. She's afraid because someone has told her that she's lovely, and she begins to think, will he love me less as the years pass, and I'm no longer young? Years ago, Tom Moonlight used to say that Mrs. Moonlight had the brightest eyes and the smallest waist and the most beautiful hair he'd ever seen. She loved to hear him say it because she loved Tom Moonlight. And because she loved him so, she was truly afraid to grow old. That's why she did the thing she did. And afterward, she wouldn't face it until one birthday when she had to face it. Tom and her sister Edith were with her. Poor Edith. She had always been in love with Mr. Moonlight. But she'd brought Mrs. Moonlight a shawl for her birthday gift.
A shawl. Oh, how lovely.
You don't like it, do you? I was afraid you wouldn't.
Oh, I do like it, Edith. I think it's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
I can see a thing when it's plain before my nose. You don't like it, Sarah, because you think shawls are for old people.
Oh, Edith, that's not so.
Well, middle-aged people. But if you don't look middle-aged yourself, at least you're a mother and a married woman.
I should hope so.
And married to a middle-aged man.
I'm barely over 40.
44 is more than half of 80. And who knows that you won't die at 60?
Oh, Tom.
And just tell me this. Did Sarah look a day younger at 21 or 20 or 19 than she does today?
Well, no. But is that a crime?
I didn't say so.
Do you think so?
It's hardly my business.
Do you think so, Edith?
No, I don't think it's a crime. It's just bad taste.
Is it my fault if I don't seem to change much?
Whose fault would it be if not yours?
Oh, Edith, I can't help how I look. Dressing older doesn't seem to help. If there were a reason that I couldn't help, it wouldn't be bad taste then, would it?
It's just so odd, that's all. Isn't that a new dress, Sarah?
Yes, Tom gave it to me this morning. Isn't it lovely? Pink's always been my favorite color. Mr. Moonlight picked it all by himself.
It's not too bad. It's really not too bad at all. Sometimes I amaze myself.
It is pretty. What jewelry will you wear?
What shall I wear, Tom? My crystals?
We'd want something with a touch of blue.
Blue? I don't think I have anything blue.
Yes, you have, my dear. The, what do you call it? You know, you haven't worn it for years. The dreard.
No.
Why, darling.
No.
What in the world is the dreard?
Oh, it's a necklace made of turquoise. It's very pretty and very, very old. And it belonged to Minnie. It was in her family for centuries, and she gave it to me for a wedding present.
Why not wear that?
No.
But, darling, it's just the right color. It would look wonderful.
I'm sorry, Tom. I don't care for the dreard. I don't think it looks very well on me.
But you used to like it when we
But
were first married.
I don't like it now. Yes?
The baby is crying. Isn't anybody going up to see her before church?
I'd like to go up and see Baby Jane for a moment. May I, Sarah?
Of course.
Come along, then. Come along.
Tom, you should be very nice to Edith.
Well, I am, aren't I?
Yes.
Why?
You see, she's in love with you.
Rubbish.
It's true.
I don't believe it.
Then you're very unobservant.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Perhaps she does like me and respect me. But I don't think any more than most women.
Then perhaps they're all in love with you, Mr. Moonlight. Except me.
You? Why, you adore me.
I don't.
Mrs. Moonlight, you worship me.
Mr. Moonlight, I don't.
Then just why did you marry me?
Pity, Mr. Moonlight.
Self-pity, madam, is a disgusting trait.
Is that so? Well, then, I guess I'll just have to confess. It was my name. Any girl with the name of Sarah Jones would make enormous sacrifices to be called Sarah Moonlight.
Sarah Moonlight. There's something I've been meaning to tell you.
Yes, Mr. Moonlight?
You've made me very happy. Funny. I probably told you I loved you far more times when I was 25. And yet I love you much more now. I wouldn't have believed that was possible.
Oh, Tom. Tom.
Well, don't cry about it.
It's only that I love you so much, and I'm afraid.
Afraid?
That
Of what?
It might end.
Not a chance. You aren't going to get away from Baby Jane and me. You're ours legally, you know. We can take it right into court if necessary. Oh, Sarah, the best years are still ahead of us. The years when we'll grow old together.
Tom, suppose someone should be born who never did grow any older. I mean, after a certain age. At least who never looked any older. What would happen?
She'd probably make a fortune in a freak show.
Tom, be serious. What do you think would happen? What would you think of a person like that?
Me? I've told you. I'd think she was a freak.
Oh, she would be very lonely, wouldn't she? No man would love a freak.
No decent, normal man. Mrs. Moonlight, you look older in time.
You want me to look older?
Why, of course. There's quite enough that's miraculous about my wife without perennial youth.
It sounds silly when I talk to you about it, but not when I'm alone. It's like a nightmare that's always there. You see, it's growing stronger, not weaker. I don't know what's going to happen.
Silly Mrs. Moonlight.
Tom, whatever happened, you'll always believe that I loved you. Won't you?
Nothing's going to happen. In the morning, you'll look 35 and hate it.
Your baby wants to see you before you go to church, Mr. Moonlight.
All right. Be back in a moment, dear.
Minnie, I don't know what will become of me. I'm never going to look any older.
Nonsense.
It's true, I know it. I suppose I've really known it for some time. It was your necklace, Minnie.
Oh, that old piece of trash.
Remember the legend? One wish to every owner.
Why will you upset yourself over that fally deedle?
I wished, Minnie. It was just before Jane was born, and I used to wear your necklace always. I was afraid that when Jane was born, I might not look so pretty, and Tom might love me less. So I wished and wished that I might never look any older. I wished and wished. Now it's happened, and I'm a kind of freak.
Oh, do not torment yourself. It's not true. And if it is, think how lucky you are to be your own pretty self always.
Minnie, if ever you should get a letter from me, ever, do you hear?
Oh, no.
Everything in it you must treat as sacred. Not a soul must see it but you.
And what would be in it?
I don't know just now. I'd like to feel that I could write to someone.
It's time to start for church, Sarah.
I don't think I'll go this morning, Tom. I have a headache.
A headache, did you say? You were up too late last night, Sarah.
Maybe I should stay home, too. Keep you company.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Moonlight. Never let it be said of me that any headache of mine stood between you and your slender chances of salvation.
That's a trifle flippant, Sarah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Edith. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Moonlight. May I kiss you goodbye?
I'm only going to church, my dear. It's only an hour.
It seems longer. Goodbye, Mr. Moonlight. Goodbye.
It was 17 years. 17 years before Sarah Moonlight, young as ever, saw Tom Moonlight again. When they came back from church that day, she was gone. She left a note that said she was going to kill herself and it would be no use to hunt for her. But she went to Italy and France and Austria and other places. And then, after 17 years, she found a way to come back for a visit. By that time, Tom and Edith were married, and Jane was grown up enough to receive suitors. Mrs. Moonlight pretended she was a cousin of Jane's own age. She stayed 3 weeks. A sad, wonderful, beautiful, heartbreaking 3 weeks. On the last day, she had a chat with Minnie.
You've packed everything, Minnie?
Of course I have. Doesn't your train go at 3:20?
Yes, I'm afraid of this.
You
afraid of this? I'm afraid of this.
You will come again?
After another 20 years.
Stuff and nonsense. Long before.
Oh, no, Minnie. What's the use?
To see us all.
To see you all growing old without me. To feel left behind.
There is no leaving behind. You are older in yourself, too.
Yes, in myself. That's one of my little troubles.
And who is this new music master you're off to meet in Paris?
A man who's going to arrange some concerts for me.
You shouldn't have to work.
It keeps me busy.
Why ever did you go? Why did you?
I told you in my letter. I wanted to hide so that no one would suffer through me. All right, it was madness, hysteria, panic, but look at me. Look at me now. Do I look as old as my own daughter?
No. Have you friends?
I have cousins. They all know about me, and they're very kind. It was Maud's idea to write to Tom and Edith and say I was her daughter Joy and ask them to let me visit. I've missed you, Minnie. I wish you could come with me.
No, my place is here. That Tom Moonlight would be in a pretty way without me.
That Tom Moonlight.
Oh, here you are, Joy. I've been looking everywhere for you.
I haven't been far.
I'd like to speak to you a moment privately before you go. Will you leave us, please, Minnie, dear?
I suppose I will.
What is it, Jane?
Well, it's about Willie Ragg. I want you to help me, Joy. We want to get married, and Father doesn't think he's the right person for me. So I thought if you were to speak to him, it's obvious that he's mad about you.
Oh, Jane.
Well, it's true. He talks about you all the time. He says you remind him of my mother. And that's about the nicest compliment my father could pay any woman.
I'm sure I thank him very much for it.
So would you please tell him before you go what you think of Willie?
Are you sure you'd like me to?
Oh, very sure.
But, Jane, my dear, you see, what I think of Willie is really very much what Uncle Tom thinks of Willie.
Joy.
I'm so sorry, my dear. You want me to tell the truth, don't you?
Yes, but I thought you'd understand. Can't you see what Willie really is?
I'm afraid I can, my dear. I've been worried that you wouldn't. Now, Percy Middling.
Percy Middling? He's impossible. He's a drip of the first water.
Percy has some very solid qualities. He'd make a good husband.
Yes, but not for me. I'm sorry I bothered you, Joy.
Oh.
I thought you'd be on my side.
My dear, I am.
That's what Edith always says. But middle-aged people have forgotten what it's like to be in love.
Not always, Jane. I haven't forgotten.
No, you're not old enough to have forgotten yet. One of these days you'll be falling in love, too, though, and then you'll know how I feel.
I've disappointed you. I'm sorry.
Oh, skip it. It's all right. I just thought you'd understand.
May I come in, ladies?
Oh, Willie, of course. I'm so glad you're here.
My nice little Jane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ragg. You're only just in time to see me. I'm off in half an hour, you know.
What a shame. I've come to regard you, Miss Joy, during the last 3 weeks as an essential corner of a very happy triangle.
Why, yes. In fact, I don't know what our engagement would have been without you.
3 is not usually regarded as the ideal number for an engagement. But I shall miss you both. I feel very sorry for myself in Paris.
I'd love to go to Paris.
It's a lonely city.
Miss Jane, your father wants you in the library right away. That Percy Middling is with him.
All right, Minnie. Excuse me.
Well, may I sit beside you?
Why not, Mr. Ragg?
Until you call me Willie, I'm going to feel very ill at ease with you. Unless you're afraid to.
I'm never afraid. Willie?
Then, in that case...
Oh. Why did you kiss me?
You'll never make me say I'm sorry.
What a shame that I'm leaving today.
You're not going to get away from me now. I'll follow you.
To Paris? Paris is a very big place.
Where will you be?
I don't promise to see you if you come.
The address, tell me.
84 Rue d'Alger.
84 Rue d'Alger. Now, I won't be able to come before...
Percy's come to say goodbye to Joy.
That's right. Shake hands with the lady, Percy.
I was going to.
It was kind of you to come.
Oh, not at all. It's been a great pleasure having you here. I wish you could stay a bit. We're going to have lots of excitement. A ball, a horse show.
Well, that reminds me, Jane. I'm terribly sorry and so on, but I'm going out of town for a few days. I won't be able to take you and your mother to the horse show after all.
Oh, Willie.
I can't get out of it. You see, it's business.
But you haven't any business.
Isn't it a coincidence that Mr. Ragg has to go to Paris, too?
Paris? Willie? For business?
Why, yes, dear. After all, people do business in Paris.
I see.
Now then, what would you like me to bring you back as a surprise?
Nothing, Willie. I don't think I like surprises.
Well, we'll see. Goodbye, Percy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Jane. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Jane, come and sit here by me.
No. Percy, will you do something for me?
Of course I will, Jane.
You know where Willie lives.
Yes.
Then will you take him this ring, please?
Of course. I'll be only too glad, but...
Percy, do you still want to marry me?
Of course I do, Jane. Very much, but...
Then you may ask Willie to congratulate you.
Jane, I don't understand.
Never mind. Don't try to understand now. Just go and do what I ask.
But, Jane...
Will you please go?
Yes. Yes, of course, dear.
There, my darling. Don't you care. Don't you care. He's not worth it.
Don't touch me. How dare you? He isn't worth it, is he? But you wanted him, didn't you?
Oh, Jane.
Don't talk to me. I hate you. Do you hear? I hate you.
Jane, dear. What on earth are you saying?
Yes, surely that's no way to talk to your cousin.
Why did she have to come here?
Cousin?
Why did she have to come here and ruin my life?
What are you talking about?
I've just broken my engagement, and I'm going to marry Percy. Now are you all satisfied? She wanted Willie, and she's got him. I shall be unhappy all my life.
Now, darling, come along. You're going to lie down and have a nice rest. Come along with me now. Come along.
Are you disgusted with me, Uncle Tom?
My child, I don't even know the facts.
Jane told you fairly. I've stolen her young man. He was coming to Paris to see me.
I never would have thought it of you.
I did it so she'd give him up. I didn't want him. I'd rather have Jane's love than his.
Then why did you do it?
You were against the marriage?
Yes, certainly I was. I thought they would never be happy.
So did I.
Really, my dear, I'm her father.
Yes, you're her father. I made up the address I gave him.
Why should you, a distant cousin, go to all this elaborate trouble for us?
Don't ask me any more questions, please.
Very well, my dear.
When Jane's over this, will you tell her what I've told you?
Of course I will.
Tell me, are you very happy, Mr. Moonlight?
Strange. You said my name just the way Mrs. Moonlight used to say it.
You must have loved her very much.
Mrs. Moonlight was the beginning and the end of all love for me.
What was she like?
Very much like you. Very lovely.
And you've never forgotten her?
No. There's some things you never forget. There's some things that only come once.
Mr. Moonlight, may I kiss you goodbye?
Of course, my dear.
Goodbye, Mr. Moonlight. Goodbye.
Mrs. Moonlight, wait. Mrs. Moonlight.
17 years between the first parting and the first meeting. 30 years before the second meeting. Mrs. Moonlight hadn't meant ever to see them again, but she went back to London and somehow she couldn't stay away from the house. By now, Jane and Percy had a son, Peter Midling, who was always going in and out, and Mrs. Moonlight liked to stand outside and watch him. He was tall and handsome, much as Mr. Moonlight had been so long ago. And one day, she couldn't help it herself. She went into the house, and Jane and she stood face to face once more.
I'm sorry to intrude on you like this.
Come over and sit by the fire. You must be cold.
Thank you. Are you Peter's mother?
Yes, I am. How did you know?
I just know somehow. Is that why you're staring at me so?
No. It's just that you remind me of someone I knew long ago. My cousin Joy. But of course it's only a resemblance. You couldn't be.
Of course. Where's your father?
He's upstairs.
May I see him?
No, I'm afraid not. You see, he's very old. He'd be asleep now. We have to take great care of him.
Is he well?
He's very feeble. The doctor isn't very pleased with him. His memory's gone. He really doesn't recognize people. He hasn't recognized any of us for months.
Poor Mr. Moonlight.
Is there anyone in here? It's very dark. It's dark?
Oh, Father, you shouldn't have come down.
Hush. Let me speak to him, please. Mr. Moonlight.
Oh, Mrs. Moonlight. I've been asleep. I've had a good nap.
Yes, dear. I know.
Has Edith gone?
Edith? Yes, dear. She's gone.
Good. I'm worried about Edith. Worried about what you told me this morning. Oh, here, my dear, sit down beside me. I've been thinking it over, and I believe you're right. Edith is in love with me.
Of course she is, darling. We all are.
Including you, huh? This morning you had a very different story. Then it was except you.
Was it, Mr. Moonlight? Perhaps I've grown older since then.
Have you indeed? Well, I'll tell you a secret. I never believed you. You love me very much indeed.
Clever, Mr. Moonlight.
Am I right?
Of course you're right, my darling.
Hi, Mom. Hello, Grandfather. Say, who's the lady?
Why, this is my wife, young man. Who do you think it is?
Your wife? But, Grandpa, why should you think it's your wife?
Heavens, oughtn't I to know my own wife? Who are you, anyway?
I'm Peter, sir, your grandson.
Grandson? Huh. I don't know you, sir, and I don't much want to.
But I think your wife's very pretty, Grandpa.
Do you, Mr. Peter? And she is, too. That's what they all say. And what's more, she doesn't alter. Do you know that? She doesn't alter. Doesn't alter. Now, what's that bit about altering? She's worried about that. There's something about altering. I don't like that a bit. I've forgotten.
What's your wife's name, Grandpa?
She's called Sarah. Sarah Jones before she met me. I'll tell you something if you want to know. She used to say that's why she married me. Couldn't stand Sarah Jones at any price. Do you know, Mrs. Moonlight, I'm a very lucky man. And a very happy man.
So am I, Mr. Moonlight.
I think I shall go up to bed. I'm feeling tired and sleepy. Minnie was turning it down when I came down to see you. Are you coming up now?
No, dear. Not just yet. But I won't wake you.
Good night, Mrs. Moonlight.
Good night, Mr. Moonlight.
Why is she staying up there so long? And what's she doing here anyhow?
I don't know. She just seems to belong here, as if she knew us all. I wonder if I should go up. Minnie said he was asking to see her and no one else. I do hope nothing's wrong. Minnie, what is it?
Here. Sit down. Here, Mrs. Moonlight.
Minnie?
She's dead, is she?
Oh, Minnie.
She was with him. He was in her arms.
Oh, how sad.
It's all right. I'm all right. Quite all right. I'm not unhappy. It was really very, very beautiful. It would be wicked to be unhappy. I'm only very tired. I wonder why I'm so tired. He just said to me, I love you, Mrs. Moonlight, very, very dearly. He just said that. And he looked happy, too. Jane. Where's Jane?
Here I am.
Where's your hand?
Here.
I'm so pleased with you, Jane. And I've always liked your nice, pursy middling. You've done well together, haven't you? A nice boy and a nice home. I love you, Mrs. Moonlight, very, very dearly. Peter, are you listening?
Of course I am. What is it?
Peter, I want you always to be a very good boy. You are now, aren't you?
I don't know.
I know. You're a good boy. Any grandmother would be glad of you. You're the image of Mr. Moonlight. You'll make some girl very happy. Oh, I'm so tired. I love you, Mrs. Moonlight. Very, very dearly. Oh, Jane. Do I look happy?
Very happy, dear. Are you?
So happy. But it's funny to be so tired. Why, hello, Mr. Moonlight. You know all about me now, don't you? It doesn't have to be a secret anymore. Now, Lord, lettest thou thy servant depart in peace. For mine eyes have seen the glory of... May I take your arm, Mr. Moonlight?
The curtain has fallen on Mrs. Moonlight, but though the play is over, I do not leave you. I linger in your memory to return next week to quicken your hearts with another great love story. The play that shall speak for me then is Wild Oranges, a tale of romance and adventure by one of the great storytellers of our generation, Joseph Hergesheimer. Till then, till curtain time next week, I wish you love and happiness. My name is Romance.
You've been listening to Romance, a series of programs produced by Columbia to bring you the great romantic plays and love stories of all time. The play tonight was Mrs. Moonlight by Ben W. Levy, adapted for radio by Gene Holloway, with script supervision by Albert Perkins. The play was directed by Marx Loeb, and the music was conducted by Charles Paul. The part of Mrs. Moonlight was played by Julie Hayden, and Mr. Moonlight by Ted Osborne. Listen next week at a new time, 11:30 p.m. Eastern War Time, when we will bring you our next great romance, Wild Oranges. Remember, beginning next Monday, Romance will be heard at a new time, 11:30 p.m. Eastern War Time, over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Every one of you undoubtedly has a headache or pain remedy that you swear by. But haven't you noticed that on some occasions it fails you? That there are times it does not seem to work? On these occasions, let me suggest that you try Anacin, for here is a remedy that I'm sure won't fail you. You'll find the fastest and most complete relief in Anacin you have ever experienced. The reason is simple. Anacin contains not one pain-soothing agent alone, but 4. One of which is in all probability the remedy you now customarily take to relieve pain. You can get Anacin at your druggist for a few cents. Your money back if you're not pleased. I'll spell the name. Anacin.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Hello there. This is the family doctor. Just you keep away from hornets after this.
Don't you worry none about that, Doc. I sure will.
Yep. Just make sure they're honeybees instead of hornets.
Thank you, Doc. This here mud you slapped on my face and hands sure seems to help a heap.
You drop round tomorrow afternoon about 4:30, Hank, and we'll have another look at you.
Well, so long, Doc. How much obliged? Hello there, Mattie.
Good morning, Mr. Hazen. Good morning, Dr. Adams.
Morning, Mattie. You next, are you?
Well, I think I am. I should be. I've been waiting long enough.
Well, come on in. Sit down in that big chair. Hank Hazen's had a little trouble with his bees. He don't see as good as he used to.
Appears to me as how he'd see better if he weren't so vain. Verily, every man at his best state is altogether vanity. Sila, that's what the good book says.
It does, eh? Doesn't say nothing about the women, eh?
Not in that passage, it don't.
Vain, eh? How do you figure out that Hank's vain, Matty?
Well, he won't wear them spectacles, the gold-rimmed ones that you sent away for him, fur. Says folks will think he's getting decrepit. Why, it's getting so he can't even read the court records he read.
You and Hank had another falling out?
Well, what did we have? That's our business, ain't it? And nobody else's.
Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely correct. Well, Matty, what's the trouble this time?
Oh, Dr. Adams, that misery's come back in my neck and shoulder again.
It has, eh? What you been eating?
Just what you told me. Half a lemon and hot water in the morning, an apple and some celery at noon, and meat and potatoes just once a day. That's all, and nothing more.
Nothing more?
Well, I did go to the sociable last Wednesday.
What'd you eat there?
Well, of course, I had to enter into the festivities, like.
Oh, yes,
and,
of course.
Well, they had some of Mrs. Phillips's lamb and curry.
Uh-huh.
And some of Mrs. Rankin's splendid watermelon pickle.
Uh-huh.
And some of Mrs. Mason's fresh homemade strawberry ice cream. And, of course, I took one of my angel food cakes with the boiled ice, and you know, Dr. Adams, the kind you like so well.
Yeah, I know. But you see, Matty, I don't have any misery in my neck and shoulder.
No,
Matty Clark, that's the trouble with you and people like you. You get something the matter with you, then you expect the doctor to fix you up all by himself. Gosh, Jeff Friday. He can't do it, Matty. Why, the human system just like that automobile of mine sitting out there in Maple Street. I've been driving that automobile for 6 years, and it's as good today as it was the day I bought it. Why? Because I don't go out and put a lot of coal oil and ether in the gas tank. Just 'cause I think it'll be entering into the festivities like.
Now,
no, sorry, Bob. And you can't do it with the human system, neither.
Oh.
Well, I'll give you some of these pellets, and then you stop into the drugstore on your way home and get Pete May to give you some more of that same liniment. And then, Matty Clark, you see that you stay with that diet list I gave you.
Well, all right, Dr. Adams, but Oh, look.
What's the matter?
There she comes.
Who?
Judge Sam Weenser's girl, Faith.
Well, what's so startling about that?
Dr. Adams, ain't you heard?
No, can't say they have.
Why, it's all over town. It swept Cedarton just like the gales of Galilee.
Matty Clark, what are you talking about?
Well, you know Faith Windsor's the treasurer of a Sunday school class, the daughters of Naomi.
Yes, I heard about that.
Well, they were all getting ready for the class picnic next Saturday up to Miller's Lake. And what do you think?
I can't.
The money's disappeared.
What?
Yes. All the class funds has just been swept off the face of the earth, so to speak. And I ain't one to carry tales.
Oh, of course not.
But just at the same time, Faith Windsor came out with a brand new pink organdy. She wore it to the sociable last Wednesday.
Well, hasn't Sam Windsor enough money to buy his daughter a new dress if he wants to?
No, of course, if he wants to.
Stuff Friday, Matty Clark, what are you trying to say?
Well, I ain't one to...
Are you trying to say that little Faith Windsor stole that money?
Of course, I don't know that she did, but it looks a mighty suspicious to me. She had the money to her house, didn't she? The money disappeared from the face of the earth, didn't it? And then she comes out with a new organdy.
It isn't true. You're lying, Miss Clark, and you know it.
Now, Faith.
Well, it's you that started all this terrible talk about me, and not one bit of it's true. Do you hear? Not one bit of it. You know I didn't steal that money, but you've got everybody in Cedarton thinking I did, and someday I'm going to prove I didn't do it. And then you'll see what I did.
Well, I never. What's this younger generation coming to, talking to the elders like we was dumb animals? Well, I think I'd better be getting down to the drugstore. I don't want to delay putting on that liniment.
Here's your pellets, Matty.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you, Dr. Adams. I most forgot them. Well, good day, Dr. Adams.
Good day, Matty. I hope your misery is better. The one in your neck and shoulders, I mean.
Thank you kindly. Good day.
Not one to carry tales. Gosh, to Friday.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, hello, Judge Windsor.
Going into the drugstore?
Yep, I have to give Pete May some instructions about a prescription.
Well, come in with me. I'll buy you a root beer.
All right. Don't mind if I do. 'Tis might hot.
Go ahead. I'm right with you.
Hi, Doc. Morning, Judge
Windsor.
Windsor.
Hello, Pete.
Well, what'll it be, gent?
Well, I've decided to go hog wild and spend a nickel on Doc Adams. 2 root beers, Pete.
2 root beers, right.
You haven't seen your daughter lately in the last hour or so, have you, Sam?
Faith? No. Why?
Well, she was coming over for pennyroyal, I think. She and the daughters of Naomi was to have a picnic next Saturday, I understand, and said something about the mosquitoes being pretty bad right now at Miller's Lake.
Oh? Well, no, I haven't seen her.
There you are, gents. Ice cold and a nickel a glass.
Thanks, Pete. Well, Doc, here's how.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
You wanting anything else, Judge? My telephone's ringing.
No, that's all for now, Pete. Here's your dime.
Thanks.
The girls ought to have a fine time on their shindig. Beautiful place, Miller's Lake. Beautiful. Been thinking about buying some property up there. Think it'll double in value in the next 5 years.
Oh, Judge, it's for you, Mrs. Windsor.
Oh, thanks, Pete. You're right, back, Doc. It's my wife. Probably forgot to tell me to bring home a watermelon.
You been busy lately, Doc?
Hello?
Oh, no.
What?
People in Cedarton are all pretty healthy.
Too healthy for you and me, eh, Doc? Oh, of course, I didn't mean that.
I'll bring your wife with me. Hey, Doc. Doc, you've got to come up to the house with me right away.
Oh, what's the matter?
Faith, she's very sick all of a sudden. Come on, Doc. We'll go in my car. It's right around the corner.
Oh, good morning, Judge Windsor.
Morning. Come on, Doc. Please, hurry.
Morning, Pete. What's the trouble up the Windsors?
Well, now, that's too bad.
What is it, Pete? What is it?
Why, Mrs. Windsor just phoned the judge and told him Faith's awful sick. Got sick all of a sudden, she said.
Faith sick? Oh, well, all of a sudden? Well, I wonder what could be the trouble.
There. Now, that mustard and water and that white of egg did the trick. Now, you'll be all right, Faith.
Faith, honey. Your mother found it.
What?
Your mother found the money.
She did? Oh, I'm glad.
There now, Faith. Now, you're going to be all right.
Sure she is. As right as right. And she's going to have the best time on that picnic that any girl's ever had anywhere.
You don't mind telling where Mrs. Windsor found the money, do you, Sam?
No, I don't mind. Young Sam Jr. took it.
Sammy? Why?
He was just playing a prank on you, Faith. Just like a younger brother, he and some of the other boys decided it would be fun to hide those funds. So Faith and the girls couldn't go to their picnic.
Oh, I see.
And then, when they found out what people around town were saying about Faith, they were scared to give it back. But just as soon as I can get around to it, I've got a prank I'm going to play on him with a hairbrush. Yes, sir.
Well, Faith, I'll drop around again this evening just to see how you're getting along. To fix you up so as you can eat anything you want to on that picnic Saturday.
Thank you, Dr. Adams.
Can you find your way out by yourself, Doc?
Oh, yes. After 18 years of coming around here, I should. Well, goodbye
right.
now. See you later.
Oh, well, we meet again, Dr. Adams.
Oh, yes, Maddie. We meet again. Small world.
Dr. Adams, I heard that Faith was ailing.
Yeah, she was. She'll be all right now.
Anything serious?
Well, might have been. She ate some rat poison.
Rat poison?
Yep. She felt so bad about the gossip that was going on around town. You know, about the money.
Oh, yes, the money.
They found it, though.
They did? Where was it?
Young Sammy had it hid just as a joke.
Oh, well, I'm so glad they found it. I'm glad, too, that Faith's feeling better.
Yeah. If you don't mind my saying so, Mattie, I think you should be glad.
Well, after all, Dr. Adams, I was just trying to do my duty as I saw it.
Duty?
After all, the scripture says, thou shalt not steal.
Oh, I see. Yes, that's the 8th commandment, if I remember rightly.
Yes, the 8th commandment.
Let me see. Do you recollect the 9th commandment, Mattie? I just don't seem to recall it for the minute.
The 9th? What? Oh, yes, I remember it. It says, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Oh, yes, that's right. false witness.
Oh, Dr. Adams, I'm so sorry.
Are you, Mattie? That's good.
Doctor, I ain't never going to talk about anybody in Cedarton again. Never.
I'm pretty sure you won't, Mattie. And say, you'd best get on home now and put some of that liniment on your misery.
Yes, Doctor.
The one in your neck and shoulder, I mean. I guess the other one will disappear of its own accord. Doctor.
May's Drugstore. Yeah, this is Pete May. Oh, hello there, Miss Adams. Yeah, he's here. Just came in. Doc Adams, your wife's on the phone for you.
Oh, thanks, Pete. Yeah. Hello, Lou. No, I won't forget. I've got a note in my medicine bag, one in my small change pocket, and one inside my hat. All right, dear. I won't forget. Goodbye. Mrs. Adams thinks I'll always forget everything she asks me to do for her. Of course, I do. Just once in a while when I have something on my mind, like an operation or something like that. But wait a minute. Now, what was it she wanted this time? Let me see. Where's that note I left in my hat?
What hat, Doc?
Huh? What? Well, gosh to Friday. I must have left it over to the Rankins.
You maybe got something on your mind this time, Doc, but it sure ain't your hat.
Wait, now, here's another one of Lou's notes. Let's see. Note interest. She's right, as usual. I've got to pay my interest at the bank today, or Sam Windsor might foreclose on me.
Say, if you wait a sec till I get my apron off, I'll run over to the bank with you. Got to get my deposit in before closing time.
Go ahead, I'll wait. Say, Pete, what do you do with your customers while you're gone like this?
Oh, just let 'em wait. All it says is how the ones that don't wait just probably want a postage stamp. Well, here I am. Let's go, Doc. Wait till I lock her up tight as a drum. Okay, I'm ready.
You know, Pete, well, it isn't any of my business.
What's sticking in your craw, Doc?
Well, it just appears to me that you'd be giving the folks of Cedarton a lot better service if you had some bright youngster to help you at the soda fountain and make your deliveries for you and sort of help out all around.
Oh, well, I suppose I would, but dang it, I tried a couple of years ago, and every one of them that applied had some sort of highfalutin idea about how much it was worth or getting off Saturday afternoons or something. I don't know what's got into the younger generation.
Oh, gosh to Friday, Pete, there's nothing the matter with the younger generation. That just goes to show that you're getting on in years when you talk like that.
Well, I don't know, but it sure seems like to me that there's a lot more wrongdoing by young folks nowadays than there was when I was a shaver.
Well, maybe there is, but that's your fault.
Huh? My fault?
And mine. If there's anything wrong with the world these young folks were born into, it's you and me that made it that way, not the young folks.
Yeah, well, here we are at the bank.
All right, Pete. We'll talk about that subject some more sometime.
Oh, sure, Doc. Sure thing you know. Well, so long.
Hello there, Doc. I bet I'll know what you're here for.
Yes, I guess you do, Sam. But you must have closed court early today.
Well, there wasn't anything on the calendar, so I declared a recess until tomorrow. Come on over to my desk, and I'll make you out a receipt.
There must be strangers in Cedarton.
Why?
Well, nobody but you owns an automobile that'll go that fast, Sam.
Doc, you're...
All right, don't nobody move.
Great Godfrey Bandit.
Family guns itching to get busy. But if you stay right where you are, nobody will get hurt.
What can I do? What can I do?
I'd say if you try to do anything, Sam, you won't be opening any more courts.
You over there, pipe down. I don't want no more. What's there? Who did that? Come on, boys, make it snappy. We gotta get out of here.
Don't get excited. Hello, this is... Oh, hello, Lou. Yeah, I was there all right. Oh, I'm fine. No, nobody got hurt that I've heard of, and I guess I'd have heard. Well, I'm just cleaning up a few things, and then I'll be right home. All right, honey, you go on to bed then. Good night. Oh, hello there. Something I can do for you?
Yeah. You can...
Oh, gosh, Friday, where's my spirits of ammonia? Yeah. Yeah, now, young fella, you take a whiff of this. A little more.
Yeah. You can... Say, where am I? Who are you?
Well, I'm Dr. Adams. Who are you?
Oh, yeah. I remember. I've got something wrong with my leg.
Well, let's take a look at it. Young fella, well, you've been shot.
Yeah, I know.
Well, let's get you fixed up. Yes, sir. Now, what'd you say your name was?
I didn't say.
Oh, that's right, you didn't. Of course, I've got to have it for my records.
Yeah? Well, just put me down as Johnny Jones.
Johnny Jones, huh? Certainly a lot of you Joneses in the world. Where'd you all come from, huh? Oh, this'll hurt a bit, all right. Can't help it.
Sorry.
There. How'd you get this, Johnny?
Me? I was hunting.
Hunting, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know there was any elephants around here.
Elephants?
Must have been pretty big game you were hunting. This is a bullet from a .45 automatic pistol.
Yeah. Well, let's quit talking about it and get me out of here.
Oh, I'm hurrying as fast as I can, youngster.
I'm no youngster.
Oh, no? No, I guess you're not. By the way, I need this for my records, too. How old are you?
19.
19? Yeah. Of course, if you were hunting today, you didn't hear about the bank robbery in Cedarton this afternoon.
Yeah?
Yeah, nobody harmed, though. Leastwise, none of the Cedarton folks. Now, this is going to hurt quite a bit. I've got to be sure that wound's sterile. Say, now, gosh to Friday, that couldn't have hurt that much.
All right. You've got me. I was with them. I was their lookout. Go ahead. Turn me in.
Turn you in? Oh, you won't have to go to bed. That's just a flesh wound. You got a place to stay tonight?
Stay? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I've got a place to stay.
Well, that's fine. Now, good night.
How much do you?
Oh, we've just called this an emergency. Good night, Johnny.
Good night, Doc. Thanks.
Hello. Hey, connect me with Bill Benson down to the police, will you? Thanks, yeah. Yeah, right away. Hello, Chief. This is Dr. Adams. Yeah, say, Chief, I think maybe if you get out on Maple Street right now, you'll pick up a young fella that might know something about that holdup this afternoon. Yeah, he just... Yeah. Hello? Gosh, to Friday. I hope I'm doing right.
Hey, Doc, what'd you want me to come up to court for?
Be quiet, Pete. Judge Windsor's just about to open court.
Well, all right, but I'd like to know what it's all about.
Hear ye. General session of the Court of Peace of Cedar Township now in order. Judge Samuel Windsor presiding. Quiet.
What's the first case?
Well, the first known case is the People versus Jones. Johnny Jones, to be exact.
Who's the complainant?
State, Your Honor. Complaint's on your desk there.
Oh. Who's the first witness?
Well, the first known witness is Dr. Grant Adams.
Dr. Adams, take the stand, please.
Raise your right hand. You swear in the cause now, hearing to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Dr. Adams, you treated a young man for a gunshot wound several nights ago, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did he admit to you how he was wounded?
Yes, he did. He said he'd been hunting.
Did he say anything about having participated in any holdup or robbery or anything of the sort? Any committing of a felony?
No, sir. He didn't admit anything of the sort.
Is that all the testimony you have to offer?
Yes, I guess that's all.
That's all, Dr. Adams. Thank you. Is there any other witness to appear in this case? Case dismissed for lack of sufficient evidence. Court will recess till noon tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I'd like to see the former prisoner and the witness in my chambers at once. You better come in too, Pete May. That'll be all for now.
Come on, Pete, quick. Come on, quit asking questions.
Come on, Doc. Come in, Pete. Shut the door. Well, Doc, have you got anything more to say?
Oh, well, I've got a little story I'd like to tell. Seems like about 19 or 20 years ago, I was called over to Dunlap County. A young wife was just about to have a baby. Her name was Kemp, Martha Kemp. Her father's name was Ben. It was a fine youngster. They named him Johnny. I haven't heard about this little family for about 5 years, but I did hear then that the mother had died and the young father was killed in a landslide when he was working some sort of mine over near Dunlap. Nobody seemed to know anything about the youngster, except he'd gone to the city. Funny how young folks change, isn't it? Well, I guess that's all.
Doc, is that the truth?
That's the truth, Johnny.
How'd you know?
Here's your wallet, Johnny. You dropped it when you fell into my office a few nights ago.
Gee, thanks.
Say, by the way, Pete, you were telling me you were thinking of hiring some bright youngster to work in your store, weren't you?
That's right, Doc.
Well, what do you think of Johnny here?
I think he'd be first rate.
Yeah, I think so, too. Say, Sam, I never did get that receipt for my interest. We had a sort of an interruption the other day. Can you give it to me now?
Sure, Doc. Come along.
Gee, Pete, ain't he swell?
Yeah, Johnny. He's swell.
puzzling you, Ethelbert?
One of those quizzes. And it says here, what are these men famous for? Sidney Porter, Samuel Clemens, Charles Dodgson.
Well, they're all great authors.
Well, how come I never heard of them?
Well, you would if they printed their pen names. They're O. Henry, Mark Twain, and Lewis Carroll.
Well, I'll be. Those names are famous. Everybody knows them.
Mm-hmm. Like everybody knows Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far.
Welcome to Ivy, the town of Ivy and Ivy College. It is coeducational and non-sectarian, and its age is indicated by the fact that until recently, the curriculum required 2 years of Greek. Ivy is all American. Its student body is a pretty fair cross-section of our country's youthful seekers of knowledge, with a small smattering of time wasters. Those fun-loving rovers who infest every college campus. Dr. William Hall, Ph.D., LL.D., and M.A., is president of Ivy, at least until the end of the month. His reappointment will shortly be under discussion by the Board of Regents, now meeting in the boardroom in the east wing of the library.
I have to catch the 4 o'clock train.
Hope you can make it this weekend.
Aren't we about finished?
Remember the days we used to get a $20 gold piece?
Gentlemen. I regret that this has been a rather long, drawn-out session, and your restlessness is excusable. However, we have one more item of business on our agenda, and an important one. It concerns the reappointment of Dr. Hall as president.
We can make that unanimous.
Be a fine president.
It seems to me, as chairman of this board, that Dr. Hall's record is so eminently satisfactory that there can be no serious obstacle in the way of his confirmation. His 6 years of service has been... Mr. Wellman?
Yes. What about Mrs. Hall?
Wellman, for heaven's sake, what are you talking about?
What about Mrs. Hall, Mr. Wellman?
Well, I've nothing against the lady personally, but it seems to me that this is hearsay, of course, and I don't ordinarily pay much attention to student gossip.
Will you please get to the point, Mr. Wellman, if there is one?
There is one. To put it bluntly, there is some doubt in my mind whether a man whose wife is an ex-actress and a musical comedy actress at that is the right woman. I mean, if he is the right man to be president of a college like Ivy with a conservative tradition...
This is hardly a reason for
Gentlemen,
a man to Dr. Hall's record is beyond reproach.
Please. Mr. Wellman has raised a point which, however seriously it should be taken, does have a bearing on Dr. Hall's reappointment at an increased stipend. My personal feeling, for your information, is that Mrs. Hall's charm and sympathy for and with the younger element is a definite advantage to Dr. Hall's work. This is one opinion. You may hold contrary ones, but I should like to confine the discussion to a period of 1/2 hour. At that time, we will vote for or against reappointment. Mr. Merriweather?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not an Ivy alumnus. I just happen to be a filthy rich old man who's dropped some fairly large sums of money on your campus. But when I went to a college, which shall be nameless, the Prexy had an old battle axe of a wife who...
Wait a minute, Merriweather. The dignity of this college is...
Mr. Wellman, if the student body wants remark...
Gentlemen, order, please. May I remind you that appointing a president of this college is a serious matter, and any pertinent discussion should also be serious. The question of Dr. Hall's fitness...
Toddy, dear, must you pace back and forth like that? Like a hyena in a zoo?
A hyena? That's a rather rude comparison, Victoria. A hyena is a nasty animal. If we must be zoological, let me be something a little more noble.
A tiger.
A lion. That's what you are. The king of the beasts.
Well, thank you.
And like a lion, you must be brave, dear.
My dear woman, bravery in a college president, even in a former college president...
No, don't say that.
Well, it could happen. But as I was saying, bravery in a college president is a superfluous virtue. Practically the only virtue not absolutely required. A college president must watch over his young, play politics, and be begging constantly for money. He must be a combination babysitter, ward healer, and panhandler.
And you love it.
God help me, I do. Anyway, a situation such as this calls for more patience and courage. If the regents of this college... What do you suppose they're doing at their blasted board meeting? Playing Pachisi?
Now, temper, Toddy, temper. Successful babysitters and panhandlers never lose their tempers.
I know. And will you please try not to call me Toddy, even in these sacred precincts? Someday you'll use it in front of some eager young beaver in the School of Journalism. 3 weeks later, they'll find me at my desk with a hole in my head and a smoking pistol in my hand.
I'll try, dear. I know what the cheerleaders would do with it, too. Now tell me, how do they notify you that you're to be booked for another term?
Booked is hardly the word, Victoria. I am not a juggling act.
Well, we all have our professional phrases, dear. You know, sometimes I think that...
Well, here it is. Te morituris salutami.
What does that mean?
It means here's mud in your eye from we who are about to be reappointed, or not. Latin.
Well, let's get it over with. I'll let them in, and you be busily reading your fan mail. Or something.
Hello, Mrs. Hall. Gee, I'm glad you're home. Can you give me a few minutes?
Oh, well, frankly, Pushy, it's rather an awkward time, but what's the trouble?
Oh, it's that waltz clog I'm doing in the Junior Follies. I can't seem to remember it. Would you brush me up a little?
Ask them in, Victoria.
Yes, dear. Come in, Pushy.
Gee, I'm sorry to bother you all the time, Mrs. Hall, but the way you explain things, they're clear as crystal. And when I get up at rehearsal, Oh, hello, Dr. Hall.
Hello, Morgan. Do you bring a message from the Board of Regents?
No, sir, I don't.
I've been trying to teach Pushy a dance for the Junior Follies, William. A waltz clog. He wants to brush up a bit.
Really? Now?
Yes, sir. The Junior Follies is only 9 weeks away. And I don't seem to be picking this stuff up very fast.
Oh, that's a very modest statement, Pushy, and very truthful. Pull the rug aside while I put a record on. What were we using?
Oh, the Sidewalks of New York, remember?
I say, Victoria, I don't like to seem stuffy, but do you think that just at this particular time you could...
Does sound a bit like fireworks at a wake, doesn't it? Well, I think I can put Pushy right in almost no time.
Hey, look, if this is inconvenient, Mrs. Hall... I mean, if Dr. Hall is expecting something important...
No. Please, go ahead. After all, this is an institution of learning. Am I in the way?
Certainly not, dear. Just stand over there by the piano. Pushy has an unfortunate habit of flinging his feet sideways. It makes for a very loose line in the chorus. Now watch, Pushy. See? Now don't toss yourself about too much. Contain yourself. Economical movements. Move the shoulders as little as possible. Now you try it.
Gee, it sure looks easy when you do it. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Now hold it, Pushy. Stop the music, will you please, William?
Gladly. And may I say, Morgan, I don't think you do too badly.
Well, thank you, sir. I know I'm no Fred Astaire, but Mrs. Hall is a wonderful teacher. What was I doing wrong, Mrs. Hall?
Well, your balance is all wrong, Pushy. Now, you watch how I shift my weight. Now, you see, here's what you were doing.
Oh, I think I see what you mean. Look, more like this, huh? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Now you're beginning to get it. Oh, now just practice and practice and practice. Just try to think of your upper body and arms wrapped up like a mummy. Be tight.
Oh, gee, that does it. I think I know now. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Hall. This is going to be the best show we ever had, Doctor.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it, Morgan. Are you one of the leads?
Oh, he's the lead, William. He sings even better than he dances.
I hope. You know, this whole thing scares me to death. When I think of opening night and me doing that waltz clog in front of all those people, gee, I'd almost rather be back in Okinawa. Almost, that is.
Okinawa? Were you?
Yes, dear, he was. Now keep on practicing, Pushy, and we'll get to work on the third act scenery the day after tomorrow.
Okay, and thanks a lot, Mrs. Hall. Gee, with you handling the dances and the scenery and the makeup and the costumes, this thing is really in the bag. Bye, Doctor.
Good day, Morgan. Remember, wrapped up like a mummy.
I'm sorry I interrupted your question, Toddy, but Pushy doesn't talk much about his war experience. He's got the Medal of Honor and Purple Heart and Silver Star and a few other things, you know.
No, I didn't know. I'm glad to hear about it. I'm inclined to lose sight of the fact that these are not all youngsters under my care. Oh, here, let me help you, dear.
Pull the rug a little that way, dear.
Yeah?
No, a little more.
Oh.
That's it. You were saying?
What was I? Oh, yes, this reappointment.
You do want to be reappointed, don't you, Toddy? I mean, William.
Yes, I do. And largely on account of boys like Morgan. When I address the student body or any part of it, I can see how the world has moved since I went to college myself. In my day, we went to college for fun and to fill in a few years between high school and making a living. Some of these young old men have lived more than I ever will. And even the inevitable few who are here to avoid work are affected in spite of themselves by the veterans and the ones who are playing for keeps. That's why I like my job more than I ever did. That's why I wish those... What time is it?
3:37. How did you say you'd be notified?
Well, I've only been reappointed once, you know, so the procedure is not exactly traditional. On that occasion, I was notified in person by 2 members of the board, Merriweather, whom I like and admire, and Mr. Wellman, who is, in my considered opinion, a stinker.
Toddy, is there any doubt in your mind that you will be reappointed?
Well, I'd be an idiot to take it for granted. Reappointment means a salary increase, so...
Toddy, how wonderful.
And a salary increase naturally brings out the watchdog instincts of the conservative members.
You mean that some of them would actually fire their president just to save a few miserable dollars?
Vicky, I love you, but you are shamefully ignorant of some of life's basic facts.
Yes, I know, dear, but...
The Board of Regents is made up largely of wealthy men, retired industrialists, philanthropists. Dissimilar as they are, they have one trait in common. None of them sees anything miserable about a dollar. Furthermore, they...
Telephone, dear. Well, Toddy, aren't you going to answer it?
Let it ring.
But, darling, the Regents.
The Regents are hard to take. Let me play hard to get.
That surround us here today.
As we rejoin the halls of Ivy, where... Oh, pardon me. The phone's ringing.
There's the telephone again, William. That's the 3rd call. I think you've taught them a lesson.
Very well. Dr. Hall's residence? Oh, yeah? Yeah? Bad news, you say?
Oh.
Well, frankly, I rather expected it. Thank you for calling. Yes, as soon as I can. Goodbye.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear.
Well, it can't be helped. I suppose I was lucky to get the one I really wanted.
The one you... What do you mean? What did they say?
Well, they said they just got the copy of Wiener's book on cybernetics I ordered. 2 of the others I wanted are out of print.
The Board of Regents said that?
Oh, no, dear. The campus bookshop. Remind me to pick up... Oh, Vicky, you thought that
Yes, I thought they'd let you go. You know, it wouldn't be so terrible, would it? We could have a nice, long vacation.
Could you use another adjective, such as brief? Or enjoyable? Or the usual well-earned?
You wouldn't be out of work very long, darling. You're a good college president. You're the best college president I know.
Thank you.
And don't act like I never met any other college presidents. You'll remember I went to Chicago with you for the pedagogical convention last year.
Pedagogical?
I'm sorry.
Yes, you went to keep me from falling into the evil clutches of second-hand book dealers, you said.
Well, anyway, I met at least a dozen college presidents, and an unimpressive lot they were, too, for the most part. Whiskers, string ties, bifocals, and that where can I find $2 million for a new gymnasium look.
My dear girl, that where can I find a fat endowment look is as natural to college presidents as the why don't people throw something besides pennies look is to a hurdy-gurdy man's monkey. And a more accurate simile would be hard to find. Oh, was that the phone?
Was what the phone?
Thought I heard the phone. What time is it?
It's 4 minutes to 4.
Get your coat. Let's go for a walk.
Oh, but Toddy, William, what if the Board of Regents, if they should call while you're out?
Let them find me. One of the janitors on Fraternity Row has a bloodhound. They can track me.
We can't do it, William. We can't meet rudeness with rudeness.
No, you're right. As usual. My father always said that the real test of manners was being able to meet bad ones with good ones. But blast their eyes, what do they find to discuss all afternoon? I'll bet Wellman has something to do with this.
Wellman, the stinker?
Mr. Wellman, the revolving stinker. He's a stinker any way you look at it.
And just exactly what does the fragrant Mr. Wellman have against you, darling?
But I don't know. They're simply mutually antagonistic, like water and oil, cats and dogs, cops and cab drivers.
What does Mr. Wellman do for a living?
My personal opinion is that he waylays little children on their way to the candy store and steals their pennies. But according to various other sources of information, he is a soup magnate.
Soup?
Soup. I suspect that his grandmother was a witch and invented a broth which became a family recipe. I'm afraid to eat any. I might turn into a frog. And I can't swim.
You really don't care for Mr. Wellman, do you, dear?
Oh, I exaggerate, of course. I do not like Mr. Wellman. Mr. Wellman does not like me. But he has given this college a great deal of money and has been definitely identified with its growth and success. The fact that we don't see eye to eye may possibly be due to my own astigmatism.
Oh, sometimes, Toddy, I wish you wouldn't try to be so fair-minded. Just go on and hate the man. Hit him in the nose. You don't have to have the job.
No. We could hitchhike out to California and pick fruit. Follow the harvest. Do ladders make you nervous?
Oh, not a bit. Do you remember Lulu's Mad Moment? Oh, no, of course you don't. It just played for 3 nights at Golders Green, I think, but I was Lulu. And I spent most of the second act on a ladder singing Ool Old Out and Elping and...
Sounds like a resounding success.
It was a dismal mistake. The critics, however, were kind enough to say that if the rest of the play had been as handsomely constructed as either the ladder or Miss Victoria Cromwell, Lulu's Mad Moment might have been extended to a somewhat wacky fortnight.
I think I remember... Well, it's about time. Shall I accept the reappointment, or shall we pick apricots?
You just play hard to get for 10 or 15 seconds, dear, and then give in gracefully.
Dr. Hall's resident? Yes? Oh. Well, that's quite all right. Not at all. Goodbye. Wrong number. What time is it?
A few minutes after 4.
Oh, this is unpardonable. The Regents know I'm waiting here to receive the news. My appointment or non-appointment is not of such world-shaking importance as to merit this prolonged discussion, except to me. I think I shall...
Now stop pacing, Toddy. Well, remember, I don't mind ladders.
Very well. Lulu. May I call you Lulu?
It will be a little presumptuous. You never saw me as Lulu, which you may count among your blessings.
I saw you as Mary in Give Them Tears in London. That's all any man could ask.
Give Them Tears. Oh, I should love to play that again. It was a lovely play, wasn't it, darling?
If you do it again, I'd like to play the vicar. I could do it, you know. I saw it 27 times.
And bought your own tickets on a professor's salary.
My sabbatical year turned out to be a theatrical 5 months. The fool and his money rushed in where an angel was standing in the wings. To combine a few metaphors. You were very kind to the visiting American, Vicky.
The visiting American was very refreshing, Toddy. It was fun teaching you how many shillings in a pound, how to eat fish and chips, and the Lambeth Walk.
Had you noticed me in the audience ever? I mean, before...
My dear, I think I saw you every time.
Well, just a moment, sir. I'll speak to Miss Cromwell. Miss, there's a gentleman wants to see you. A Yank by the looks of him.
What does he want, Penny?
I don't know, he didn't say. But he's a pleasant-spoken man and nice-looking. None of the ordinary runner backstagers.
I'll see him.
Miss Cromwell, I realize this is perhaps an imposition, but I'm leaving for the United States in a few days, and I felt I must tell you something.
Yes, Mr. Hall? Or is it Professor Hall?
Well, it doesn't matter. What does matter is that I am not ordinarily much of a theater-goer, but I have seen you in this very beautiful play 26 times. I would feel that I'd been lacking in simple courtesy had I not told you in person how much genuine pleasure you have given me. The hours I have spent watching you will be a memory which I shall treasure to the rest of my somewhat dull life. I'm most grateful.
Mr. Hall, Really, this is very... Penny, go away.
Oh, yes, miss.
Please sit down, Mr. Hall.
Oh, thank you. But I've been told this is a rather inconvenient time to visit backstage. My ignorance of theatrical procedures...
Your ignorance of the rules, Mr. Hall, will not be used against you. And you don't want an autographed photo or an endorsement of some brand of petrol or to discuss a tentative new motion picture over champagne.
None of those things, no. No, I merely wish to say thank you. I might also say that dressing room views of one's favorite actress are popularly supposed to be disillusioning. I'm always glad to help kick a superstition in the head.
I'm glad I'm your favorite actress, Mr. Hall. You're becoming my favorite audience. Tell me, why did you wait so long to come and tell me these nice things?
Well, frankly, I hadn't the courage until tonight. And the thought of going home without hearing you speak to me in person was simply intolerable. So thank you once more, and
No, don't go, Mr. Hall. Sit down again. I want to talk to you some more. Anyone who thinks as highly of me as you do and says so beautifully is to me a very stimulating conversationalist.
Well, Miss Cromwell, I wouldn't have mentioned this, but inasmuch as you have introduced the subject... Well...
How would you like it inscribed, Mr. Hall?
Oh, just say something like, with kindest regards to... How did you know what I meant?
I think because I wanted you to want.
Oh, good heavens, I'm sorry. I've overstayed. What was that, curtain time? Overture? Have I...
Darling, it's the doorbell.
What? Well, I didn't mean to say...
Toddy, darling, the doorbell. Answer the doorbell.
The doorbell? The doorbell? Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
William, you were wool gathering.
Yes, I guess I was. And doesn't wool make a lovely comforter?
What on earth are you talking about?
Excuse me, dear. I'll see who's at the door. Oh, good evening, Mr. Merriweather and Mr. Wellman. How are you? We were just debating about taking a walk. Another 10 minutes, we'd probably have been gone. Victoria, I think you know Mr. Merriweather.
Oh, yes, indeed I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Merriweather.
Mrs. Hall, I'm glad to see you. In fact, I'm always...
Excuse me, Mr. Merriweather, but I'm afraid Mrs. Hall doesn't know Mr. Wellman. Victoria, may I present Mr. Clarence Wellman?
How do you do, Mr. Wellman?
Mrs. Hall, we haven't met before, formally. But I remember you from 1934, I think. In England, Golders Green, in Lulu's Mad Moment.
Was that the one where I played the witch brewing a wicked broth which turned men into frogs?
No. No, Lulu's mad moment was where you spent most of the second act on a ladder, remember?
That was it, the ladder. I'll have to admit, Mrs. Hall, that you were interesting. But that play, how long did it run?
Run, Mr. Wellman, is much too vigorous a word. It tottered for 3 days and then fell down dead.
I saw it on a Wednesday.
Oh, then you saw it at its peak. It opened on Tuesday and closed on Thursday. Mr. Merriweather, did you have the fortune, good or bad, to see Lulu's mad moment?
No, I didn't, Mrs. Hall. But I saw Give Them Tears 5 times in New York. I went the first time as somebody's guest and 4 times as lots of people's host.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Merriweather.
Gad, ma'am, if I'd been a couple of 100 years younger and hadn't had a wife who understood me, you'd have found me at the stage door every night with a bunch of emeralds in my hot little hand.
I don't like to intrude on your memoirs, gentlemen, but could I serve you any refreshments?
You mean tea, Dr. Hall?
No, Mr. Wellman, I didn't mean tea. I meant wine, whiskey, gin, or beer. Although tea is available.
If, of course, you care for it so late in the afternoon.
I'd have a bourbon and branch water, but my medico says no. Fussy old fool.
Personally, I'm a teetotaler, Doctor. I don't approve of drink or of drinking.
Well, I'm seldom seen reeling across the campus myself, Mr. Wellman. Could I get you some sherry, Victoria?
No, thank you, William. Won't you gentlemen sit down?
No, thank you, Mrs. Hall. We're pretty late as it is. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Doctor.
Waiting for what, Mr. Merriweather?
Waiting for what? Don't you realize today is the deadline for your reappointment as president of Ivy, Dr. Hall?
Good gracious, so it is. William, did you hear?
Yes, I did.
Well, I'm glad you weren't brooding about it, Hall. Knew you weren't the type to stew around. Right temperament for president of Ivy. Always said so. Well, friends, you're the committee. Tell the man.
Tell the man? Oh, yeah, the appointment, yeah. Well, I suppose it has to be settled sometime, one way or the other.
Dr. Hall, I have been requested by the Board of Regents to inform you of your reappointment as president of Ivy College for the further term of 5 years.
With more money, too.
I'm the committee of one, Merriweather.
Well, go ahead and commit. Stop stalling around.
For a further term of 5 years, Doctor, with an increase in stipend of $2,500.
Thank you, Mr. Wellman. I presume I shall be notified formally. I shall also thank the Board of Regents in writing.
Does this mean, William, that we can't go to California?
I'm afraid so, dear. But possibly on our vacation we can pick an orange. Must you go, gentlemen?
Yes, got to get home, Doctor. The confounded board kept yammering away at each other all afternoon and a lot of silly nonsense. Wasted 2 good hours I might have spent working on my railroad.
Your railroad, Mr. Merriweather?
Model railroad, Mrs. Hall. I build them. You ever try it, Doctor?
No, I never have, Mr. Merriweather.
I'll leave it alone. Steel filings in the carpets, glue in your ears, wife sulking in the corner. Come on, Clarence. A night, Doctor, and congratulations to you and to the college.
Thank you.
Night, Mrs. Hall.
Good night.
Thanks for being so kind and patient with my nephew.
Your nephew?
Pushy Morgan. Stumblebum. You've taught him how to know his left foot from his right. He's crazy about you. I am, too. Come on, Wellman. What are you stalling around for?
Good night, Doctor. Good night.
Good night.
Congratulations, Doctor.
Thank you, Lulu. You may come down from the ladder now. Oh, what an afternoon. I promise you I won't go through that again.
Won't you, Toddy? 5 years isn't so long.
Next time I'll be ready for them. I'll be equipped to laugh at them. If you'll help me.
Well, of course, dear. With what?
Well, teach me that waltz clog. I think I might have a flair for that sort of thing. Now, is this the way? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, no. Look, Toddy. It's like this.
And those were the Halls of Ivy, as created for Ivy Productions by Don Quinn and directed by Nat Wolfe. The Halls are nice people, and we think you should know them better. Victoria is
Edna Best.
And Dr. Hall is
Gail Gordon.
The other residents of Ivy are Herbert Rawlinson, Gloria Gordon, Herbert Butterfield, Willard Waterman, Lee Menard, Norman Field, and Leo Clary. Henry Russell composed and conducted the music, and your announcer, Don Stanley. We all hope you'll come back to Ivy. Good night.
The halls of Ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Is the sweetheart you married the husband you expected him to be? Has the war created new problems for you in your marriage? To answer these and other personal problems brought in by your friends and neighbors, ARID presents John J. Anthony, founder of the famed Marital Relations Institute, in a brand new program of daily sessions of kindly and helpful advice. Just as Mr. Anthony, by examples in this studio, is helping thousands of men and women solve their personal problems, ARID, too, is helping thousands to solve the important personal problem of underarm perspiration. ARID helps you avoid perspiration damage to clothes and safeguards friendships. Use ARID every day. It helps stop perspiration safely, and at the same time, ARID is a most effective deodorant.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith, and starring Ezra Stone as Henry, with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother. The Aldrich family, who live in the comfortable house at 117 Elm Street in Centerville, USA, are friends and neighbors of yours. Sam Aldrich and his wife Alice are real parents, and there never was a more typical American boy than their teenage son, Henry. Well, now it is evening, and as we join the Aldriches in their living room, just see if you don't recognize Henry Aldrich as a boy from your block.
Sam,
Yes, Alice?
doesn't the house seem chilly to you?
Henry! Henry!
Yes, Father.
Have you put any coal on the furnace?
In just a minute, Father.
You will please put it on now.
Perhaps he isn't through looking at the funny paper, Sam.
Henry never does anything until he's told 3 times.
But, dear, he's in school all day.
When I was a boy, I had a few responsibilities. In fact, I had a great many responsibilities.
Yes, dear. But remember, you grew up in another generation.
Henry!
Yes, Father, I'm coming right now.
Do you realize your mother is cold?
Mother, which would you rather I do? Put some coal on or bring you your sweater?
Henry, why can't you do as your father asked you to?
I'm perfectly willing to. I just like to save all the coal I can.
Henry.
I'm starting right now, Father.
Just one moment, please.
You want to speak to I, Father?
No, sir. I want to speak to you.
Yes, sir, that's what I'm referring to.
Sit down a minute.
Yes, Father.
Do you know what I used to do when I was your age?
No, sir.
Believe it or not, I used to get up at 6 o'clock every morning. And after helping my father milk the cows, I walked 3 miles to school. Sometimes through 4 feet of snow.
Is that right?
Now, Sam?
Well, we had 4 feet one morning, Alice. And when I came home from school, Henry, I went down to the village and did odd jobs.
Yes, Father, but didn't your folks give you any money?
Not a cent. And at the end of my 4 years in high school, do you know how much I had in the bank? $35.
Is that all?
What do you mean, is that all? It was drawing 6% interest.
Yes, Father, but nowadays a bank doesn't pay 6%.
The great reward for saving, my boy, is... Alice, where are you going?
Out in the hall to get a sweater.
Yes. And, Henry, right there is a very good example of what I'm driving.
Yes, Father, I'll go right down and fix the furnace.
And in the future, will you try to do things without having to be told?
Oh, yes, Father. This talk has done me a great deal of good already.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that.
As a matter of fact, I think I have an idea that'll please you very much.
What is the idea?
Oh, you'll see.
From now on, you're going to find a big change in me.
What's that noise?
Gee whiz, I guess that must be Mother shoveling coal. Wait, Mother, I'm coming right down. Toby, do you know what time it is?
We've got lots of time, Henry. We're only 2 blocks from school.
Did I tell you about my idea, Toby?
What idea?
I'm taking care of furnaces.
Whose, Henry?
Everybody's. I think that when a person reaches our age, they ought to begin to assume a few responsibilities. Don't you, Toby?
How much money is there in it?
Oh, boy, I hate to think of it. I've been calling up customers all morning.
How many do you have?
Well, so far I don't actually have any. But that's just a coincidence. It just happened that most of the people I've called so far don't need to have anyone assume their responsibilities.
Yeah? Well, I understand Willie Marshall makes a lot of money taking care of furnaces.
He does?
Sure. Could I go into business with you, Henry?
Oh, no, Toby. You assume your responsibilities and I'll assume mine.
But, Henry, we could make twice as much.
You think so?
If we could get a few families like the Van Skivers and the Peckinpahs.
Sure.
They've got money. The only thing is, I think Willie Marshall already takes care of them.
He does?
Sure. And I heard that every time there's a holiday, he gets a little extra from them.
Is that right? You know, I'd like to take care of the Peckinpahs. Gee, my father takes care of all of Mr. Peckinpah's legal matters. It'd be nice if I could take care of his heating.
Sure.
Sure, then it would be a complete all-round service.
Henry, don't look now, but isn't that Willie across the street?
Where?
Hey, you fellers, wait a second.
Come on over, Willie.
Am I tired?
What's the matter with you?
I got up at 5:30 this morning to tend my furnaces.
What are you eating, Willie?
Fudge and peanuts.
Fudge and peanuts?
It's my breakfast.
That's all you're going to eat?
Candy and peanuts are all I ever eat.
For any meal?
Sure. Fudge for breakfast, peanuts for lunch, chocolate for dinner.
Gee, Toby, do you hear that? He makes so much money, all he ever eats is candy.
Hold this bag a minute, Henry.
What for?
I want to open a piece of bubble gum.
Willie, you wouldn't like to get rid of 1 or 2 of your customers, would you?
Why should I?
Didn't you just say you were tired?
I'm not that tired.
Willie, take some of your customers. Sooner or later, they'll be putting in oil burners, and then where will you be?
How about it, Willie?
Oh, wait till I get this gum started.
Willie, while you're starting your gum, let me suggest something. How would you like to have me give you $2 for a couple of your customers? I'll buy the Peckinpahs and the Van Skivers from you.
$3, Henry.
2, Willie.
3.
But, Willie, all I've got is $2 my mother gave me to buy lunches with for next month.
I don't want it.
But, Willie, with $2, you still wouldn't have to go back on to regular food right away.
I tell you no.
Willie, I don't like to say this, but if you don't want to sell, I happen to be in a very unfortunate position for you.
How, Henry?
Well, my father happens by chance to be Mr. Peckinpah's lawyer, and you know what that means.
Yeah?
Sure. And, Henry, isn't your father Mr. Van Skiver's lawyer, too?
Yeah, come to think of it, I think he is.
Willie, what chance have you got?
Let's see the $2.
Here you are.
Okay, you want to buy my shovel for 50 cents extra?
Will we need it, you think?
Sure. You can pay me any time.
That's fair enough.
How about my overalls for 25 cents?
Your overalls?
Henry, you can't buy overalls for any less than that.
Okay.
And is there anything else you fellers need?
No.
I got a necktie at home I'd sell you.
No, Willie.
Willie, what's the necktie like?
It's red.
Sold.
Hey, fellas, wait for me!
Hello, Agnes.
Wait, Willie!
Toby and I've got to hurry on. So long, Willie.
Henry, let's go over to the candy store and open a charge.
Hey, what's been going on, Willie?
I just sold them the Peckinpahs, the Van Skivers furnaces to take care of.
Yeah?
Yeah. I wonder if they'll be mad.
Why?
Well, the Van Skivers just had an oil burner put in.
Oh. Would that make a difference?
In a way it would. Yesterday, the Peckinpahs left for Florida.
Toby, are you sure this is where the Peckinpahs live?
Sure, Henry. Do you suppose we're going to have to get up this early every morning?
Gee, but it's dark.
Wouldn't you think somebody would be willing to get up and let us in?
I wonder whether we really ought to wake up the Peckinpahs.
You mean we've got to wait until they get up?
Well, they certainly expect us to be quiet, don't they?
Let's go around and try the cellar door.
Okay, come on, Toby. Can you see?
Sure.
Have a piece of candy, Toby?
I don't mind if I do.
Which bag do you want some out of?
Well, let's try the one that's in your left pocket.
Toby, isn't this the cellar door?
Can you open it?
No.
Push a little, Henry.
What do you think I'm doing?
Well, gee, Henry, we've got to get into that furnace.
That's what I say. We can't shirk our responsibility the first day we begin.
Here, I'll push with you.
Come on. Oh, gee whiz.
Imagine, Henry, the whole lock came right off.
I guess the door was rotten. Boy, is it dark down here.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I walked into a cobweb.
You've got to get used to going into cellars like this, Toby.
Oh, sure.
Oh!
What's the matter?
I found the boiler.
Yeah? Where?
Right over my head.
Well, at least we know where it is.
Ouch! What's that?
My head.
Well, gee whiz, Toby, I just...
Listen, Henry, do you want to wake everyone up?
Here's the furnace. Toby, there isn't any fire in it.
You mean they let it go out?
Imagine, boy, it's a good thing we got in here before they woke up.
Do you suppose there's any kindling?
If you find a light, turn it on, huh?
Same to you. Here's the box, Henry.
Good, can you break it up?
I guess so. There are a lot of papers in it.
Swell, we've got everything. You know, Toby, it won't be any time until we have it so hot upstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Peckinpah will be hanging out the window.
Sure. When they hear about all this extra trouble we've been to, they'll make us take something extra.
Here we go, Toby. I'm going to touch the match to it. Oh, boy, look at that.
Imagine, we may get as much as $1 just for striking that one match. Ever have an easier job, Henry?
I'll say I have. Oh, gee, there goes the candy all to the floor.
Why worry about 10 or 15 cents worth of candy?
That's what I say. Here, I'll throw it in the fire. Boy, look at it. I never thought I'd be in a position where I could just stand back and watch candy burn.
Hi there.
Gee whiz, who's that in the doorway?
Me.
Is it Mr. Peckinpah?
No, it's the milkman. I was just going by and I seen smoke starting out of the chimney. Are the Peckinpahs back?
Back? They're upstairs in bed.
They are? I thought they went to Florida.
Oh, gee, no, we've been engaged to take care of their furnace.
Well, how much milk do you suppose I ought to leave?
Toby, how much would you think?
Well, I don't know. Why not their regular amount?
That's what I would say.
Okay, I'll leave 6 quarts of milk and 1 of cream.
Yes, sir.
I better tell the bread man and the newsboy if I see him.
Yes, sir.
Henry, let's start shoveling.
You know, Toby, my father was right. If you have a job to do and you do it, it makes you feel swell.
Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich, Henry and Toby bought a furnace route from Willie Marshall. Without realizing that the first customer he sold them had gone to Florida, the boys managed to get into the basement and build a fire in the furnace. The scene opens the same morning in the Aldrich dining room.
Sam,
Yes, Alice?
come in here and eat your breakfast.
Henry had his.
He's upstairs washing.
You know, Alice, it seems to me there's already been a great change in Henry.
There has, dear. He came in so covered with ashes that I didn't even know him.
Mother,
Yes, Henry?
I'll sweep out the bathroom just as soon as I finish breakfast.
What's happened to the bathroom?
Nothing, Father. I just changed my clothes in it. Here's the morning mail for you.
Oh, thank you.
Henry, what in the world happened to you this morning?
Mother, I bought out a furnace tending business from a guy yesterday, see? Are you listening, Father?
Alice, who do you suppose sent this letter from Florida?
In Florida?
Father, now may I proceed?
Well, the Peckinpahs seem to be having a wonderful time.
Oh, that's nice, dear. I envy them.
Who is?
The Peckinpahs. I have a letter from them.
A letter from the Peckinpahs? Saying they're having a wonderful time?
What's so strange about that?
Why didn't they just phone and tell you?
Henry, they're in Florida.
They're in Florida?
Yes.
Well, what do they go down there for?
Well, I suppose because it's nice and warm.
Yes, they always did find their house in Centerville hard to heat.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I don't think I'll eat anymore.
Henry?
Where are you going?
Oh, just over and attend to something I think it would be a good idea to attend to.
Sam, I hope Henry isn't going to work as hard as this every day.
Best thing in the world for him to work on Saturday. Peckinpah's letter goes on to say, due to our haste in getting away, we overlooked a rather important item. At the foot of our cellar stairs, we left a box of manuscripts which we would like to have covered and shipped by express at once.
What else does he say?
Please ask whoever does the job not to litter the basement, as Mrs. Peckinpah just had it thoroughly cleaned. I'll drive around and get the box on my way to the office.
Now let me try to shake it, Toby.
Henry, don't you think I can shake a furnace?
No.
The whole trouble is there's a clinker stuck.
Of course, Toby, but you're just filling the basement up with smoke. Here. Well, what do you know about that?
Henry, I still don't understand it. Are you sure the Peckinpahs aren't here?
Didn't I tell you I saw Mr. Peckinpah's letter? Stand back while I shove this long poker in. Imagine that.
What's the matter?
Toby, can you hold up this piece of furnace pipe right over your head?
Why, Henry?
It seemed to come apart when I just hit it.
Well, that pipe's hot, Henry.
Well, hold it up with this stick. Here. Gee, look at the smoke leak out.
I'll take care of the smoke. You get to work on the clinker.
I am, Toby. I am. Wouldn't you have thought that the Peckinpahs would at least put up a sign saying, "Gone to Florida, no fires, please"?
Imagine Willie selling them to you.
You wait until we get Willie.
Henry, do you realize I'm holding this pipe while you just stand there and cough?
Now the poker's stuck in the grate.
Well, look, Henry, I don't think we're getting any place.
Toby, take that pipe down for a minute.
All the way?
Sure, let's fix one thing at a time here.
Now look at the smoke come out.
That's only until we get it fixed. I'll pull on the poker while you shake.
When I say 3, yank,
Okay.
Henry. 1, 2, 3, yank!
Did we get it out, Toby?
I think we got the whole grate out.
Oh, is that what dropped down?
We've got to do something about these hot coals that have rolled out on the floor, Henry.
Well, at least the smoke has stopped coming out of the pipe. And nobody can say we aren't responsible. Listen, Toby, what's that?
What, Henry?
Gee whiz, it's somebody walking upstairs.
Do you suppose the Peckinpahs are home?
They couldn't be.
Do you know what I think, Henry?
What?
Only Mr. Peckinpah's away and the rest are here.
Gee whiz, this is a nice time to find that out.
Henry, we've got to get the fire back in.
How?
Throw it where part of the grate is still hanging.
Okay. We'll shovel real quietly.
Quiet, Henry.
You think even that's too loud?
Well, I can hear it, but then I'm right here.
Sure, and you know what I'm doing. What do you suppose that can be?
There must be a fire someplace.
I wonder where they're going. Come on, Toby, let's go out in front and see which way they're headed.
That's what I say.
Here, hold the door open. There's one thing I like, it's a good fire. Toby! Toby, look, the engines are stopping right out in front.
And they're unloading their hose.
Toby, I think we better be leaving. Toby, about what time do you think it is?
It must be darn near time for dinner. Will your folks give you the deuce when you get home?
I've got a perfectly good excuse, Toby. If they ask where I was today, I can say I was way out in the country.
Sure. That's because that's where we are.
Sure. That's what I mean. Here, have a piece of candy.
No, thanks.
I'm not hungry either.
I told you when you made Willie give back your money, you shouldn't spend the whole business on candy. Gee whiz, you bought enough to nearly fill this barn.
Well, the first few pounds tasted good, didn't they?
What's that, Henry?
That's just Willie. He's trying to get out again.
Hey, shut up, Willie.
Let me out here.
Go chase yourself, Willie. We aren't going to let you out until you promise.
Promise what?
Are you going to tell our folks that we were the cause of those fire engines coming out?
Are you going to give me back my $2?
That belonged to Henry, Willie.
And besides, we've eaten your $2.
Well, you're not going to make me promise not to squeal.
All right, then you can stay in there.
That's what I say.
Come on, Toby. I guess we'll go back to Centerville.
Do you mean that, Henry?
No, we'll just let him think it.
But, Henry, supposing we have to keep him here all night.
Toby, don't you realize what'll happen if he tells? They carried every piece of furniture out of Peck and Paw's house and then had to carry it all back in again. Do you want your father to know you were mixed up in it?
Well, let's go back and force Willie to promise.
Okay, but let me do the talking. Oh, Willie. Willie, we've got a little proposition to put up to you.
All right, Willie, if you don't want any of this candy.
Listen, Willie. Willie, stop sulking.
Henry, look through the crack here.
What do you say?
Gee whiz, open the door.
Toby, he's gone.
You mean he's escaped?
He's probably on his way to my house right now. Oh, boy.
Yeah, maybe he's on his way to mine.
Come on, we got to beat him back home.
Well, Sam, do you still think you were right?
About what?
You said that from now on we'd see a big change in Henry. Well, he didn't come home for lunch, and here it is, time for dinner.
All in all, Alice, this has been a very pleasant day.
Oh, I still can't get over it.
And when do you suppose I will? To make the thing doubly embarrassing, Alice, when I saw smoke pouring out of the house, I had to be the one who turned in the alarm.
But there wasn't any fire at all?
Only in the furnace. But it took nearly all the rest of the day getting the place straightened up again. And those two tramps the firemen saw running away from the house had been living in the basement.
Not really, Sam.
That's what they'd been doing. That's why they built a fire in the furnace, to keep warm. Why, Alice, they were even having their milk and bread delivered there. We even found today's paper there. And what was left of a bag of marshmallows.
What on earth had they been doing with marshmallows?
Probably toasting them. And the box, Alice. The box of manuscripts that Peck and Paw wanted me to express to
Were they gone?
Probably they had been burned. Burned, mind you. And nobody knows how valuable they were.
Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I wired Peck and Paw. Who's that?
Is everybody all right?
Is that you, Henry?
Yes, Mother. I hope I haven't kept your dinner waiting.
Henry, will you please come in here?
Has anything happened while I was away?
Happened?
I mean, there hasn't been anybody here at the house to see you, has there?
Who, for instance?
Well, anybody. You know, I just wondered whether any one of the fellas I know had dropped in.
No, Henry.
Oh. Well, I'm glad I didn't miss anyone then.
Henry, where have you been all day?
Oh, Toby and I just took a walk outside town to look at the countryside.
Did you?
Yeah, we explored an old barn. Would you like to take a walk out that way sometime, Father?
I've had all the exercise I need. Thank you.
Oh.
Your father has been carrying furniture all day, Henry.
He has?
Yes.
He's been changing the house around?
Yes, but not this house. I'll answer the phone.
Henry.
Yes, Mother.
If I were you, I'd be very careful for the next day or so not to do anything to upset your father.
You would?
Yes, dear. Hurry upstairs and wash while I answer the door.
Why, just as soon answer it.
I'll answer.
But, Mother, Hi, Mrs. Aldridge. Is Mr. Aldridge here?
Oh, he's on the phone, Willie.
Mother, is that Willie Marshall?
Yes, dear. He wants to see your father.
Well, Mrs. Aldridge, I'd just as soon tell you.
Listen, Willie, my mother's very busy.
Oh, no, she isn't, Henry.
What is it you want, Willie?
Mother, don't I smell something burning out in the kitchen?
Burning? Oh, dear, it's probably the string bean.
Listen, Willie, you beat it. Do you hear me?
You make me.
Get your foot out of the door.
I'm going to tell your father.
Gee whiz, Willie, look in back of you.
Where?
Right there.
Hey, you!
Goodbye, Willie. Mother? Mother?
What is it, dear?
Are you out here in the kitchen?
Yes.
That's all I wanted to know. Do you feel a draft here? I think I'll lock this back door.
Well, Alice, I just had an answer to my wire.
What does it say?
Box of manuscripts were only Mrs. Peckinpah's minutes of the Woman's Club. Don't worry.
What's that, Father?
Oh, nothing that concerns you, son. He also says returning Monday.
He's coming back?
Well, why shouldn't he? He also says, please engage Willie Marshall to clean up basement and start furnace.
Could you read that again, Father?
I understand exactly what he means. Do you know where Willie Marshall lives?
Yes, sir, but...
He was just here.
Henry, I want you to run over and tell him to straighten that basement out and get a fire started.
But Father, why should Willie do it when I'm right here?
He asks to have Willie do it.
But, Mother, I won't charge.
Why not?
Well, I'd like to give Mr. Peckinpah an introductory offer.
Henry, I'm sorry, but you're not going to do any more work tonight.
But, Mother, I feel sorry for Mr. Peckinpah.
Why?
Well, he's a friend of Father's.
Well, all I can say, son, is that I'm certainly glad to see you shoulder some responsibility. Now, what's that?
Oh, I guess that's just something banging against the cellar door.
Well, I better go fix it.
Father, you stay where you are. I'll fix it.
Well, thank you, sir.
I'll just get my baseball bat and attend to it right away.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith.
You'll find Autolite battery dealers listed in your classified telephone directory under batteries.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. 10 years ago, the town's most eligible bachelor, George Cougat, married socially prominent Elizabeth Elliott. The lavish wedding kept the society columns all over the country in copy for weeks. The New Yorker said,
"The bride and groom were dressed to the nth degree of smartness. Best man was a polo pony."
The Hearst papers said,
"The bride and groom were dressed handsomely in attractive comment from guest Douglas MacArthur."
And the Reader's Digest said, "The bride and groom were dressed." Well, after the honeymoon, George sold his polo pony, bought a stylish suburban home, took the first job that came along, 5th vice president of a bank. And now the Cougats are just George and Liz, two people who live together and like it. George says,
"When I married Liz, she didn't know a thing about keeping house. She couldn't cook, she couldn't sew, she couldn't clean. But later she overcame this lack of domesticity in a most ingenious manner."
Liz says,
"I got a maid."
And now, let's take a peek at the Cougats. It's early morning, and there's husband George at the breakfast table. But where's wife, Liz? Oh, there she is, upstairs in the bedroom with Katie, the maid. Well, this is certainly unusual. Liz is getting into a formal evening gown. Let me check again. It's only 5 minutes after 9. Well, surely there's a reason for wearing an evening gown at this early hour.
"Oh, just a little more, Katie. Can you get the zipper up now?" "Yes, ma'am. Oh, the zipper's up." "Oh, how does it look, Katie? Would you consider it too slinky?"
"There's hardly enough of it to tell." "If you'll pardon me, Mrs. Cougat, I've seen more cloth on a Roquefort cheese."
"It isn't as skimpy as all that. Now, where's my corsage?"
"Oh, here it is, ma'am."
"I'll just pin it on here. No, maybe here. Oh,
Well, what's wrong, Mrs. Cougat?
there's no place to pin it."
I'll get you a gown that has a little more to it, Mrs. Cougat. But then...
Then what, Kitty?
You are having your portrait painted today, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, then maybe you'd better wear the gown you have on.
Why?
Well, as long as you're paying for a portrait, you might as well have as much of you in the picture as possible.
No, Katie, we might move to Boston someday, and I wouldn't want my portrait banned.
Oh, here's a more sensible gown, ma'am. Have you told Mr. Cougat about the painter coming today?
Not yet, Katie. I'll tell him at breakfast. Now hurry and get me out of this tight thing. I feel like a 10-inch weenie in a 5-inch roll. Good morning, George, darling.
Good morning, Liz. You're looking very...
George, what's wrong?
That evening gown.
Well, you've seen me wearing an evening gown before.
Well, I've seen you wearing galoshes, too, but not at breakfast.
Of course not. It never rains under the table. Darling, the reason I'm wearing this gown is because I'm going to have my portrait painted. The artist is coming this morning.
Having your portrait painted?
Mm-hmm.
What in the world for?
Well, Alice Sturm had herself sketched, so...
Alice Sturm, I might have known. The old story of keeping up with the Joneses.
It's nothing like that, George. This is entirely different. This is keeping up with the Sturmses.
Darling, when Alice Sturm gave a party for an opera star, we had to give one for the Hall Johnson Choir. When Alice goes to Catalina, we have to go to Hawaii. Believe me, the day Alice Sturm has quintuplets, I want to be in Mexico.
You do? Well, what about me?
And just where is this masterpiece going to be painted?
Right here, and by a very good artist, too. His name is Damon Welch. He'll be here in a little while.
I get a kick out of those artist characters. I can hardly wait to see him. He'll probably be wearing a pink beret and have a rose clinched between his teeth. Long artistic fingers hanging down and sticking in the tops of his shoes.
No. I heard Damon Welch is different from other artists, George. They say he's very big and strong and muscular, like, who's that rugged, tall actor in the movies? You know, the one with the big arms and broad shoulders?
Marjorie Main.
No, Victor Mature.
Oh, well, don't be silly, Liz. Artists are all the same. They wear berets, live in attics, and smell of spiders.
Hello, George. Liz.
Oh, it's Corey. Come on up, Corey.
Cartwright here. Bachelor deluxe, damsel delight. The kind of man you'd like to marry your sister.
If you hated your sister.
How are you this morning, party boy?
No party last night, George, but did I meet a beautiful creature? She had a smile like Lana Turner, a voice like Dinah Shore, and she kissed like Paulette Goddard.
What do? Date her or buy tickets to her?
Don't speak lightly of this woman, Liz, for I think that at last Corey Cartwright is in love.
You, Corey?
Yes, George. I feel that this is the real thing. I think I shall marry this girl.
Corey, that's wonderful. What's her name? Where does she live?
Darn, I knew I forgot something. Hey, Liz, I just noticed you're wearing an evening gown.
Yes, do you like it?
It's nice, but isn't this awfully late to be getting home?
Oh.
Liz is having her portrait painted, Corey. Some artist named Damon Welch is coming over this morning.
Damon Welch?
You've heard of him, Corey?
Heard of him? That's all Alice Sturm talks about since he sketched her. I hear he has big blue eyes, curly hair, muscles galore, a tan complexion, and stands about 12 feet tall.
Really now, Corey, 12 feet tall.
Maybe it is a slight exaggeration, but I understand that before he painted portraits, he used to paint rooftops. Without a ladder.
Well, anybody could do that if they had a long brush.
Or a short house.
Well, what do I care what he's like? Excuse me, I have to make a phone call.
Who are you calling this early, darling?
The time operator. My watch has been acting up again.
Well, maybe Corey has the right time.
No, I left my watch home on my other wrist.
At the tone, the time will be 9:42
9:42. Have to be getting down to the bank.
Right with you, George. I have a luncheon date with a girl who was a gorgeous blonde yesterday, and I'm anxious to find out what she is today.
Kiss me goodbye, George. Your kisses give me strength for the day.
When Corey Cartwright kisses them, they stay charged up for a month.
Bye, darling.
Bye-bye, Liz.
Bye.
Are you really going to the bank today, George, or are you just faking?
Huh? What are you talking about?
With that Damon Welch coming to your house today, I figured maybe you're going to sneak out and hide in the garage.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about it. Doesn't worry me in the least.
It would if you heard what Holly Sturm calls that artist.
Why, what does he call him?
A weasel with an easel.
Come on, get in the car, Corey.
Hey, don't start the motor yet, George. The artist just pulled up in your driveway. Maybe we can get a look at it.
Good. I'm still betting he has a rose between his teeth.
He's getting out of his car. Holy mackerel, George. He looks like the Empire State Building with a turtleneck sweater.
Oh, he's not so much. I bet he pads that sweater with cotton.
If he does, he must have the whole plantation and Uncle Tom's cabin under there. Look at those shoulders, George, and that chest.
Corey, it doesn't take much to have broad shoulders and a big chest. All you need are muscles. Let's go.
Did you see that thick neck, George? Those pretty blue eyes?
Well, so what? My neck isn't as thick, maybe, but I have a nice neck. And look at my Adam's apple, Corey. That guy didn't have anywhere near the Adam's apple I have.
Oh, if there's anything that'll keep a home together, it's a big Adam's apple.
And as far as his blue eyes are concerned, my eyes are blue, too. Look at my eyes, Corey. See the pretty blue?
It's kind of hard to see the blue right now, George. Your face is so green.
All right, woman, face to the left. I cannot paint your portrait unless you cooperate.
Mr. Welch, I've told you a dozen times my name is Elizabeth Cougar, not woman.
Very well, Mrs. Cougar. Now be quiet, woman.
Well, one consolation, at least you know what I am.
Your dress gives you away. I don't like your nose. I shall not paint it that way.
But I like my nose. It's a good nose. Don't change it. I've had it so long now it seems like almost a part of me.
Be still, woman.
You're very rough, Mr. Welch.
Woman, you're looking at a man who's painted the forests of Oregon and at the same time worked as a lumberjack. Sawing, climbing, cutting, and chopping. One day, the man next to me was crushed by a falling redwood. I've seen many rough things. This is a man's world. That's why I'm rough.
Did it kill him, the man the tree fell on?
To coin a quaint old phrase, he was a real gone lumberjack.
You know, Mr. Welch, you and my husband have a lot in common. He lives a rugged life, too.
What does your husband do?
He's a banker.
Oh, that is rugged.
It's plenty rugged. He goes to work every morning at 10 and doesn't get home until after 3.
Just what's rugged about that?
He has an uncomfortable office.
Liz, are you here?
Oh, you're home early, darling.
Hi, honey. How's the portrait coming? All finished, huh?
Oh, no, Damon will be back tomorrow.
Damon? You call him Damon?
Yes, now. He was terribly cold at first, but he warmed up.
How warm did he get?
Oh, George, I've just got to tell you all about him. You wouldn't believe that just an artist could have lived so much.
Too bad he lived so long.
What'd you say, dear?
I said too bad he had to run along.
You know, men certainly are misleading. Take Damon, for instance. There he is, an artist, but he's worked in the Oregon forest, and believe it or not, he's chopped down giant redwood trees.
Well, I cut down the tree in the yard, the one that made the lawn so unsightly.
That wasn't a tree, dear. That was a laundry pole.
Well, it was a tree once.
Did you notice Damon when you were leaving this morning? He came in right after you'd left with Corey.
Yes, I think I did. He was struggling to get his car door open. Didn't seem to have much strength. A tall, unhealthy-looking chap, as I recall. A padded sweater.
Damon? Oh, George, I don't think so. He's huge with big muscles and a terrific tan.
Yes, Liz, but I'm sure that under that tan there's a naturally pale face.
George, what are you looking for?
Oh, nothing. Oh, say, look at this. My old photograph album. Look here. This picture of me at the beach. You noticed the muscles?
Oh, yes. That was the day you and Jimmy Paterno and Howie Sturm and the whole gang made the human pyramid. Takes a lot of strength to support all those men.
Yes, it does. Look at my muscles.
Oh, there you are, right on top.
Oh, it takes a lot of strength to stay on top. There was quite a breeze that day.
Here's the picture I like. You and me in a rowboat at Simmons Park. Look, your sleeves are rolled up. Say, your arms were pretty big.
Of course. Of course.
I can't remember why I was rowing.
Well, I was saving my strength for the potato race. Are you sure you love me, Liz?
Oh, silly. Of course I love you. Why shouldn't I love you? Kiss me.
Feel those strong arms around you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm plenty strong, Liz. Way back in kindergarten, I used to beat up all the little kids.
I'll just bet you still could. Kiss me again, sweetheart.
Liz, are you positive you love me? I'm the only one? Nobody else?
Oh, don't talk such nonsense. Just hug me tighter. Make believe I'm a tube of toothpaste and pop my cap off.
Oh, that's swell. I feel great now.
Oh, George, I was thinking today, you don't have any hobbies. I believe I know of an interesting one for you.
No hobbies? I have my bird collection. 6 starlings and a dicky bird. What did you have in mind?
Why don't you take up painting as a hobby?
Painting? Oh, Liz, I'm going to bed.
Going to bed? Don't you want your dinner?
I won't need any dinner. I'll just go upstairs, pull the covers over my head, and eat my heart out.
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of my favorite husband, George Cugat, and his favorite wife, Liz, who, like most married couples, alternate in making each other first happy and then miserable. Well, at the moment, Liz is in the middle of having her portrait painted by the handsome and virile artist, Damon Welch. This makes Liz quite happy, and George quite miserable. Now George thinks this is quite wrong, and chances are he's quite right. And so he's decided it's quite time he did something about it. It's the next morning. Quite.
George, darling, you aren't eating your breakfast.
Oh, I'm not very hungry, Liz. Didn't sleep last night. I'm going to stay home today.
Stay home? George, are you ill?
Yeah, that's it. I'm sick. Awfully sick.
What's wrong?
Oh, I don't know, Liz. Maybe it's painter's colic.
Painter's colic?
That is, the inside of my mouth feels like a brush.
I'd better call Dr. Buell.
What do I want with a doctor?
Well, you just said you were sick.
Oh, yeah. Call a doctor.
Oh, it's Damon. Katie!
I saw him coming, Mrs. Cougar. Oh, good morning, Mr. Wells.
Good morning, woman. Step aside and let Genius enter.
I wish he'd slammed the door on his genius.
Good morning, woman.
Good morning, Damon. This is my husband, George.
You may just call me Man.
George isn't feeling well, Damon. I'm going to call the doctor.
What's wrong with him? He looks well enough. Trouble with you, Cougat, is that soft, decadent living has finally caught up with you. You should get out of doors, do some exercises. Run the mile, do some chin-ups, push-ups, chop some wood, mow the lawn, pull some weights.
Tote that barge, lift that bale.
Oh. Liz, call the doctor now. I'm worn out.
All right, George. Let me have a look down your throat.
Certainly, Dr. Buell.
Dark down there. Don't swallow, George. This is my best flashlight. There's nothing wrong there. Exactly what seems to be the trouble, George?
Well, Doctor, it's... I feel kind of things. First, it starts, then it stops, then it goes again, then it backs up, and then it twists completely around. What does it sound like to you?
A woman driver. Come on now, George. Tell me what's wrong.
Well, Doctor, you see, Liz is having her portrait painted by some artist who has muscles so big they get up and walk around, and I just...
Oh, I believe I can diagnose your case now, George. Acute jealousy-itis.
Is that anything like borderline anemia?
Jealousy-itis is serious only if it isn't checked early. Fortunately, I believe I have with me the very thing you need to snap you out of it. Miss McCarthy, I just happen to have my nurse with me.
Nurse? I don't need a nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Marianne, this is Mr. Cougat, our newest patient.
I tell you, I don't need it.
Oh.
How do you do? Forgive me for not standing up in bed, but I only have on the pajama tops.
Patient ill enough to require a nurse, Doctor?
Well, he said he wasn't. What about it, George?
Oh, I ain't long for this world.
Sit still, woman. I cannot paint your portrait unless you relax. I don't make moving pictures, you know.
Well, when are you going to paint in my hair? You still have me bald-headed. I don't like myself bald-headed. I look like my mother was frightened by Guy Kibbe.
I'll paint in your hair when I see fit, woman, and not a second sooner. Until that time, you'll remain an egghead and like it.
Damon, do you ever smile?
I laugh sometimes. My sense of humor is a bit unusual, however, not on the beaten path.
Well, what's funny to you?
Well, I laughed heartily when my friend Chadwick fell from the roof of the school in Paris.
Did Chadwick see the humor in it?
Oh, he screamed. Yes, I'll never forget it. Fractured half the bones in his body.
Yes, he must have been all broken up.
Miss McCarthy, did you hear that? My wife and the painter were laughing down there in the study. What could they have been laughing at?
You have a steamboat in the house, Mr. Cougat.
Steamboat? Well, of course not.
Well, then they couldn't be laughing at Fulton.
Oh, I'm serious, Miss McCarthy. I don't like them to be laughing. I'm going downstairs. Hello?
Hello, darling. What are you doing out of bed?
I heard some laughing. What was all the laughing about?
Oh, Damon was telling jokes.
Oh, how nice. Mind if I stay a while?
I know one person who objects. I cannot paint with an audience.
What a horrible painting.
George.
No, let him criticize. All genius must be criticized. But I still do not want him around. Out. Take your linted bathrobe with you.
Well, as long as you're busy, I'll go back upstairs.
Goodbye, darling.
Well, goodbye.
Yes, goodbye. Nice trip. Be sure and write us.
Oh, Damon, you know something? I think my husband came downstairs because he's jealous.
Jealous? Jealousy is stupidity. Yes, I guess he could be jealous.
Well, I'm glad he's jealous. Oh, it makes me feel that I'm wanted.
You are. I want you to sit still. You never get jealous of Mr. Cougat, do you? I mean, the fact that he's upstairs right now with that attractive nurse. That doesn't faze you in the least.
Of course not. Good old faithful George. What was that?
What?
Damon, that was George and that nurse.
Oh, so? You aren't worried about good old faithful George, are you?
Certainly not. I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
I got to see a man about a nurse. Hello. May I come in?
Yes, Mrs. Cougat, but you mustn't stay long. I have a naughty boy on my hands, and I don't want him to get excited.
That's why I came up. How are you, George?
Oh, it's awful. I just had a relapse. I accidentally plugged my electric heating pad into the radio, and H.V. Kaltenborn got in bed with me.
He's delirious.
Yes. You better go, Mrs. Cougat.
Yes, I'll, goodbye, George. Miss McCarthy, wouldn't you like to come downstairs and boil a few thermometers or something?
I'll be right here with Mr. Cougat.
Well, bye, George.
He's gone now, Mr. Cougat. Why were you playing sick?
Because I wanted sympathy. Lots of sympathy. You know something, McCarthy? I think Liz came up only because she was jealous. She must have heard us laughing. You know what that means?
My capacity of a registered nurse, I'd say she has clean ears.
It means she loves me and worries about me. She's jealous.
Then you need have no further worry over the painter.
None whatever. He'll be laughing again soon, but I won't worry about it. I wonder why they aren't laughing. McCarthy, they're not laughing.
Doesn't that please you, Mr. Cougar?
No, they should be laughing.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going down there and find out why they're so darn quiet. Where is he? I'll break him in half.
He's gone, George.
Gone? He's not here anymore?
I had to get rid of him, darling.
Why did you have to get rid of him?
Because I knew that if he left, you'd stop playing sick, and then Miss McCarthy could get the heck out of here.
Oh. Were you a little jealous of Miss McCarthy?
Of course not, but I know you were jealous of Damon.
That's ridiculous.
George.
Yes, Liz.
Who do we think we're kidding?
So he left, huh, George?
Yes, Corey. He left.
And George was really very nice to him.
How lucky you were, George. Suppose, instead of going quietly, the man with the big muscles had gotten tough with you.
Oh, Corey, you're just trying to stir me up.
No, seriously. What would you have done if the painter had wanted to fight? Oh, I'm sorry, George. I shouldn't embarrass you this way in front of Liz.
If Damon had wanted to fight, George would have fought, wouldn't you, darling? Wouldn't you, George?
Why, certainly. If I had his phone number, I'd call him up right now and tell him a thing or two.
Oh, I have his phone number, dear. Here.
Oh, thanks.
When Damon answers the phone, I'll catch you, George.
Hello, Damon. This is George Cougar. I've changed my mind about being nice to you. If you want to fight, just come over here whenever you feel like getting knocked for a loop. You got anything to say to that?
At the tone, the time will be 9:27 1/4.
Well.
George Cougar, kiss me. Kiss me this very instant.
Why right now?
Because you've got your dander up, and you're just dandy with your dander up.
In just a moment, Lucille Ball and Richard Denning will be back with us. Here's a friendly suggestion that may mean a lot to your own happiness. Why don't you call your family together one evening soon and say, is there anything else any of us can do in cooperation with others for the good of our community? You may find that somebody will come forward with the news of a community project that you haven't heard of. Maybe it has to do with Scouts or 4-H clubs or Red Cross. Well, there'll be an opportunity for service, something you'll like to grab hold of. For you know that what you're doing is more than helping make your life and your families and your neighbors better. By positive action toward improving the place where you live, you help preserve something we prize highly. That's freedom. You show that you agree with the statement that freedom is everybody's job.
George, are you asleep?
No, darling. I'm not asleep.
Do you love me, baby?
Yes, I love you.
How much?
Lots.
Well, in terms of pounds, how much do you love me? 3 pounds, 6 pounds, 7 pounds?
12 tons.
I love you 100 tons.
You have a bigger truck.
George, no matter what happens, will you still love me, even when I'm old?
I'll still love you when you're old.
Will you take me out?
Yes, dear. I'll wheel you around the block every day.
George, something strange happened to Katie tonight.
Really? What was that?
Well, tonight around 9:27, Katie picked up the phone extension in the kitchen and heard a man shouting at the time operator. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
CBS presents Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks is a school teacher. To be specific, she teaches English at Madison High. Connie Brooks is pretty enthusiastic about her work, too. In fact, in her own words.
Although teaching isn't the most profitable career in the world, you must admit the hours are appalling. But there's always my secret heartthrob, Mr. Boynton. He's the biology teacher at school. And a sweeter, more intelligent scientist never brushed off an English teacher to play footsie with a frog. But he'll come around. Even a biology teacher must sooner or later get a little biological. Meanwhile, I can dream, can't I?
Yes, Connie Brooks can dream. Even now, she's in the middle of the sweetest dream of them all. The one that comes right before 7 a.m.
Hold me closer, Mr. Boynton. There. Now kiss me. Oh, how does that make you feel? That's what it does to me, too.
I'll shut it off. Miss Brooks, you'll be late.
Kiss me again, Mr. Boynton.
Miss Brooks, you have to go to school.
For this, I don't have to go to school. Oh.
Good morning.
Well, if it isn't my favorite landlady. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Davis.
What in the world were you dreaming about?
Oh, nothing much. Just the school. I was giving an English lesson.
Well, from the way your lips were puckered, I thought you were taking a bugle lesson. Better get up, dear. Today's the day you're supposed to find out about that new job as head of the English department from your new principal.
Oh, that's right, Mrs. Davis. For 3 years I've been waiting for that job. 3 years of scrimping and scraping to get along. Now it's all going to be different. With this raise, I'll be able to run down to Miami once in a while, and after I've had the job a while, I might even go abroad. Paris, the Riviera, Biarritz in the spring, the casino at Monte Carlo.
Just how much more money does this new job pay, Miss Brooks?
$6 a month.
You better watch your step at Monte Carlo. Money goes pretty fast down there.
Money goes fast anywhere. I haven't been able to catch any for years.
Now hurry and get dressed, dear. I have a lovely surprise for your breakfast.
Another one of your surprise recipes, Mrs. Davis? I hope it's not clam fritters again.
You'll see, dear. Come along. Here you are, dear. Here's your surprise. Armenian pancakes. They've been setting for 5 days.
What else could they do?
I mean in goat's milk. It takes 5 days for it to get good and sour.
Sour? Goat's milk?
Here, try a bite off this fork. Don't pay any attention to the smell.
Oh, please, Mrs. Davis, no. Well, just one bite.
Tell the truth now. Aren't they delicious?
I don't want to hurt your feelings, Mrs. Davis, but if I were the goat responsible for this concoction, I would hang myself by my own beard. If you don't mind, I'll have to pass up the pancakes.
But, Miss Brooks, it's a crime to throw out these pancakes.
What's the crime? Carrying concealed weapons?
You've got to have some breakfast. Could I squeeze you a persimmon or two?
No, thanks. I'll grab a kumquat on my way to work. Hey, it's funny Walter Denton isn't here yet. He knows I wanted to get to school a little early this morning and meet the new principal.
Rather convenient to have one of your pupils drive you around.
Yes, my Chevy's still in the shop. I had a little accident Saturday. I ran into a parked car.
Oh, that's too bad. I hope you reported it to the police.
I didn't have to. They were sitting in the car.
Oh, that's good.
I'll get it.
Oh, Miss Brooks.
Come in, Walter.
Well, Walter Denton, how you've shot up since I saw you last.
You saw me yesterday, Mrs. Davis.
My, how time flies.
Come on, Walter. I've got to get down early. The new principal takes over today.
What's his name, dear?
Mr. Conklin. Osgood Conklin.
Osgood Conklin? Why, I've known him for years. We went to school together.
Really, Mrs. Davis? What kind of a man is he, anyway?
Well, the other children used to call him Stoneface because he never laughed.
Oh, fine.
Well, I shouldn't say never. I did hand him a laugh one time when we were out ice skating. He was practically in hysterics.
What happened?
I broke my leg.
He sounds about as friendly as a subpoena.
I'll correct any nonsense at this new school, Martha, or my name isn't Osgood Conklin. I've heard all about their lack of principle and discipline, and I won't have it. Do you hear? No one is going to interfere with my making Madison High a well-run school. No one. If anyone gets in my way, I'll crush them. Step on them like so many ants. Squash them.
That's nice. Pass the marmalade, dear. And help yourself to some more toast.
I hate toast. As I was saying, Martha, I'm sure that the faculty at Madison High is totally incompetent.
Oh, please, Osgood, you mustn't let it irk you.
Irk?
Drink a little water, dear. It'll go away.
No understanding, no cooperation. Nobody knows what a difficult job I'm faced with. It's awful. Awful.
Please, Osgood, can't you talk without barking? Honestly, sometimes I think Prince is the only one who can really understand you.
Prince? Don't mention that lazy mutt to me. Look at him over there. Dead to the world. Well, it's getting late. Now, where's my hat? Confound it, where's my hat?
Please, dear, don't bark.
I'm not barking, Martha. Once and for all, I don't bark.
See? He does understand you. Now be sure to drive carefully on your way to school.
Oh, don't tell me how to drive the car.
I'm not, dear. It's just that after all the work you put in, polishing it on Sunday, I'd hate to see that...
Stop worrying. I did the work, didn't I? Ah, look at her out there. Nothing takes a wax polish like a black touring car.
Well, Osgood, you'd better get started. You don't want to set a bad example for your new teacher.
I'll show them a thing or two. I'll show them. Oh, shut up, Prince. Goodbye, Martha.
Before we get to school, Miss Brooks, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. It's a girl.
Naturally. Who is it this time, Walter?
Well, she's the baker's daughter, Penelope Miller. When I kissed her for the first time the other night, I knew she was different.
But, Walter, you've kissed a lot of girls. What's so different about Penelope Miller?
She tastes like caraway seeds.
Oh, grand. She's probably built like a pumpernickel. Now, look, Walter, I've got a lot on my mind today, what with trying to make a good impression on the new principal.
Well, all I want you to do is help me write her a letter, Miss Brooks. You see, she doesn't think that I'm mental enough.
I can't understand it.
And I figured, well, you being an English teacher as well as a woman, well, you'd know how to make her think I was brainy. You know, intelligent. I hate to trade on just my sheer animal magnetism. You know what I mean?
Well, you are a little beastly in spots, Walter. Don't blame yourself. Penelope just doesn't appreciate yet that a man is a thing to be treasured.
When will she appreciate it?
When she gets to be my age.
Oh, I couldn't wait that long, Miss Brooks.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I guess I'm not very mental at that, but you will help me out, won't you? I'll come over to Mrs. Davis's tonight and we'll write a letter together. What do you say?
Well, I don't know, Walter. Walter, look out! That car!
What car?
That big black touring car!
Big black touring car?
It's not quite as big as it was.
You young idiot! Why don't you watch where you... My fenders, my shining fenders lying in the gutter.
Walter, put the man's fenders back on.
Oh, gee, mister, I didn't
You
mean
didn't mean. Why didn't you look where you were going?
Well, gosh, it takes two to make an accident.
A brilliant observation. But it just happens that I was only going 15 miles an hour.
You should have been going 30. We'd have missed you by a block.
Now, see here, you red-haired joyrider. It was probably your fault.
My fault? Why don't you learn how to drive that hopped-up hearse of yours?
Hopped-up hearse. Now, listen here, young woman. I've tried to control my temper. But if you want to play rough, I can get plenty rough.
Walter, I've got to run along. I'll leave you to straighten out Barking Boy.
Barking Boy? That's the second time today I've been accused of barking. Young woman, I'll have you know I do not bark.
Who's your friend?
Go home, Prince.
Well, classes haven't started yet. Let me see. Pick up my mail first, and then... Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Isn't it a coincidence that we're in the same mailbox?
Not an overwhelming coincidence. You see, your last name begins with the same letter mine does.
Well, that's a start. You have such a quick mind, Mr. Boynton.
Well, it is thorough.
Personally, I think you tax it too much. Don't you think you need more recreation, if you know what I mean?
Well, carrying on my biology experiments is recreation enough.
You don't know what I mean.
Of course, I also collect stamps.
Oh, that sounds exciting. There's no end to the possibilities. Have you ever tried your hand at beadwork?
Well, no, I don't believe I have. Is it fun?
Fun? Why, it makes you just tingle all over.
We must string a few together sometime.
Mm-hmm. And basket weaving can be thrilling, too.
Oh, really?
Yes, if we're both in the same basket. Well, so much for the world of sports.
Miss Brooks, if you don't mind my changing the subject, are you going to be busy tonight?
Busy? Me? Mr. Boynton, I couldn't be unbusier.
Well, I'd like to come over after dinner. That is, if we can be alone.
Alone? We'll be absolutely isolated. I hope you don't think I'm too forward, Mr. Boynton, but I've anticipated this moment for quite a while. Remember the day about 5 years ago when I first came to Madison High, rounded a turn in the corridor, and bumped smack into you?
Oh, yes. I was teaching chemistry then. You put quite a dent in my Bunsen burner.
Yeah. Well, you know, that was the day I first suspected that we'd be more to each other than just fellow faculty members.
And when were your suspicions confirmed, Miss Brooks?
On our very next date, when you took me to lunch, 2 years later. Gad, you were a fast worker.
I don't blame you for kidding me, Miss Brooks. I guess I'm not much of a whirlwind romantically. And most scientific people aren't. You see, The study of evolution alone tends to slow down any of the mere intemperate reflexes.
Mm-hmm.
You must realize that a tremendous period of time was involved before the single cell divided itself in the sea and adapted itself to the land and the air.
Mm-hmm.
Countless centuries passed before lower forms of life assumed their new shapes, and generations before the mammal family produced the ape family, and before the ape family produced the human family.
What have you been waiting for me to do? Slip back a notch? Well, what time do you think you'll be able to come over tonight, Mr. Boynton?
Mr. Boynton, Miss Brooks, let us not tarry. Your new principal, Mr. Conklin, is due at any moment.
Oh, we'll be sorry to see you go, Mr. Darwell.
Yes, you've been a wonderful principal, Mr. Darwell. Why did the Board of Education decide to have you transferred?
Ours not to reason why. Ours but to teach and die. As the great Socrates so aptly phrased it, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Of course, I am genuinely sorry to leave old Madison High, but then we're teachers, and teachers can't afford sentiment.
We can't afford anything. As the great Professor Einstein so aptly phrased it, murder, ain't it? You know, I still hope I can land that job as head of the English department, though.
Well, that will depend upon the impression you make on Mr. Conklin. I'm taking him on a tour of inspection as soon as he arrives, Miss Brooks. Your class will be the first one visited.
Oh, the first class visited? Oh, gosh, Mr. Boynton, if I'm to impress Conklin, I'll have to hurry and get things in order. I better go in and erase the children and see that the blackboards aren't throwing spitballs.
Poor Miss Brooks, you're a bundle of nerves. You look sort of faint. Here, I'll put my arms around you until you steady yourself.
Oh, no, you won't, Mr. Boynton. Just because you happen to catch me at a weak moment, I'm not letting you put your arms around me. My father told me about men like you.
And why are you putting your arms around me?
My mother told me about men like you, too. All right now, class, please let me have your attention. As many of you know, our new principal, Mr. Osgood Conklin, takes over his duties today. So, if he should drop in here at any time, there's no reason for any of us to be nervous, self-conscious, or head of the English department. I mean, we'll just go on in our normal manner. Now, to take up where we left off yesterday...
Pardon me, Miss Brooks, but Mr. Conklin and I just happened to be passing by.
Oh, why, come right in, Mr. Darwell.
This way, Mr. Conklin.
Thank you.
Mr. Conklin, this is our Miss Brooks.
How do you do, Miss Brooks? Glad to make your... Wait a minute.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Conklin. Glad to make your acquaint a minute, too.
Oh? You two have met?
We sort of ran into each other this morning.
Well, this is the young lady in the accident I told you about.
Mr. Conklin, I have an idea. Why don't we skip English and drop in on the...
Now that I know just who Miss Brooks is, I'm particularly interested in watching her conduct her class. Go right on, Miss Brooks.
Well, all right, Mr. Conklin. Now, class, I'm going to read some lines to you, which I'd like you to... I want you to tell me whom... No, who? I'd like the name of the author of the following stuff. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Conklin, not to praise him. That is to bury Caesar. Hand, please? No hands? You've all got them, you know. Just look at the ends of your sleeves. Oh, there's a hand. Winona. I can always depend on Winona. Who wrote those lines, Winona?
I don't know. I just want to leave the room.
Never mind the blindfold, Captain. Just give me a cigarette.
Come in, Miss Brooks. How is everything?
Well, frankly, Mr. Boynton, I'm a little tired. I just lost 2 out of 3 falls to Mr. Conklin.
Oh, you've met the new principal, eh? What's he like?
He looks like he was weaned on a vinegar popsicle. Mr. Boynton, I just dropped by to see what time you're coming over tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, one of my students is stopping by for a few minutes. I promised to write an intellectual letter for him to a girlfriend he's trying to impress, Penelope Miller.
Penelope Miller.
Yes, she tastes like caraway seeds. If you could just let me know what time you're coming over.
Well, I'm not sure about tonight at all right now. I'm quite worried about Violet.
Violet?
Yes, the white mouse I use in some of my experiments. Steady, Violet, dear. Steady, dear. I'm just going to hold you for a minute.
Mr. Boynton, if you
You
could
know,
just...
I don't like the feel of her stomach.
Mr. Boynton...
It's lumpy.
Well, Mr. Boynton, you told me this morning...
Frankly, Miss Brooks, at that time I didn't know about Violet's condition. You understand I have to...
I know. You have to sit up with a lumpy mouse.
Well, she's terribly peaked lately. I don't know what it is. I think I better have a look at her cage. Hold her a minute, will you? Here. Miss Brooks, you dropped Violet!
She attacked me!
Miss Brooks! Hey, Miss Brooks, get down off that desk!
I can't! Oh, I see her. She's under that... She's under the table!
Get her! I'll get her if you just stop that screaming. And let go of your skirts!
And this, Mr. Conklin, is our biology laboratory. Why, Miss Brooks, what are you doing on that desk? And where is Mr. Boynton?
He's under the table with Violet.
With Violet? So that's what goes on in the biology laboratory of Madison High.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, I'm sure...
So
Mr.
am I
Boynton
very sure. Come, Mr. Darwell. I'll be back when Violet is out from under the table.
Oh, no.
I've got her, Miss Brooks. Poor thing was scared to death. Here. And look at her. Isn't she sweet? Isn't Violet a beauty?
She's ravishing. And may I tell you something else, Mr. Boynton?
What's that?
You make a lovely couple.
Hello, principal's office. Osgood Conklin speaking. Who's calling, please? Mrs. Davis. Margaret Davis? Oh, yes, the girl I used to go ice skating with. Ha, ha, ha. How's your leg? What's that? You want me to come over to dinner? Well, I'm afraid You say there's a teacher living with you that you want me to meet. Miss Brooks. Well, I'd like... Miss Brooks! Now, look here, Margaret. I've already met that red-haired...
Mr. Conklin.
Hold the phone, Margaret. Yes?
I'm Matilda Denton of the school board. I have reason to suspect that my boy, Walter, a pupil at this institution, has fallen into the clutches of one of your female teachers.
What?
Yes. He told me that he had a date with a woman tonight at her home.
Uh-huh.
And here, this note fell out of his pocket when he came home from school.
Let me read that, please. At last, I've got what I want. Red hair and a tough, sturdy body. Red hair? Good heavens!
Well, Mr. Conklin, have you any idea who this nefarious woman might be?
Yes, I have, Mrs. Denton. Pardon me. Hello, are you still there, Mrs. Davis? No, I haven't been to a Turkish bath. Now, listen, I have reconsidered. I shall be delighted to dine this evening with you and, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Conklin, I'll give you just 24 hours to find out who my boy is traipsing around with.
Listen, Mrs. Denton. Listen, Mrs. Davis.
You'll get to the bottom of this matter quickly, or there'll be a new principal here at Madison High.
Quiet, both of you.
Don't you bark at me.
I'm not barking. Please go home.
Well, Osgood, how did you like your dinner?
Very interesting, Mrs. Davis. I've never tasted this kind of meat before. Just what is it?
It's our usual Monday night supper. Seal burgers.
I'll take these dishes into the kitchen and see about the coffee. I make Bulgarian coffee, you know. It's strained through a grapefruit rind.
Now then, Miss Brooks, let's get right to the point, huh? What would you think of a teacher who would allow a student to become infatuated with her and then lead him on?
I'd think she was pretty terrible, Mr. Conklin. Who's the teacher?
Well, we haven't any positive proof, but the boy's name is Walter Denton.
Well, I think they both ought to be arrested. Walter Denton?
Yes, Miss Brooks. You can't deny that you were in the car with young Denton this morning?
But he was just giving me a lift until my car is fixed. I never see the boy at any other time.
Are you sure about that, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I'm positive, Mr. Conklin. Must be my laundry.
Your laundry at 8 p.m.?
I deal with the owl laundry. They only come out at night. Excuse me, Mr. Conklin. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, Miss Brooks.
Hi, Miss Brooks. I keep you waiting?
Yes, but not long enough. Look, Walter, would you come back some other time?
Come on, let's get into the living
No,
room.
Walter, no.
I'm anxious to get that letter started.
Oh, not so loud, Walter. Mr. Conklin is in the dining room.
Oh, the new principal?
Yes, and if he finds you here tonight, we'll both be out.
No, good. We'll have our coffee in the living room.
Hi, Margaret.
Quick, Walter, hide. Get behind those curtains behind the window.
Oh, yeah, but
I'll explain later. Get in back of them.
Who was it that rang, dear?
Oh, it was just a wrong number, Mrs. Davis.
On the doorbell?
I mean the wrong house number.
You seem quite nervous, dear.
Oh, I'm all right.
Oh, come and get some coffee. It'll calm you down.
Thank you.
The Bulgarians drink it flat on their back, you know.
I'll be flat on my back any minute, and I wish I was in Bulgaria.
Why, you're trembling like a leaf, Miss Brooks, and you're all flushed.
Well, it is rather warm in here, don't you think?
If it isn't too much trouble, Osgood, would you mind pulling back those curtains and opening the window?
Oh, no, not the curtains.
No trouble at all. I'd be only too happy to open the window.
And I'll be only too happy to jump out of it.
There we are.
Well, where is he? What's become of him?
What's become of who?
Bobby Breen. He used to send me.
Come on over to the couch, Connie. You're still overwrought.
Well, thank you.
Lay right down here, dear.
Oh, no,
I'll
thank you.
get you a pillow. You know, I keep pillows in the window seat just for emergencies. I always say you never know when you need them. Why, hello, Walter. Here you are, Miss Brooks. You speak yourself. Ow!
Margaret, what's the matter?
Walter Denton, come out of my window seat.
Aha! Just as I thought. Miss Brooks, where are you going?
I thought I'd run down to the Belgian Congo for the weekend.
Sit down, Miss Brooks. Young man, what were you doing in that window seat?
If you'll only give me a chance, Mr. Conklin, I can explain.
Go ahead. What were you doing in there?
Hiding.
Walter, tell them just why you came here tonight.
Well, I came here to see Miss Brooks. I thought we'd be alone.
Oh-ho!
Oh, no.
Well, she was only going to help me write a letter to my girlfriend.
I see. Now, let's hear you explain this, Miss Brooks. Here, read this page from Walter's diary.
Mine?
What is this? At last I've got what I want. Red hair and what a tough, sturdy body. Walter!
I wish everybody would stop saying Walter. Look, this isn't even my writing. Here, look at the other side. See, that's my biology notes from yesterday. I asked Mr. Boynton to loan me a piece of paper.
Mr. Boynton wrote that? Miss Brooks, don't you get it?
Get what?
Red hair. It's you he's writing about.
Mr. Boynton? Me? Just what he wanted? Tough and sturdy body. Well, I am strong.
Surely you're not pleased, Miss Brooks.
I'm not? I mean, I'm not. Oh,
Door's open.
Mr. Boynton.
I thought you said we were going to be alone, Miss Brooks.
You too. What's happening around here?
Haven't you heard? I've been made queen for a day.
Boynton, I'd like to know whether you wrote this or not.
Let me see it, sir. Yes, I wrote it. It was supposed to go into my diary. What's wrong with it anyway? She is strong, and I did work hard to get her.
Oh, Mr. Boynton, please, not in front of everybody.
It took 23 generations of crossbreeding to get a red-backed mouse like that.
Red-backed mouse?
Mouse? Amazing. Miss Brooks, I'm afraid I've done you a grave injustice.
You most certainly have, Mr. Conklin. You've placed your own meaning on unfortunate incidents.
But
You've accused me of misconduct with no proof whatsoever, and you've acted in general like a narrow, bigoted, unfair person.
But, Miss Brooks...
Mr. Conklin, I never want to see or talk to you again as long as I live.
Not even about the job as head of the English department?
Mr. Conklin, I've done you a grave injustice. Let's sit down on the love seat and talk this thing over,
Yes.
huh?
Well, we'll take it up first thing in the morning, Miss Brooks. I've got to be getting home now. Come on, Walter. We'll take the bus together.
Oh, we don't have to take the bus, Mr. Conklin. I've got my car outside.
Your car? After our collision this morning?
Oh, after I left you, I hit another car and everything snapped back into place. Well, good night, all.
Good night, Walter. Good night.
Good night, Walter.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Conklin.
Good night, Mr. Conklin.
Well, now there's just the three of us, Mr. Boynton. Mrs. Davis and you and I. Gee, it's a beautiful night. Look at that moonlight streaming through the windows. If one would take a hint, there'd just be two of us. Two of us and one sofa. I said if one would take a hint, there'd just be two of us. Well, here we are, just the two of us.
Good. How about a little gin rummy?
That's the deal. Well, I blitzed Mrs. Davis 3 across, but I'd rather have lost to Mr. Boynton. He's certainly naive, my little biology boy. But though he's shy, he's glad of I, and I'm sure he'll soon realize that the greatest thing he'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return.
How often have you picked up a newspaper and read about an automobile accident? Chances are you think of accidents like that as always happening to someone else. If you could count on that, there'd be nothing for you to worry about. But chances are also that those very people you read about had the same feeling until something actually did happen to them. All it takes is that one brief moment of carelessness, but it can cause a lifetime of anguish. In almost every automobile accident, there are one or more violations of the law. Yet those laws are made specifically for the purpose of preventing accidents. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced and directed by Larry Burns. Tonight's script was written by Al Lewis with music by Wilbur Hatch. Next week at the same time, Columbia will again present another adventure in the far from placid life of our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Life is swell when you keep well. That's why Post 40% Bran Flakes have become America's largest selling Bran Flakes. Every 1 ounce serving of Post 40% Bran Flakes provides bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet. They're so delicious tasting and so good for you, too. Tomorrow, serve America's favorite Bran Flakes. Post 40% Bran Flakes.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin, and brought to you by
Woodbury, 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 for the skin you love to touch.
Jerry and Pamela North, those lovable, laughable salvas of mysteries. For years you've read about them in books and magazines. You've seen them on the stage and on the screen. Now here they are in person in The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. Joseph's is a little Russian restaurant tucked away on one of the side streets of Midtown Manhattan. And here we find Jerry and Pamela North just finishing dinner. There's a popular belief among epicures that music has power to aid digestion, but Jerry has some doubt about this.
Oh, boy, listen to that fiddle. No wonder there's hardly anybody in the place.
Jerry, I want to hear.
What? Pam, please, it's dreadful.
But, Jerry, that poor fellow's playing with his heart.
Oh, that's it. I was blaming it all on the violin.
I suppose if a swing band were going full blast, you'd think it was dandy.
Well, at least I could keep time while I chewed. Oh. Come on. Are you finished? Let's get out of here.
All right, dear.
Oh, waiter. Oh, waiter. Here, let me help you with the coat, dear.
Ah, gentlemen, ladies.
It was all to your satisfaction?
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you.
My wife even likes the music.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Dmitri, enough. Go back to the kitchen.
Oh, does he cook, too?
Dmitri? Oh, no. He washes the dishes. My wife, she cooks.
Oh, are you the proprietor?
No, lady. I own the restaurant.
Oh.
I am Joseph. Dmitri is my brother. Vasya is my wife.
I see, a family affair. I suppose the girl in the check room is your sister.
No, that is not possible. But the doorman, he is my uncle, Vasov.
Oh, how nice. Isn't that nice, Jerry?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear, will you give me a coat check? My compact's in your overcoat pocket.
Yeah? Well, let's see. Oh, here it is.
I'll fix my face while you're paying the check. See you in the lobby, Jerry.
Now, gentlemen, let me see.
Have you the bill?
Oh, yes. Even now I subtract it. $20. So. $240.
What? Let me see.
Perhaps it is wrong.
No, not very. It's $2.40. What? That's Pam. I'm coming, Pam. I'm coming.
Oh, Jerry, it's terrible.
Well, in heaven's name, what happened?
Look, there in the check room.
Where?
Over the table.
What? Good Lord.
Jerry, I think she's dead.
She certainly is. That's a stiletto in her back.
We'll rejoin Mr. and Mrs. North in just a moment. But meanwhile, ladies, do you realize for just 10 cents you can buy a trial-sized jar of Woodbury cold cream, a cream proved to give as fine or even finer beauty results than the costliest creams? And I mean proved. Proved by a test among more than 1,000 women. These women use 6 leading creams, including Woodbury cold cream and some of the costliest brands you could name. The creams were all in plain, unlabeled jars. Yet the majority of the women picked one cream as definitely best, Woodbury cold cream. Actually, they preferred Woodbury even to those costliest creams. Well, here's why Woodbury is so outstanding. Its 4 special ingredients and its fine oils cleanse thoroughly, leave your skin feeling gloriously fresh and clean. They lubricate, help ward off aging dryness. They make your skin gorgeously softer and smoother. And besides, there's an element working in the jar to keep the cream absolutely pure, and no other cream at any price has that. Why not send out now for Woodbury cold cream? If your skin isn't lovelier after using it only 7 days, return that jar to Woodbury at Cincinnati, Ohio, and you'll get double your money back. Regular sizes at 25 cents, 50 cents, 75 cents, and a big economy jar at $1.25. Remember, Woodbury will save you so much compared with your former expensive cream that you can buy more war stamps and bonds. And Uncle Sam will like that. Tonight, start using Woodbury. That's Woodbury, Woodbury cold cream. And now, back to the adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. A few minutes have passed since Pam and Jerry discovered the body of the checkroom girl in the Russian restaurant.
Oh, what is to become of us?
Please, Mr. Joseph.
What can I do? Stabbed here in my own restaurant.
All right, Pam.
Did you get Bill Wagon, Jerry?
Yes, he'll be right over with the homicide squad.
Oh, good.
Joseph, who is this girl?
This girl I do not know. Her name, it is Betty.
Is that all you know about her?
Oh.
But you hired her to work for you, didn't you?
No, I did not hire her. She was sent here by the man who has the concession for hats and coats.
You mean someone actually paid for the checkroom concession in this place? Why, it can't possibly pay the girl's salary.
He did not pay for the concession. He come one day, say I must let him run hats and coats. I say no. He say yes, or he will have my license taken away.
Oh, a racket.
Why, that's shameful.
He's big man. Lots of politics.
Who is he?
Charles Moran.
Chuck Moran, huh?
Jerry, isn't he the man who runs the Club Rouet?
Yes, and a lot of concessions and hotels and clubs around town. Now I see why he's got a monopoly.
I
wonder if... Jerry, look. There's her purse hanging on the hook. Couldn't we go through it?
Why, yes, I guess we can. Wait a minute.
Oh, Jerry, be careful. Don't touch her.
Don't worry.
Look how she fell forward across that little table.
I'm afraid Wigan won't find many clues.
Why not, Jerry?
Whoever did it must have slipped in quickly, plunged that stiletto into her, and gone out just as fast. You don't leave any traces when you work like that.
Jerry, I wish you wouldn't say you. Oh, let's see the bag.
Here, we'll put everything on this other table. Wigan don't want to see all this stuff.
Well, it's not much. Lipstick, compact... Oh, there's a key.
Oh, wait. Here's a piece of paper. A milk bill. Made out to Mrs. Charles Moran, 596 East 54th Street. Apartment 9A.
Mrs. Charles Moran? Do you suppose
Chuck Moran's wife.
His wife? Can it be possible?
I'd better go over and find out.
Jerry, you're staying right here.
Now, Pam, we don't want to make any mistakes. If this is Chuck's wife, he should know about it. If she's not, well, it might be wise to find out what he does know.
Well, why don't you phone?
Phone? He has no phone. I can never get him.
I guess he has a phone, all right. But only the people he wants have the number. Now, Pam, when Wigan gets here, give him all the details.
But, Jerry, I don't...
Remember, Pam, you're the one who found the body.
The body? Here in my restaurant.
It's not far from here. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Take it easy. I'm coming. Well?
Excuse me, is this where Chuck Moran lives?
Right.
Is he in?
Who wants to know?
My name is North. Gerald North.
Oh, you friend of Chuck's?
Well, I've seen him around town. I'm a publisher.
Oh, you publish those detective stories, don't you?
That's right.
Oh, say, I was just reading that one, The Kiss of Death. It's swell.
It has been rather successful.
Oh, say, come on in. Chuck ain't here right now, but he ought to be along any minute.
Thanks. Are you Mrs. Moran?
Do I look it?
Well,
No, I'm Francine Laporte. I sing at the Club Rouet.
I thought you looked familiar. I've enjoyed your singing.
Oh, thanks. So, sit down. The sofa ain't busy. Have a drink?
Not now, thank you.
Well, you better. Chuck may not show for a while.
Well, then, I really can't wait.
Oh, come on. Sit down. Oh, scat, Pinky. That cat is all over everything. You know, Mr. North, another one of your books I liked was Murder in the Mint. Gee, I didn't know who done it until the last page.
Yes, Herman is a good writer. But what I came to see about was Mrs. Moran.
Oh, Betty?
Yes, do you know her?
One of my best friends. And let me tell you, she's got brains. She can figure out those detective stories where I can't. Her only trouble is money.
Money?
Yeah, you see, Chuck's the front in the concession business, but Betty runs it. She keeps all the check girls in line, you know, hires them and fires them, and, well, she squeezes the nickels till the buffaloes yell.
I see.
Yeah, right now she's doing a little trick herself in a little Russian joint because, well, it don't pay to keep a regular girl there.
She and Chuck get along all right, don't they?
Why, Say, why all the interest in Betty?
Oh, nothing, just inquiring.
Well, I don't know what you're after, so I ain't going to talk out of turn. You'll have to wait for Chuck.
Well, I really must be going, Miss Laporte.
Oh, stick around. I'm leaving in a minute for my act at the club, but we could spend a little time talking about murder stories. You got any new ones coming up?
Several. I'm afraid I'll have to go now. Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody's going to step on that cat's neck someday, and that'll finish him.
Tell Chuck I called, will you?
Sure, tall and handsome. And drop around the club sometime, huh?
I'd be delighted, Miss Laporte.
Oh, call me Francie. Everybody does.
All right, Francie. I'll be seeing you.
Okay, big boy.
And that's all I can tell you, Bill. That's the way Jerry and I found her.
All right, Pam. Thanks. The medical examiner's busy in the check room. Maybe he'll turn up something.
Mm.
Hey, Mullins.
Here, Lute.
Bring in that big Russian.
You mean the doorman with the fur hat?
That's right.
Okay, Lute.
Jerry didn't seem to think that you'd find many clues, Bill. He said that the way the murderer worked, he wouldn't have time to...
Lieutenant Wigan, here's something you might find interesting.
What's that, Doc?
When I moved the girl's body, I found this menu on the table under it. She was trying to write a message when she died.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see, Bill.
Scroll from one end of the card to the other. W-O-M-E-N. Women killed me.
Women? Gollies.
That means the girl didn't know who her assailants were. If she had, she would have tried to write out their names before she died.
You can move the body any time you want, Wigan. The stiletto did the trick, all right. I'm going down and file my report.
Okay, Doc. Good night.
Bill, I can't believe a woman could be so cold-blooded.
They come always, Pam. This girl didn't know who they were, so that rules out friends. Let's see.
This way, Cossack. Lieutenant wants to see you.
Hello. What's your name?
It's Vassoff, Lute.
Were you on the door outside all evening, Vossoff?
I was, for truly.
You see any women come into the restaurant?
Women, yes. Women. Men, too, also.
I mean just a party of women, 2 or 3. They must have come in and left immediately.
Women, yes. Men, yes.
Not very definite, is he?
Yes.
Think you could identify these women if you saw them?
Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Women come, go. Yes, many.
Well, I guess it was one of them. All right, Vossoff.
Want to hold him as a witness, Lute?
Yes, take him to headquarters, Mullins.
Right. Come on, Cossack. We don't want to lose you.
Now, Bill, here's what I think you ought to do. Find out if any of the girls working in these concessions had it in for Betty.
Please,
and then
Pam, just a minute. I've got to think this thing out.
Hello, anybody.
Oh, Jerry.
What success?
Did you find Chuck Moran?
Hello, Jerry.
How are you, Bill?
Jerry, I'm asking you a question. Did you find Mr. Chuck?
No, dear, he wasn't home. But I did find out the dead girl is his wife.
Chuck's wife, are you sure?
Yes, Bill. Name's Betty Moran.
Where's Chuck?
The girl in his apartment said he was due there in a little while.
The girl?
Okay, I'll give orders to have him picked up. I'll be back in a minute.
Jerry, who is the girl?
Francine Laporte. She sings at the Club Rouet.
Fancy. And is she a redhead, dear?
Why, yes. How'd you know?
There are red hairs all over your coat.
Hairs?
Jerry, what were you doing up there?
Oh, they came from that cat in the apartment.
A cat, huh?
Yes, a cat named Pinky.
Uh-huh. Jerry, you haven't answered my question. What were you doing up there?
Oh, nothing. We talked about Moran and his wife and about detective stories.
Detective stories? In the old days, it used to be etchings.
Now, Pam, for goodness sake.
Oh, you needn't get so flustered, Jerry.
Oh, who's flustered?
You are, darling. Is she good looking?
In a way.
I see. Do you think she killed Betty?
She? Well, Pam, whatever gave you that idea?
Bill Wigan had a menu with a message that the murdered girl wrote on while she was dying. It said, "Women killed me."
Women?
Yes, and this Francie may be one of them.
But that doesn't seem possible.
Jerry, you're a very poor judge of women. You never can tell when they're lying to you.
Now, Pam.
Come on, Jerry. We're going over to that apartment. I want to talk to Miss Francie Laporte.
You can't. She's at the Club Rouet by this time.
All right, then we'll go to the Club Rouet. Come on, Jerry. This is a good table, huh?
Uh-huh.
You can see everything, Jerry.
I'm afraid we should have told Bill Wigan where we were going.
Bill Wigan is no better judge of women than you are, dear. All I want to do is to talk to her for a few minutes, and I'll be able to tell whether she had anything to do with that murder.
I hope this doesn't lead to trouble.
Listen, Jerry.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our great pleasure to introduce at this time that delightful singer of French songs, Miss Francine Laporte. Have a hand for her.
Oh, she's French.
From Brooklyn, France.
Parlez-moi d'amour, dites-moi des choses tendres. Votre beau discours, mon cœur n'est pas là de l'entendre.
She's very attractive, isn't she, Jerry?
What? Oh, yes, she is, dear.
Jerry, you don't always stare that way when you listen to music.
Well, it's a bit different from Dimitri and his fiddle.
Well, she's not singing from a heart. Jerry, she sees you.
Yes, she does.
As soon as she's through singing, I'm going back to her dressing room.
We'll both go.
Oh, no. You're going to stay right here. I'll be able to judge her better if we're alone.
All right, dear, but be careful what you say.
mon cœur n'est pas là de l'entendre. Pourvu que toujours vous répétiez ces mots suprêmes. Je vous aime.
Beautiful, Francie, beautiful, beautiful.
No encore, Joe. I got a beat. Play a dance number, will
Okay,
you?
Francie. 63 from the top, boys. You ready? 1, 2.
Say, Chuck,
What's the matter, Francie? You finished already?
listen. That guy north that was up in the apartment,
Yeah?
he's out front with the dame.
I wonder what that lug's up to.
Well, he's poking around for something, Chuck. If he's just come to see me, he wouldn't have brought no dame.
Yeah, I wonder what. Quiet.
Here, get behind the screen quick.
Whoever it is, get rid of him.
Okay, keep your shirt on.
Miss Laporte, may I see you for a minute?
I got a change for my next
Oh,
number.
it won't take a minute.
Will you get out? I haven't got no time to...
I'm Mrs. North. You met my husband, Mr. North, up in Chuck Moran's apartment.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
I just want to ask you one question. What did you and my husband talk about tonight?
Detective stories. Why?
Oh, didn't you talk about who killed Betty Moran?
Killed Betty?
Oh, didn't you know she was dead?
What are you talking about?
Betty Moran was murdered tonight.
Hey, what's this all about?
Miss Dame says Betty was bumped off.
I heard. Where'd you get this from, sister?
The police found her. Are you Chuck Moran?
Yeah. Who got Betty?
The police are looking for you.
Yeah, well, I'm going out looking for the police. Get your hat and coat, Francie.
Oh, you can wait right here. The police will come for you.
Out of the way, lady. Hop to it, Francie.
I'm ready, Chuck.
You'd better not leave, Mr. Moran.
Get away from that door.
Ouch! Let me go.
Come on, Chuck, will you?
Just a minute.
Jerry, stop them. That's Chuck Moran.
Out of the way, jerk.
Get back, Moran.
Yeah?
Sure.
Finish him, Chuck.
Jerry,
Go on.
get him. Go on.
ahead. Do what you do.
Jerry.
Here, you. Get away from that phone.
Try and stop me.
Why, you little... Ow! Oh! Ouch!
Hello?
Give me that
Hello,
phone.
operator.
Give me that
Quick,
phone.
the police. Help! Murder! Police! Jerry, are you sure you're all right?
Yes, dear.
Good. I want to look out the back. Oh, gollies. Jerry, you know this is the first ride I've ever had in a patrol wagon.
I hope it's not your last.
Shut up, Moran.
You gonna let him get away with that, Chuck?
I'll kick his teeth in.
Jerry, look out.
I'll handle him.
Oh, you're
Go
going to
ahead, Chuck.
Hey, pipe
Go on,
down
get him,
in there.
Jerry.
Break it up,
Go on,
or I'll
hit
break
him.
it up with my stick. You'll have plenty of time for shouting when we get to the cooler.
As soon as we get there, officer, I want to see Lieutenant Wigan.
All right, lady, but quiet down. I can't hardly hear the gun.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, Lieutenant Wigan.
Came down to the morgue here to take a look at them.
Well, there they are, in the trunk.
Some package. How were they killed, Doc?
Bullets through the head. Close range.
Crammed in the trunk after death?
Right. If one corpse hadn't bled, they might be on the way to California by now. The expressman noticed the blood coming out of the corner of the trunk.
Yeah, that's the standard way of getting rid of bodies. Drop them off at the express office and ship them off across the country.
Well, Wigan, now you've got 2 cases on your hands.
Any identification on the bodies?
No, not a clue on them.
Hey, Lute.
You got them, Mullins?
Yeah. Come on, Cossack, in here. Come on.
What's up?
Lieutenant, it is not since the days of the Tsar.
Just a minute. I'm sorry we have to hold you as a witness, Bosov, but it can't be helped. I want you to take a look at these bodies.
Say, Lute,
Yes, Mullins.
Mr. and Mrs. North, they were just brought in the wagon.
Pam and Jerry?
Mm-hmm. For disturbing the peace. Mr. North got into a fight with Moran.
They got Moran. Good. Settle the charges and bring Pam and Jerry down here to the morgue.
I done that already. They're coming as soon as you can
Excuse me, is Lieutenant Wigan... Oh, there you are, Bill.
Come in, Jerry.
He's here, Pam. Come on.
Oh, Bill, we've just had the most exciting... Oh!
I'm sorry, Pam. Not a very pretty sight.
Good Lord. Who are these men?
We don't know yet. How about it, Bosov? You recognize those bodies?
These men I know.
Yeah?
What?
Oh, you do?
Where from?
The restaurant. Tonight they go in, come out.
Uh-huh. You're positive about that?
I see them only 2 hours ago. A Vosov never forgets.
They're the ones that done it, Lute.
But that note, Bill, the one she wrote, it said women killed me.
Yes, it doesn't fit. I wonder...
Hey, Bill, have you that menu with you? I've got an idea.
What, Jerry?
Yes, here it is.
Huh. Yeah, that could be it, all right. Sure.
What, Jerry?
Well, look at this menu. See, the girl started the word women right at the edge and wrote across the page.
Yes?
Now, when she wrote this, remember, she was dying. Things must have been going black for her.
Jerry, don't talk so much. Just tell her.
What's your idea, Jerry?
She started her writing off the edge of the menu. There's a letter missing, a T.
A T?
Yes. And what do you get when you put a T in front of the word women?
Women. To women. Oh, Jerry, that doesn't make sense.
I see what you mean, Jerry.
Sure. Spell it out, Pam. T-W-O-M-E-N. 2 men.
Oh, I see.
She tried to write 2 men killed me.
Of course. Why, how clever of you, Jerry.
Well, we've got the 2 murderers.
Yeah, in a trunk. But who got them?
Wait a minute. I think I have it.
What, Pam?
Yes, sir, those bodies. That's it. Why, Jerry, it's right in front of you and you can't see it.
Pam, will you make sense?
Bill, have Mr. Moran and that girl brought down here right away.
Pam, you'd better tell us what you're going to do.
No. This takes very delicate handling. I have to do it my way, Bill.
But, Pam...
I won't say another word until they're here.
All right, Mullins. Bring them down.
Come on. In here, both of you. Come on.
Say, what's this all about? We're going to find out right now, Moran. Sit down. And you take that chair, Miss...
That's Miss Laporte, Bill.
Close the door, Mullins.
Okay, Lute.
Now then. Mrs. North is going to ask a few questions. I want them answered.
Say, who does she think she is?
Let her ask. See what it gets her.
Yeah, well, when she's finished, I got a few things to ask. Only it'll be through my lawyer.
All right, that's enough. Go ahead, Pam.
Well, Mr. Moran, your wife, Betty, was murdered tonight.
You said that at the club. I don't know nothing about it.
Didn't you sneak into the Russian restaurant tonight and corner your wife in the check room and stab her to death?
You're crazy. I wasn't near the joint.
This man I don't see by the restaurant tonight.
You see?
Quiet, please.
Vosov tells the truth.
All right, Vosov. Well, he ought to know. I wasn't there.
Then where were you?
Say, what is she, a woman, Dick?
Answer the questions, Moran.
Where were you?
Home. In my apartment.
Jerry, did you see Mr. Moran when you were at his apartment?
No, only the girl.
That's because you didn't look, fathead. I was out in the kitchen all the time you was there. Ask Francie.
That's right. He was there all the time.
All right, Mr. Moran. You admit you were in your apartment all evening.
Sure. I got an alibi. I can tell you everything that guy said.
All right, Bill. Arrest Mr. Moran for the murder of those 2 men.
What? Say, what is she trying to hang on me?
He didn't kill nobody.
Can you prove this, Pam?
Look at the bodies, Bill. Their coats are covered with hair, cat's hair, just like Jerry's was. Those men were killed in Moran's apartment.
That's a lie. I was there.
Mullins, take hairs from the clothes of these bodies and get samples from the apartment.
Right.
If the hairs match, it's going to send Moran and this girl straight to the electric chair.
No, not me. You can't.
Shut up, Francie.
You can't do this to me. He shot them. I didn't have anything to do with
You
it.
crazy ape.
Oh! He did it. He hired those guys to bump her off. Then when they came around to get paid, he shot them.
Why did he want to get rid of his wife?
She knew too much. The police are looking for 3 girls that disappeared. Girls that used to work for Moran. I don't know what happened to them, but Betty did. She was going to tell the police because Moran was playing around with me. She was jealous.
Why, you're lying,
That's
little
enough.
double crossing.
Take them away, Mullins.
Come on, move, Moran.
All right, give 50 grand.
Well, Pam, that was a smart piece of detective work.
I'll say.
How did you know about the cat's hairs?
Jerry had them on his coat. Thank heaven.
Thank heaven is right. It solved the case.
Oh, I don't mean that, Jerry. I mean, thank heaven they were from the cat, not that red-headed Francie.
Girls, here's what lovely Paulette Goddard said about you, your beauty, and that man of yours in the war. She said,
"He's fighting for you. It's up to you to look the part. Why not see how my 3-minute care with Woodbury Cold Cream will help keep your skin smooth and alluring? I call it WBNC. That's short for Woodbury Beauty Nightcap. Try it."
and lovely Veronica Lake says the same. These gorgeous stars prefer inexpensive Woodbury cold cream. For it's true, you can't give your skin better care at any price. And yet Woodbury costs just 10 cents to $1.25. And here's special help for women with extra dry skin. Help you need right now when winter weather can coarsen your complexion terribly. It's Woodbury Dry Skin Cream, and it costs just 10 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents a jar. Try this exceptional cream. See for yourself how it helps eliminate those dry skin lines that tend to make a woman look older. Helps bring back supple softness to rough, dry skin. Ask for Woodbury Dry Skin Cream. Tune in again next Wednesday evening at the same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North. Pamela buys a turtle and a spy plot snaps in her face. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? This is Ben Grauer saying good night for
Woodbury, 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 for the skin you love to touch.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Tomorrow morning, the all-star lineup of new 1952 Buicks goes on display at your Buick dealers. And believe you me, they're the smartest, smoothest riding Buicks you've ever seen. With new surprise features you thought years away. So don't miss the fun. Bring the whole family to see the advanced new Roadmasters, the exciting new Supers, and the brilliant new Specials that combine big car luxury with economy price. Yes, don't miss the new 1952 Buicks at your Buick dealers tomorrow.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime is now transcribed for radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Anything wrong, Captain?
Nothing serious, Mr. Templar. Just coming down here for a check. Go on just as soon as we can.
Oh, and where is here?
Headstone, New Mexico. Used to be a big silver mining town, but now it's just another little town, I guess. Although I did notice there's a carnival playing over on the edge of this emergency landing strip.
Well, how long are we to enjoy the hospitality of Headstone?
Oh, 2 or 3 hours. Long enough to see the town, have dinner if you like. We're sorry to delay you, sir.
Oh, it's all right, Captain. I'm seldom bored in a strange town.
Well, you better go back and fasten your seatbelt, Mr. Templar. We're coming down now.
Right, I'll see you later.
Well, good evening, Saint.
You know me? Yet I don't seem to recall your face.
Harry Kelly, and you don't recall my face because we've never met, but I've seen many pictures of you, and so I recognized you immediately.
Well, that's very flattering. Tell me, Mr. Kelly, how can I get into town?
You can find a cab on the other side of the carnival. Planning on staying long?
Not at all. Should I?
On the contrary, I was just going to suggest that I doubt if Headstone would welcome the presence of the saint. Just a friendly remark, you understand.
Oh, naturally. And if I may be permitted a friendly question, why are you telling me this?
Just an interest in the continued health of my fellow human. If you have any trouble in town, look me up. Anyone can tell you where to find me.
The big show is just about to start. See little Fatima, the girl who shakes and shivers like a bowl full of jelly. Only 1 dime, 10 cents, the 10th part of $1. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up here.
Learn what the stars hold for you. I read the past, the present, and the future. Learn your fortune, young man.
I already know it, Grandmother. I'm destined to meet a tall, dark, and beautiful woman. I'll settle for nothing less.
I see strange lines on your face, young man.
Huh?
I will tell your fortune without charge. Give me your hand. I see danger. Beware of a blonde young woman. She will bring you death.
There are worse ways of dying, Grandmother.
I see danger. Much danger for one with a halo about his head. Blood and death. Unless he travels, I see...
I think I'm beginning to get the idea. You might tell your crystal ball that I'm beginning to be interested. Goodbye, Grandmother, and may the saints bless you.
Taxi, mister?
Oh, thank you. Say, do you suppose you can drive me somewhere that serves a good dinner?
Sure. Silver Dollar Hotel.
Oh, fine.
You know, I was just sitting there communing with nature about how many guys there are who blow their wad to watch some dame do a hula but won't spend a dime on a hack.
Do I detect a touch of Brooklyn?
How could you miss? That's me, chum. Ziggy from Flatbush. I used to drive a hack in Brooklyn. Now I own the only hack in Headstone. It's light, huh? You know, I ain't seen a Brooklyn Bridge for 10 years since I come out here for my health. Like I always say, it's a smart man who knows when it's healthy to get out of town.
Meaning what?
Does everything have to mean something? Me, I mind my own business. I stay healthy. That's why I'm living in Headstone instead of under one.
I see. But if you didn't mind your own business, I suppose you'd give me some advice about leaving Headstone. Is that it?
No advice, man. That's part of minding my own business. Headstone is a great place for strangers to visit, if they paid up their insurance.
Here you are, waiter. Very nice dinner. My check, please. No, thank you. Keep the change.
Hello.
Well, this is a surprising hotel. First a beautiful dinner, and then an even more beautiful blonde.
May I sit down?
Oh, by all means, Miss...
Betty Conley. You're Simon Templar?
I should have worn my dark glasses. But now that the truth is out, you might as well call me Simon.
All right, Simon.
Now, how did you know who I am? Now, don't tell me that you were just passing and recognized me.
Why, Ziggy told me that you were here. He owns and drives the taxi here in Headstone.
I know I shouldn't look a gift blonde in the hair, but why did Ziggy tell you I was in here?
Well, Ziggy knows that I need help, and he thought, well, that is, since you're the saint, you might help me.
Well, I have been known to help beautiful blondes on occasion. But tell me why you should need help, Betty.
Someone's been trying to kill me.
Oh, there should be a law against that. Are you sure?
I've been shot at twice, and everybody here has been very unfriendly, except Ziggy and a man named Harry Kelly.
I've noticed the unfriendliness in this town. But being unfriendly towards you is obviously an indication of insanity.
Oh, please don't joke about it. I'm frightened.
All right, my dear. Now tell me about it.
Well, my father was known as Silver Slim Conley. He lived here for years, but he sent me east to school when I was very young, and I didn't come back here until recently. My father died about a month ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was broke, and all he left me was his old silver mine. He called it the Betty Mine, after me.
And I take it somebody wants the mine.
No, the mine is completely worthless. There hasn't been any silver in it for years.
But, my dear, you were shot at twice. Have you any idea who did the shooting?
No, but it might be the same man who told me to get out of town.
Oh, who?
Mike McCarthy. Ziggy says he's an eastern gangster who's been living out here for several months. Will you help me, Mr. Simon?
Well, I've never been able to say no to a pretty girl. You mentioned a man named Harry Kelly before. Just who is he?
He knew my father. He's been very friendly to me. Although he thought I ought to leave town, too.
I've met Mr. Kelly, and he intrigues me very much. I think we'll go see him.
All right. Oh, just a minute. There was some red dust on your coat.
Oh, thank you. Ziggy apparently doesn't get enough passengers to keep his cab dusted. Did you say Ziggy was parked outside in his chariot?
Mm-hmm. He was when I came in. Oh, there he is.
Yes, looking exactly as if he were back in Brooklyn. Ziggy!
Oh, so she found you, huh?
Thanks to your bird dogging, which I must admit in this case has done much to overcome any natural prejudice against cab drivers that I might have. Say, do you know where Harry Kelly lives?
Sure.
Let's go then.
Huh?
Hey, don't you ever clean out this hack? What's all this dust?
Well, who knows? Maybe it was that redhead that hired me yesterday. So she had dandruff.
Ziggy, you missed your calling. You're as funny as an undertaker. Well, now, Ziggy, I don't suppose you'd care to tell me why you warned me to get out of Headstone.
Got me all wrong, Saint. I wasn't warning you. I was just talking about myself.
And I don't suppose you'd care to tell me why somebody took pot shots at Miss Connolly here and told her to get out of town, too.
Me, I don't know nothing. Like I was telling you, Saint, I mind my own business. Maybe you stay ignorant that way, but it's healthier, and I like it like that.
Well, in that case, why did you send Miss Connolly in to see me?
Well, like you can see, she's a pretty little pigeon. She needs to know some guy who'll help her. Now, it ain't no secret that the Saint goes around mixing in other people's business, so I tell her to see you.
And who told you I was the Saint?
I got eyes in my head, ain't I? Like I said, I used to hack in Brooklyn. I got around.
What about this Mike McCarthy?
Strictly smart money, Saint.
Huh?
A lot of guys have crossed his path once, if you get what I mean.
What about Harry Kelly?
Local stuff. A nice schmo, but no more.
You're doing all right for a guy that doesn't know anything.
You got me wrong, pal. Ziggy, he looks people over, but he don't see nothing except one guy is tough, another guy is a schmo, and maybe another guy is too nosy.
I really don't think we should try to involve Ziggy, Simon. He's been very nice as it is.
Yeah, she's got something, pal. I ain't really equipped for it because the way you're headed, only a saint could feel at home. Here we are, Saint. Kelly lives on the first floor in the rear.
Oh, thanks. Wait for us, Ziggy. We've got a couple of other calls to make after this.
Don't worry, I'll wait. If you get in any trouble, just yell. Then I'll drive over and tell the sheriff I heard somebody yell for help.
Oh, thanks, pal. Come on, Betty. Well, I hope our friend is in and that he talks.
Yes. Strange. Harry telling you to come and see him if you had any trouble. If he had any connection with me, then why hasn't he said something to me?
Well, he sounded to me like a cautious man. Maybe he did know something, but didn't want to say anything unless he felt sure something was going to be done. Well, we'll soon know.
Yes, who is it?
Simon Templar.
Oh, the Saint. Just a minute.
Those shots were in that room.
This is no time for conversation, darling. We're going in.
Oh, but...
Like this. Kelly.
Oh, Simon.
Kelly. Kelly, this is Simon Templar.
Saint?
Yes, Kelly, the Saint. Who shot you?
The window. Saint. But mine.
Kelly. Well, Betty, he isn't going to tell us anything now. This killer did a very thorough job. Window open. Must have shot from here. There's a shell on the fireplace.
But what was he saying?
Sounded like sin. Come on, Betty. We're going to spread a little saintliness. And I think I know where to begin. Ziggy, didn't you hear anything?
Well, I noticed some noise, but like I told you...
I know. You mind your own business.
Are we going to the sheriff's, Simon?
No, not yet. Ziggy, who's the assayer in this town?
Old Man Matthews. The office is closed now, but he lives right ahead there. That big white house.
Okay, stop there.
But, Simon...
I'd like to satisfy a little curiosity about that mine of yours. I'll be right back. You stand here, Betty.
What do you want?
Mr. Matthews.
Who else should be here? It's my house, ain't it? What do you want?
My name is Simon Templar. I wanted to ask you if you know the Connolly Silver Mine.
I know every mine within 200 miles of here, young fella. Hey, ain't that Betty Connolly sitting up there in that taxi?
Yes.
Then why can't she tell you about the mine? She owns it.
Well, she has told me, but I just wanted to check about the possibility of a mistake. How much silver would you say there was in the Connolly mine?
About enough to put in your eye and still leave room for your finger?
Couldn't there be a hidden vein in it?
Nope. There ain't been enough silver around here to make a dime for years and years.
Could there be anything else of value in it?
Mud and water, if you call that valuable.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. Young fella, I've been here man and boy for 70 years, and I ain't got no time to stand around answering darn fool questions. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. And Betty, you may be right. Old man Matthews says the mine is worthless, too. So, Ziggy, take us to see Mike McCarthy.
Are you sure you want to go there, Saint? If I was you, I'd get on that plane. It's leaving pretty soon.
No, Ziggy, I've decided not to leave Headstone just yet. Later you can drive me over to Albuquerque, and I'll take the chief the rest of the way.
Okay, chum, it's your funeral.
Simon, please be careful.
Don't you worry, Betty. The Halo Wearers Benevolent Association would be very upset if anything happened to me. I'll be right up.
Yeah?
I'm looking for Mike McCarthy.
Well, you found him.
It's my Boy Scout training. It never fails. My name is Simon Templar.
The Saint?
I've been known by that name.
So what?
That's a very interesting question. I must try to think of an answer sometime. Meanwhile, I thought you might like to know that I heartily disapprove of your telling a certain Miss Betty Connolly that she ought to leave town.
What's a girl to you?
That's my business.
I could make it mine. And if I do, your halo's going to slip down and start choking you.
I thought bullets were more in your line.
Meaning what?
Meaning the shots fired at Miss Connolly and a little gunning job only a few minutes ago.
I didn't do any gunning. But I'm liable to if you don't beat it.
You sound so sure of yourself, Michael.
That's because I got more in my hand than an itching palm.
That's a very pretty gun, Mike. But I'm very much afraid that nothing will satisfy my curiosity short of knowing why you want to get Miss Connolly out of town.
I got answers for nosy guys. 6 of them. I just stand right there. Stay away from that desk, Saint, or I'll...
Don't worry, Mike. I have no interest in the desk at all. But I do have an interest in Miss Connolly. And now, Michael, I'll bid you adieu.
What happened, Simon?
Oh, not much, I'm afraid. The conversation was just getting interesting when Mike had a sudden attack of dropsy.
That's funny. I never heard of him being sick.
Oh, that's because you mind your own business, Ziggy, like you told me. Betty, where is that silver mine of yours?
About 2 miles out of town.
Is there any place in town where we can rent a car?
Well, why, I have a car. Why?
I feel a prospecting urge coming over me. Ziggy, take us to Miss Connolly's car, and then we can dispense with your valuable service.
What's wrong with my cab?
Nothing, Ziggy. It's just that I don't like people looking over my shoulder, especially when I visit a lonely mine in the company of a beautiful girl.
Well, here's the Betty mine, although I don't know why you want to see it.
Frankly, I don't know either. But as long as I'm here, I might as well take the 40-cent tour.
Certainly, sir. Right this way. This old cable car goes down into the mine. All we have to do is stand on the platform and pull the cable. It works with balanced weight.
Clever, these 49ers. How far down?
On the 40-cent tour, we give the exact distance. 354 feet 6 inches.
Thank you. And thank you for having electric lights in a mine that hasn't been worked for years.
Oh, the mine has its own battery. See? Here's a bulb on the car. Shall we go down?
What are we waiting for? Let's go. Maybe the light will go out.
Just hold it like that. I've been waiting for you two.
Well, Michael McCarthy, I was wondering if we were going to have your company.
And this time, wise guy, don't try anything.
Don't tell me, Michael, that you're going prospecting with us.
I'm riding down with you, but I'm coming back alone. Start the car down, Saint, but don't try no tricks.
You have a suspicious mind, Mike. Well, here we go. Call out your floors, please. Mezzanine, ladies' underwear, galoshes, and accessories.
You'll be singing a different tune pretty soon, Saint. You both had your chance to leave town your way. Now you're going to leave my way.
Oh, Simon, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be, Betty. This is my first ride on an open cable car.
And it'll be your last.
I wouldn't be too sure. Unless that cable breaks before we get to the bottom.
What are you talking about?
Sucker! Little crowded here for a 1-2, so I guess a 1.5 will have to do.
How terrible.
There now, Betty. It's all right.
Oh, but Simon, it could have been you. He almost knocked you off the platform, too.
Yeah, it was the padded shoulders in my coat. I felt them hit the side.
Oh, look at your shoulders. They're covered with dirt from the sides of the shaft.
Yeah. Huh. It's red dirt. Wait a minute. Well, we can go back up, Betty. Mike doesn't need our help, and I don't need anybody to answer questions anymore.
Simon, I'll never understand you. Why did you look at the dirt on your coat and say you didn't need any more questions?
Because that dirt was red sulfide, Betty. And it explains why Mike was so anxious to run you out of town.
Well, I don't see how. Red sulfide is used in paint, but that doesn't make it valuable.
Red sulfide is also cinnabar ore, from which we get mercury, and that is pretty valuable. Evidently, your mine is rich in cinnabar, so it's worth a lot of money, Betty.
Oh, then that was what Kelly was trying to tell us when he said sin.
Yes, he was trying to say cinnabar.
How can I ever thank you, Simon?
Well, I have a couple of ideas on the subject. Oh, but now people would say I was chasing you for your money. So, I guess you can just see me off on the train. We'll stop in town and have Ziggy drive us to Albuquerque.
Oh, but I'll drive you.
Now, I insist on taking a cab. I don't want you coming back alone. I may want to change my mind about fortune hunting.
Like I said, Saint, I'm glad to see you leaving. This town is just funny about strangers. But hadn't you ought to take Miss Conley with you?
But she doesn't have to go now, Ziggy, and besides, she's rich.
What?
Yes, Ziggy, we found out that Dad's mine is valuable after all.
You mean you found silver in it?
No, mercury.
Oh, the stuff they put in thermometers?
That's the stuff, Ziggy. But it's used for a lot of other things, particularly in wartime, and it's worth a lot of money.
Well, what do you know? So that's why Mike was trying to make you leave.
That's it.
Well, did you stop and tell the sheriff?
We didn't have time, but I'll see him when we go back.
Oh, that's pretty nice for you, ain't it, Betty? Oh, here we are. Just in time, too. The chief's in already.
Very nice timing, Ziggy. Thanks, Betty, for keeping my forced visit to Headstone from being dull.
Oh, Simon, well, why don't you stay in Headstone? I won't know how to run the mine or what to do with the money or anything.
You'll learn, Betty. You know what to do when you get back to town?
Yes, but will the sheriff believe me? I mean, about Mike McCarthy killing Harry Kelly.
I don't think he will, since Mike didn't kill Kelly.
But
Kelly was shot with an automatic. It ejected a shell on the fireplace, remember? But Mike McCarthy carried a revolver. You saw it.
Yes, but will the sheriff...
Oh, the sheriff will believe when you show him that the gun that killed Kelly is in Ziggy's pocket.
What? What are you talking about?
You knew about the cinnabar ore in the mine. You carried some of it away to be tested in your cab, and there was red dust in it, which you tried to explain with a corny gag.
You're crazy.
Harry Kelly had an idea what was going on, so you slipped around to the back while we were at the front door and killed him.
All right, wise guy, you're so smart. What about Mike?
Mike was working for you.
But Simon, Ziggy told me that you were in town.
Sure, he couldn't be sure that I wasn't here to break up his little scheme, so the smartest thing to do was to get us together so he could watch both of us. He thought I would use his cab, as I did, and it would be easy. But he slipped up when he sent Mike out to the mine ahead of us. Ziggy was the only one who knew where we were going.
Okay, pal, you asked for it.
This time, we tried to do it. Like you said, pal, you should have followed your own advice about minding your own business. What? Well, he's all yours, Betty. The gun that killed Kelly is now on the seat beside him. All you have to do is turn the body and the gun over to the sheriff, and from there on in, he'll mind Ziggy's business for him.
But, Simon...
Don't worry, Betty. I'll stop back someday to make sure that Venus is in conjunction with Mercury.
You have just heard another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many times there have been men just like Ziggy, led into crime by insatiable greed, forgetting the simplest truth so aptly phrased by John Dryden. Murder may pass unpunished for a time, but tardy justice will o'ertake the crime. This is Vincent Price extending a personal invitation to all of you to join us again next week at this same time for another adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. Our cast included Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, Colleen Collins, Fred Howard, and Tony Barrett. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint is a James L. Safier Agency production and was transcribed and directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Don't forget that The Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.